Hello, hello. We are going to talk about the sun simulator today. I'm tired of people talking about getting their vitamin D. Some people need D, but it's not vitamin D. But that's beside the point. What I'm talking about is not getting it from the sun because the sun is not. It's not real. It's not what you grew up with. Excuse me. Maybe we can change that and get through it all. And well, you can't change the sun. Well, we'll get no sun, no moon, and a purple sky, twilight, so to speak. Hi, Rebecca. How are you? This is gonna be. Excuse me again. This will be a show that I don't know if I'll keep it or not. It depends how good it turns out. But I'm gonna go through my pictures and I'm gonna try anyway. I'm gonna attempt to. Um, maybe I can. Maybe I can. We'll see. I'm pretty computer stupid, so I just know enough to get by. I would say I'm today. I'm probably fourth grade computer. Let me take that back. Second grade computer. Hey mate, what's up, Dean? Yeah, I'd say I'm second grade computer um, quality. So it is what it is. If I'd have known, I'd have brushed up on it a little more. But you know, you know how it is. So I'm good, Dean. I'm good. I hope you and Mo are fine. Rebecca, I hope you're doing well. I don't know how good it keeps kicking me off the lap. I finally got a computer. It keeps kicking me out of StreamYard. I don't know why. Who fucking knows? Need some music, some background. Mm-hmm. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, I talk to myself a lot, huh? How's your day, mate? And or you just got up? You said it's good morning. So let's see what time it is. 8 here. So it's about what 11 there. Um, they're in New Zealand. Hey Dean, I got a weird message from Miss Kate Floss this morning. She said Jesus had a will. That was it. That's all she said. That was it. Nothing more, nothing less. I sent her, I think it said, I think about it every day. What made you ask that? And I haven't got a reply. But, oh yeah. Well, 1234. Gotcha. There we go.
Gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses. Get out of the way. Evil minds that plot destruction. Get out of the way. Sorcerer of death's construction. Get out the way, bitch. Get out the way. In the fields of bodies burning. Get out the way. As the war machine keeps turning. Get out the way, bitch. Get out the way. Death and hatred to mankind. Get out the way. Poisoning their brainwashed minds. Oh, Lord, yeah. Oh, yo, fight now. I'm about to put your lights out. Get the fuck back. God's real. It's a wrong. We can't take still. I've been drinking and busting too. And I've been thinking of busting you. I'm like a motherfucking mohead. And if your wisdom is, tell me both days. Causing confusion, disturbing the peace. This not an illusion. We run in the streets. So bye-bye to all you groupies and gold diggers. Is there a bumper on your ass? No, nigga. I'm doing 100 on the highway. So if you do the speed limit, get the fuck out of my way. I'm DUI, hardly ever caught sober. And you about to get ran the fuck over. Ooh, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch. Get out the way. Ooh, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way. Get out the way. Ooh, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch. Get out the way. Ooh, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way. Get out the way. You ain't fucking with my nigga. No, I'm not gonna have like a light. Stop. Fresh paint job, fresh inside. The outside frame in the trunk wide. The real green on the outside, cream on the inside. Ice cream paint job. Got screens on the dash, like the state by the bill. Got a house right on Lakeside. Yeah, I'm living like that. And I'm riding like that. Boy, I'm riding like that. In the steering wheel, pulling like a baseball bat. Just like Archie said, we ready. Old Creek Street, go to fix like Eddie. This red Marquis paint job, great jelly. On top of these big black rock jelly. This crank my car. See, I'm so big, you can see me coming. That's how big. Me big money, stay ice like TV. Free money, inside clean, no outside. Free money, inside clean, no outside. Free money, inside clean, no outside. Ice cream, free money, inside clean, no outside. Free money, inside clean, no outside. Free money, inside clean, no outside. Things on TikTok, you don't stop. If you want it, you can get it. If you want it, I'ma hit it. If you want it, get this record, Rebecca, I'ma got it. Mississippi putting it down on the hottest crown. I think I'm What you do? What go with all that? Break down, put it down, man, that booty real bad. Bang down, underground. I like the way you move that. Man, I want you to do that. Like they cut it out the ball, get it like a ball. Back ball, like a squeeze on that piece. Push squirt, must be a stripper, a new member, a twerk team. Bounce in that thing, in them jeans, that jerk. Bustin' out the scene, in them jeans, that's what make it like that. Peach thing was spicy. Down south, you bring it nice. Put the cold red, red, that was let the right go and work that area. You won't be around next year. My rap get half flavor in the air. Get the brand new flavor in the air. Time for new flavor in the air. I'm kicking new flavor in the air. Like a brand new flavor in the air. Get the brand new flavor in the air. Time for new flavor in the air. I'm kicking new flavor in the air. Like a brand new flavor in the air. Allow to a limit, remind you of the sky when I'm in it. We on cloud nine, put it in it. Am I your style and your physique? And I ain't trying to critique. Can't deny it, I'm a fucking lie. Come on, boy. Get back. Yeah. That's right. All right. Yeah. That world. Yo, catch me in the hot spot. Stop. Boy, up all night. Out hot. Is it all right? Show you right. Can't stop. World. Me and my girl. Catch me in the hot spot. Stop. Boy, up all night. Out hot. Is it all right? Show you right. Can't stop. World. Me and my girl. Yeah.
You're fine, Rebecca. No oops tonight. Not oops, I did it again. I'm not buying that shit.
you want? We stay feeling fools. Fool, what you want? Your life for your tools. The rain back on that. Next thing, the set now we Brooklyn, man. Yeah, Brownsville. Home of the brave, put in work in the street like a slave. Keep a rugged dress though, always in this stress mode. I'll send you to the grave. So you think I don't know that? Hold that. No, it's real. I'm not 199 pounds short of a meal. It's the perfect timing. You see the man shining. Tell us what you don't get down. I keep it real, why some choose to play it safe. Watch check the resume, it's risky business in the AA. And I've been witness to this history ever since the 10th grade. We went from market break to chimp phase. I twist my head to the side just for style. Walk on the Gucci bucket with the fly, super fly. Wow, there's something private on to shut it down. It ain't so country though, nigga, this ain't no form of cloud. I'm sorry to slaughter. I keep my shit cooked to altar and altar to satisfy my people in Delta and cross the water. And across the water, the essays are getting smarter. They got flour for tortillas and lettuce for enchiladas. If you follow, wink, no doubt we don't speak in a blink. Them folks can have you sleeping in the clink. I'm sitting on niggas, ain't peeing on the seat. It's the nigga to B-I-G-B-O-I-O-T. Now party people in the club, it's time to cut a rug. And throw the loose up in the sky, just for the shut the buzz. I'm double fisted and you empty, you can grab a club. I'm double fisted and you empty, you can grab a club. Party people in the club, it's time to cut a rug. And throw the loose up in the sky, just for the shut the buzz. I'm double fisted and you empty, you can grab a club. What's stop? I'm just playing, what's stop? Now this goes out to all my players in the back, sipping yak. Getting round corners in the lap. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Do that shit, do it. What you want? You make me wanna breathe. Get up, get up, get up. Do that shit, do it. 2, 3, go. I wish I was like 6'9" so I can get with Leoshi, cause she don't know me, but yo, she's really fine. You know I see her all even in my dreams. I can scheme a way to make her mine. Her boyfriend's tall and he plays ball, so how am I gonna do with that? Cause when it comes to playing basketball, I'm always last to be picking in some cases never picked it off. So I just wait up on the wall, but sit up in the bleachers with the rest of the girls who came to watch they man ball. Tag y'all, I never understood black while the jocks get the fly girls and yeah, I get the hood rats. I tell them scat, skittles, kabobble, got hit with a bottle, live in the hospital for talking that mess. I confess it's a shame when you living in a city that's the size of a box and nobody knows your name. Glad I came to my senses, like quick, got sick to my stomach, overcome it by thoughts of me and her together, right? So when I asked out, she said I wasn't a type. I wish I was a little bit taller, I wish I was a baller, I wish I had a girl with a good, I would call her. Wish I had a rabbit in a hat with a bag and a 6-foot baller. I wish I was a little bit taller, I wish I was a baller, I wish I had a girl with a good, I would call her. Wish I had a rabbit in a hat with a bag and a 6-foot baller. He's phony, she's fake. That's the type of people I hate. Yo, y'all know the lyrics. Come on, sing with me. Shimmy, y'all, shimmy, yeah. Give me the mic so I can take it away. On the natural charge, bon voyage. Yeah, from the home of the dog, your focus war. Wu-Tang Club, beats on the storm. Pain on your college ass, just don't dorm. But you didn't even touch my skill. You gotta go to one killer B, and he ain't for the kill now. Shut that down, pass it all around. Lyrics get hard, quick, see back to the ground. For the MC and any 50 respect, I get psycho. Pull on the back. My producer slam, I'm almost like bam, jump on stage, the thing I did there. but I'm a creep. Hello, good morning, tell me what the lick read. Pretty face, thin waist with the sick weed. First time fish jumping in the 6 feet. Real bad boy, tell him come and get me. I'm at the fight, betting kinda like Bellman. Only took a trip to the truck twice. Unpacked the Mac 11 in their mattress. Stuffed 6 figures in my damn air mattress. I'm in love with large bills and down with a fat ass, thin waist and tall heels. Yeah, it's the tough long dog, 100 cash in the trunk, trying to give it back to show.
For a minute, now I'm back with the jump off. Goons in the club, case something jump off. Back up for the hive, let the pump off. In the graveyard is where you get dumped off. All we wanted to do is party. Come by everybody at the bar party. Black Barbie dressed in Bacardi. I'm trying to leave in somebody's Ferrari. Spread love, that's what a real mob do. Keep it gangster, look out for the people. I'm the wicked bitch of these. You better keep the peace, or out come the peace. We the best, there is room for improvement. Felt like a black people movement. 7 quarters to 8 pack and pack, and I'm sitting on chrome 7 times. Shout out to my peace.
Stop the party. Hey, I don't want to hurt nobody.
Just trying to get some.
shoot strong. You don't want to fuck with us. You don't. Yo, you don't want to fuck with us. You don't. Yo, you don't want to fuck with us. You don't.
Sounds like Greedy Vegan. Okay. What I've got here is the difference between white and yellow light bulbs. So no, I wouldn't say so. I think that there was a sun, and it did have. I have pictures of it. 2017 sun. I have my buddy Joe Hill, the flat Earth, rockets in space, in the Bible guy. He took some pictures, and I was in Gulf Shores that day and looking at him through a welding helmet. So I could see it too, but I couldn't see it like his pictures are. Let's see if I can't find some. But I'll put my pictures out here so everybody can have access to them. Blue bomb? No, I think no. The moon, it's plasma. It's like I think the moon is like the crystal suit of a you know what I'm talking about. Snake skin. But I don't want to get off topic here. This is stuff I know all too well. I know very well. Hey, Richard. How are you? So, me showing the sun simulator, I'm not really asking for conversation here. I'm just presenting my evidence, showing my receipt, so to speak. And I hope I can get it pulled out through. Yeah, take your time, man. I want to start for 20 to 30 minutes, probably. So you're good. How are you, Mr. Richard? Doing good, sir. Mr. Master Real Mason.
I want the world, you want the pussy, I want the pearl, I want the life, I want tonight, my future labor, I want them right.
got that body, tap them toes, smack them heels. The truth of it is, gotta be real, so hit, all on a pole, on a toe. 20 years back that honey, make that money, jump that dummy. But it was paid for his same son. Though the bills gotta be paid, to the booty club anyway, to his old lady, he said.
Now come and kick it with a twister. Black caddy, Mac daddy with a hoe up in the backseat. With a 97 pimp flow. Got a feeling when you smoke it when I flip it to a track speed. Talking about a beautiful figure, astonishing to speak mythology, bodily just like a girl in love. What's that movie? Never mind, let me enter your atmosphere as you enter my world and let me touch that booty. I can't believe that your mama they cold. I know they got such an astonishing soul. You need a mind to roll. Still don't really know you got it when you climb from the bottom to the top of the pole. Plus you can pop a control. You got it so accurate when I'm smacking it, it's making me say what I gotta do to get with that. When it comes to making it rain, I can get it wet. When it comes to cutting the monkey, I can get it wet. You want some media better, you need a better man. Think about politics, I'ma be your weather man. Cause every time I'm looking up and I see more ass, I'ma put the leafy rain in the forecast. Listen to me, better way, I'm picking 5,000 words or whatever you wanna call it. It's a celebration, you can check it, here's the better. Come on. Right here is my sway. All the girls are on me. Damn, everybody pay attention. This right here is my pretty boy sway. 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 Get out the way. Pretty boy coming through. Me and my crew, we swaggin' in the room. Girls on me heavy cause I look so sexy. Yellow diamond shouting in their clothes, strength flexing. I'm looking for a yellow bone, long hair star. Thick in the hips, come get in my car. So the party will start. We take off and go to Mars. Pretty boy take off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gotta get, gotta get. Oh yeah. Gotta get. Oh yeah. Gotta get. Oh yeah. Gotta get. Bang, 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 bang. Throw it out and bang. So you got this yourself. Only now with the competition. Ain't nobody fucking with that bitch. In my age, but you ain't wanna check it out. Then why you wait on those wells? Like to the city, then I call my cell. You fucking up there, right? Shoot down. Ain't banging hot, don't make no sound. Episodes of the bombs, bang. Shots go hard, make it rain, make it rain. Go with the stars in the city, get it bang. Let's ride up, throw it out and bang. But I like it Franklin like T-Ass, whatever you like. Gotta get that close. Motherfuckers gotta use some egos. Bad out most it goes. From the VA to the LA coast. If it feels ill, is it go?
Drop to the photos, drop to the photos. Drop to the photos, do it to a split clip. Drop to the photos, drop to the photos. Drop to the photos, do it to a split clip.
Diamonds on my neck, got Patron in my cup. If you want it, come and get it, shorty. I don't give a fuck. See, it's Friday night, and I just got paid. I done had a hard week, now it's time to celebrate.
Shake, shake that ass. Rock, rock your hips. Shake, shake that ass. Feel, feel. Shake, shake that ass. Rock, rock your hips. Shake, shake that ass. Feel, 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 feel.
In the middle of the streets,
Feel, feel.
in the middle of
Niggas on me because I'm fresh. Apple bottom jean with the back in they hat. He hating, I'ma show you my last. I'm gonna show my ass and get your pussy next time I cash. Niggas
All I do, get my brew, get high too. Yes, I like what you like. Good lesbian, no call her back. She just bounce, she come over, two sounds. She ain't sober, she roll over, keep it over, chip on the shoulder, keep it over. Having good, keep it hood, sell your soul with a brick in the wood. She just bug, keep it in the club, rather rough, rather dub. All I do is party. All I do is party. So bounce low, bounce high. All I do is party. Bounce low. Bounce low.
Bounce high.
This here's a jam for all the fellas. Try to do what those ladies tell us. Get shot down cause you're overzealous. Play hard to get females to get jealous. Okay, smarty, go to a party. Girls are scared to be clad and show a body. A chick walk by you with chicken sex up, understand another more like you was born extra. Next day's function, high class function. Food is served and your stone cold munching. Music comes on and people start to dance, but then you ate so much you nearly spit your pants. A girl starts walking, guys start walking, sits down next to you and starts talking. Says she wanna dance cause she likes the groove, so come on, fam, show and just bust the move. Bust the move. Just bust the move. Give it to me, bring it here. Like whoa. Girl, take it here, take it down. Give it to me, bring it here. Like whoa.
You make me wanna say, oh, 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 my God.
People that do it, baby. 10 meal at a time, I'm used to maybe. Tell me Margello's not Gucci, baby. Rolling hard in the spot like Gucci, baby. Got the true freaks with me so cute in the face. Look bad and call my boosie, baby. MDMA, they percolate. Look at the dick, they beat me, turkey, baby. House off my shake, ain't work for Haitian. Got a cool 20 mil with a work today. Ain't tell me y'all drove, don't turn the station. On the phone with a nigga, little turkey saying, I get so much money, so you know they cheesy. And I be so fresh, I got it, that you wanna see me. Every time I hear the hell talking, I say free me. Oh, you need to free me. Come on, baby, free me. Oh, you need to free me. Come on, baby, free me. Don't let the walls cave in on you. Yeah. We can't live on without you. Yeah. Don't let the walls cave in on you. Yeah. We can't live on without you. Yeah. Don't let the walls cave in on you. You get what you give, that much is true. Don't let the walls cave in on you. You came a mile away from you.
All right. Here we go. Here's why I was having problems I gotta get them from the computer to the phone because my computer keeps kicking off StreamYard. So I'll get better at it. Hey, the black screen, that's all for you, Richard. That's what color I am. I just represent nothing. Darkness. Darkness. Okay. Like that. Yeah, it's not fucking working. All right. It's not gonna work. There's another storm coming in. Shit. There's another storm coming in. I know you're kidding, Richard. I'm just messing with you. Back. God damn. I might have to wait until I get something better. I think Verizon, I'm going to switch. It's going to cost a fortune to do, but it's alright. I'm just waiting on some money from a job. That sucks. Am I buffering a lot still? Hey, Richard, let me ask you a favor. I dropped some links in there. If you tell me how to screen share, if you want to do it, you can just pull the pictures up if you want to. Let me know. What's up, kitty? Huh? No, what's up? Yeah, quit, cat. Don't do it. I don't know this cat's name. There you go. I don't like cats. Yet. It's like it's in heat or something. Or if Richard can't do it, see, Joe Cool needs to do it, I guess. Who else is out here? Probably best for Joe anyway, because Rich should go to bed. Okay, so the sun simulator. How many is everybody aware of it? I figured y'all were around me, but then I hear people out in panels and they're talking about getting vitamin D. There's no vitamin D to be had off that light. I promise you. I got something in my eye. Yeah, there's no vitamin D in that light. So, here we go. Put this thing more on bottom of StreamYard, I think. Sure. Okay. I'm on my phone though. There's a would it be under guest or more? Cancel layout. Broadcast info. Private chat. Post comment layout. Settings. Camera audio recording layout. Guest. What it, I'm gonna hit guest. See what it does. Here we go. Play sound guest. Guest. No, this is when you have guests. Okay. Okay. Hmm. No, that's not what that is. I'm going to try to open StreamYard on my phone again. I mean, on the laptop again. Let's try this. I'm on the phone. Oh, okay. I got you. Got it. There we go. Thank you, Richard. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Get used to it. There it is. Let's see what happens. Yeah, come on up, Richard. I gotta put this cat out. Hold on. Yeah, you can help me go through some of this shit. I don't know why it's black. Like I said, I'm a rookie. Watch out, Maggie. Okay. Now. I'll be right back. Maggie, stop. Come on. Get me out of here. Come on. Get in here. Maggie, come on. It's way off, honey.
Hello. Wow. Bill, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hey, what's up? How are you?
Mic check,
Yeah,
mic
I can
check,
hear you good.
mic check, mic check. How's
Yeah, you're
that?
good.
Yeah.
Yep, you're good. Can you hear me?
Brother.
Mic check. All right.
Yeah, yeah.
What's up?
All
How are you,
all's pretty
Richard?
average. How you doing, Phil?
I'm doing pretty good, actually. Really good. I went to court today. I didn't have the. I was hoping to go home, but we set it for trial, so it's okay. It is what it is. And
Nothing serious, is it? I hope.
well, yeah, it's serious about because it's my home, my 40 acres in my house. It's in.
Oh, 40 acres.
Yeah, yeah. My family tried to take it from me because my dad took my name off of it illegally. I've got it in the bag. I'm not worried about it. It's just a time thing,
Yeah.
and all my property because they had me removed from it. The police come and got me. I
Buggers.
filed some papers and they didn't read the law, and they come and got me anyway.
Yeah.
And I was in jail for 20 days. So I went,
Whoa.
yeah,
Oh, bro.
yeah. Nobody knew I was. None of my friends that had any money knew I was in there. Yeah,
Oh.
but
You
yeah,
know, we.
I'm gonna charge him for all of it, Richard. I'm okay. I'm good. I've got
Yeah.
all the proof. Yeah,
We should
it's
be
a pain
neighbours,
in the ass
Phil. We
dealing
should be
with it.
next door neighbours, mate.
Yeah.
We should honestly. There's loads of us would make a great little community. I think on here with our little collective. You know, all the ones that get together can put the worlds to right,
Yeah, I
just
agree with
like
that.
that. Yeah,
Yeah,
and 40 acres. That's
I
a
agree.
huge amount. Yeah, you know,
Yeah,
how
I
much
agree
land
with
do you
that.
reckon?
Well, I got 40 acres there. There's another house, and it's on 2 acres, but it's got a lien on it. My dad put a lien on this house, so I either got to come up with like 40 grand or wait for them to sell it. Either buy them out or wait for them to sell it so I can get my money. And
It's a lot of
it's off
land,
in the
that
woods.
40 acres. How much land does a
Yeah,
person? Let's say let's say a family of four. You know, like two parents and two children. How much land do you know how much land they would need to sustain themselves for a
I
year?
I at least 5 acres, I would think.
That much?
To have some livestock. Yeah, because you want to have a field for your animal. You want some light to be able to. You don't want them in mud, so you want
What
the
about if you
grass to
didn't eat
grow.
animals though? Well, I wouldn't need a cow.
Well, you could
You
have.
wouldn't,
I'd say a goat would probably be better for milk if you like
no,
milk.
I don't
But
drink milk. I don't drink milk, mate.
okay,
I find it gross. It just grosses me out. I mean,
You're right.
if you look
Yeah.
honestly, you know, and I seen
Go
a
ahead.
picture one. I I seen a picture one day, and there was a there was a guy led on his back, and there was like a cow's udder down there, and he was sucking on a teat. And I thought, ooh, the reality of it is that's what it is, isn't it? It's like sucking on a cow's teat. But I mean, if I was to
Right.
keep any animals, it would only be chickens or hens for eggs. But I don't even eat eggs, so or rarely.
There
But
you
I'm just thinking for like vegetables and fruit and legumes.
I'd
You're on
say
about
probably
vitamin.
you could do a lot. I'd say you could probably do a lot with an acre.
Yeah, it's, you know, when I've seen an
Yeah.
acre, it's fucking huge compared to my allotment. You know,
Yeah, an acre.
and then if
I think an acre is like, like I think it's 267 feet or something like that by 267. I forget 267 by 267 or something like that. I can't remember exactly,
how,
but I'm thinking that's pretty close.
how big's a football
Yeah.
pitch? Like soccer, you call it
Uh,
soccer.
it's 100 yards. That's 300 feet long. 100 yards,
Yeah.
and I think it's 50 wide. So 150 by 300.
So that's not even an acre, is it then?
No, that is
About an
over. That
acreage?
would well, I be an acre, be close. It's more like a rectangle type acre.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But the chance of me getting to America are zero. If I went to America, I'd
Right, I
probably
hear
get,
you.
yeah. Now I'm not. I can't leave my country now. My country needs me. But you know, even if I did fancy going to America, which I do,
There you go.
yeah, you're breaking up, mate. It might be
I
my,
understand.
you know, I'd probably get
No, it's
arrested for
mine.
something.
It's me. There's don't arrested for something.
Well, they don't want me in your country, mate. I'm trouble.
What are you gonna get arrested?
I am trouble. I'm trouble.
Yeah, I don't think we're worried about you. Yeah, I think you'd
I'm
be fine, dude. I think you'd be
trouble.
great.
I'm working on a video at the moment. Um, now
Yeah, what
you
you
know
working
David
on?
Yates, eh?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We said hey, and then got cut out when I was on your. I don't know, a few months ago. He was coming up.
Yeah,
Well, it's been like 4 months, which is a good video, by the way. I mean, you and London talking. It's a good one. It's one of my
yeah.
favorite videos. If I share,
Which
me
one was
ask for a
that?
video, I'll give that one. Or it's something morning, the book burning. It was me and
Oh,
you
yeah,
for
yeah,
like
yeah,
3 hours.
yeah.
Yeah, I like that video.
I, I'm
A
I'm
lot of
trying to
people
get him
like
on.
it.
He's just been banned. He's just been banned again, David. Because I was going to do a live stream last night. It's 2:45 in the morning here now, Thursday morning. But I was going to do a live stream last night, hoping he would come on. So I sent him a text. I said, David, I'm going live tonight. And it's pretty much just about censorship, but it revolves around your Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who's now running for. He sort of looks like he's running for a presidential candidate next year, isn't he? And I don't follow politics at all.
Well, it's
To
kind of
any,
hard.
you know,
Yeah, I think I heard he is, but
yeah, I'm working
yeah.
on a video at the moment. But David had written a book. David Yates had written a book. It's called Climate Fake, and he's a deep researcher. David. He doesn't put things out unless he knows this is the gospel. This is not the gospel. This is the truth. Okay, the bad news, which is
Right.
the truth of things like, you know, what goes on in the sky, what goes on in your body, etc. But anyway, he's a deep researcher, this guy. So he put out
Right.
this climate fake book, which got his Amazon. It's this book that got his Amazon store taken down. Okay, and he's been doing it for years. So he found a different
Okay.
self-publishing company, which is Lulu. But he did a video about a week ago, and on it he said, and I got a little snippet of it. He said, I've just received notification from Robert F. Kennedy Jr. that he has received a copy of my book, Climate Fake. So David had actually sent Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and a few other senators a copy of
Okay.
his book. Now, a following day, there's a channel called Redacted. Have you heard of them? Redacted.
No.
It's like
Retracted?
no, redacted, as in red.
Yeah, yeah. I have heard of.
Yo,
Yeah, redact.
redacted.
Yeah.
I guess since everybody else on camera, I guess I can show my face. Phil, I just came to salute you, man. Glad to see you going live.
Damn.
Richard, a stonemason, salute yourself.
Yeah,
That's all, Phil. I didn't come
Richard.
to cause no problems. I just came to salute you, Phil. All right, boss.
You're good,
Stay
brother.
in.
You're good.
Stay there.
I don't worry about
Stay there.
you.
Stay there. McCoy, where's he gone?
No, hold on.
I think he's
Oh,
seen himself.
I guess you got it on camera mode. If I don't have my camera on, you ain't showing my thing avatar. So okay. How y'all doing?
I got you.
All his
Got you.
he's gone again.
Good. How are you, brother?
No, it's just whenever I take the camera off,
It's
it
okay.
No, I'm all right. How are you? I mean, I didn't mean to interrupt. Like I said, just came to say salute my brother Phil, salute you, Richard, and that's it, man.
Brother. Just chatting.
Yeah, the other night you was up so damn late, man, and I seen it.
Much
I'm
love,
like,
bro.
damn.
You don't have to go. You can chill out.
I'm like, damn, man, I'm so sleepy. I can't hit this panel right
Yeah,
now,
too
but it's
late.
all being. So yeah, just y'all do y'all thing. I'll be right here.
I hear you.
Yeah.
All right, bro. Right on. I'm hearing you on stream.
That's
There he is.
Okay, Rick.
Popping in and popping out.
yeah. That
Peekaboo.
Go ahead, buddy.
Peekaboo.
What do you think?
Yeah, you keep breaking up, Phil. It might be something to do with me, actually.
Your YouTube on?
Say again?
I don't know what it is. I don't have nothing on. I don't
yeah.
have
You probably.
anything on.
I think
Do
you
that.
got it on. You got it on a setting that's probably say either camera or no. Because I've heard some people put it on that setting before. But anyway, that's nothing, man. I'm just happy for you, Phil. I'm just happy for you, man. That you know I'ma support you, bro.
I'm putting it on my. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. I'll go in here. Let's see here. Audio camera.
I'm just in my
turning it off
kitchen.
my phone because my.
Phil, is this your first live stream, is it?
That's it. You got a hearing aid? Yeah. I think it's you. I can still hear you, McCoy. You're just not. Your avatar don't come up. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on here.
Is that
broadcast?
McCoy? Are you pushing stop cam? Have you pushed the stop cam at the bottom? I mean, if you're working on a phone, I haven't got a clue.
No,
I don't use my phone for anything.
Yeah, I'm using my phone because my laptop or my PC's it keeps kicking me off the internet. I'm about ready to just do a factory reset on my computer and start over because my buddy had it before and I don't know settings have been set and all that shit. Okay, I'm going in settings, broadcast info.
All right, man. I didn't come to cause no kind of Ray. So I'll be down in the chat, Phil.
You didn't cause nothing. Chill out.
All
I
right,
didn't
man.
cause nothing. I love you much, man. Hey,
All right, man.
listen. I've been listening to you up on the greedy vegans. I've been hearing you.
Yeah, I just
I'm
just
hearing you. You're sounding.
ain't nothing. You already
What's
know.
up,
You
bro?
talk
You
to me on the
okay?
phone. You talk to me on the phone. You know I ain't saying nothing different than I normally say. So same mission, same agenda, same
I
shit.
got you. Hey, how much? How many? How many? How much land will it take for you and your family for a garden to sustain you?
Oh man, it don't take much. It's probably an acre is good enough. Plant some fruit trees, then plant your garden, and you're good. Put some gutters on your house, get your rainwater, and you out of here, man. That's what I got. That's what I had planned when I
There,
moved to Alabama.
there you
So, but
go.
I ran the
So
pandemic hit a little quicker.
Scuppered a lot of
yeah,
ideas, that.
I get it.
Scuppered a lot of ideas, that. Bad
Oh no,
timing.
I moved
Yeah,
from Phil. No, I moved from Cali in 2018 because I knew America was gonna shut down. I didn't know the world was gonna shut down. So I dipped to Alabama because I knew California would be with the system, but I knew Alabama would be a little slower. Plus Alabama has exemptions on vaccines. I didn't know that would come in crucial later, but anyway. Um, so yeah, that's and I plan to buy a home, put some gutters on there, catch my rainwater, grow my own food. I've been a vegan 20 years. So this is
Amen.
what I do. So that's what I had planned. But then that pandemic hit. And so we had to scurry and just, maintain.
Yeah.
So, hmm so we
I think,
good though.
yeah, something good has got to come out of it. Something good's got to come out of it. And hopefully it'll be something like people will have an appreciation of self-sustainability. People are going to have to learn how to be self-sustainable, or just
Yeah, we're gonna be forced to. Yeah, definitely gonna be
yeah,
forced to.
yeah, and
But
make
that's
your
the worst.
amends.
That's the worst. That's the worst time. I mean, to me, that's not the ideal time. The ideal time is when you're in control. You know what I'm saying? When
Uh,
you're in control. When you're forced to, then you're gonna do. Then you're gonna just do what you gotta do. But when you have like it's like when you look for a job, when you have a job, you're not desperate. You see what I'm
yeah,
saying? But when you
yeah,
don't have a job, and when you don't have a job and you need a job, you'll just damn near take anything.
yeah,
You see
yeah,
what I'm saying? So
yeah.
that's all I'm saying. Yeah. Hmm.
I've always said it's easier to get a job if you've already got a job.
Hmm.
That's the frame of mind. It doesn't matter what job it is. You're already on that job market. Um, so you're not climbing out of the gutter to get a job. You're actually moving from one job to another, and that first job that
Exactly.
comes along might not be the ideal job if you've got something in mind. But like I say, you're starting off on a sort of like a level plateau rather than having to climb out of the
Yeah,
um,
that's the ideal
climb out of the
situation.
yeah. So it's like
Yeah.
swings and roundabouts, I guess. But
Yeah.
see, one thing about being forced to do something, as in learn how to grow your own food, etc. I've had an allotment for years, so I haven't got a problem with that. And I'm a make do amend kind of guy. I don't like spending money.
Where'd you go, Richard? What's going on? Is Richard backstage now? See what happens if I. What happened to Richard? Oh, Phil, you're experimenting, trying to figure it out, Phil. Uh-oh. Oh, where did everybody go? So yes, everyone, I'm the realist McCoy. I don't know what's going on here. I know this new StreamYard thing. When you hit the panels now, your phone is going to go out. I guess they probably put it on there to help maintain the battery. But Phil, man, have you been experiencing where you're online and your phone just go blank? You're muted, bro. You're muted. I can't hear you. Oh man, I come up here and look at all this that's going down. I'm gonna go on and drop down, Phil, because hello to Bex in the chat. Love listening to that lady talk. If you could hear me, Rebecca Broom, you a boss. You the bomb. Your perspective is on fire. Your sincerity is felt. And we're gonna figure this shit out.
Mic check.
Yeah, I hear you, Phil. I hear you, man. I come up here and all this bullshit happening.
Okay.
I didn't mean to interrupt your build, man. I seen you over there.
I got a storm coming through. Yeah, you're good.
What happened to Richard? What happened to Richard?
Coming through. It's
Bex in the
fault.
building. Asking you shall receive.
I don't know what happened. I lost. And this is where I'm. There's Richard. There we go. Now Richard's in, and I get. It should be everybody. Alma. There's Alma. I just lost Bex. There's Bex.
There he is.
Richard is back on this. There's Bex.
Hi, friends.
Listen to that voice.
I was just hearing you say such nice things, and then I'm like, hit the wrong button, and I'm backing out. You're like, Beck's in the middle. I'm like, out of there.
Your voice
I didn't mean to.
Okay.
Your voice is really.
Oh man.
It gets attention because we hear the sincerity in your voice. At least I do.
Well, I appreciate it. I really appreciate you saying that.
So Alma's in the back though. Amongst us are predators, White Shadow, Phil McReal, whatever you going by lately.
She should be in here.
Where's so Alma?
I don't. That's what. Yeah, no. She's on here. She should be.
Oh, it's probably because her camera ain't on. It's like you have a requirement that the camera has to be on.
Yeah, there is.
That's why. If she doesn't have her
my camera off. Oh yeah.
There she go. Oh, so Alma.
Mic check. I'm like, why is he putting everybody up but me? Phil? Peace and love, everybody. Peace and love.
Oh, wow. Feel that love.
Oh, now.
Phil's off and around. Well, he's like a frog in water.
This this update on the StreamYard or whatever, man, if you don't talk long enough or hold the screen, it just goes blank.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
I'm just, I just hit the update yesterday.
Yeah,
so I guess the new update.
What is the update?
Yeah, for YouTube had an update.
Oh, YouTube.
On this app.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Look at this. It's just y'all see that red flashing every time. I saw that happen to Richard one time. I saw the red flash.
The red flash.
So if I turn my camera on, I'm out of here. Wait a minute.
If you turn your camera off, we can't see you. We can hear you, but you're not going to be on the screen. Phil has it on some setting. Wow. He has it on a setting that is camera only. You have to have a camera. I've seen people do that setting before. Look at that shit. Damn.
That's weird.
Yeah.
So it's all, that's new. That's the new.
Maybe it's not a setting. Maybe it's the new requirement. So everybody's forced to come up now. Yeah.
No, I was just on Greedy. It didn't happen on Greedy's panel.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just on Greedy's panel. It didn't require that. And I've heard some content creators say, yeah, you're gonna put on cam up, or we're just gonna hear your voice. We're not gonna see your avatar. So I know that's a setting on there somewhere.
I need to check it
Let's
out.
have a look.
Unusual, but yeah, no.
I'm gonna force everybody to come up from now on.
No, well.
No.
So I'm a did you decide on your poll what subject you were gonna cover? Because if you cover health and herbs, I'm right there next to you. Because that's my area of expertise.
Herbs
Is
or
health.
or
Health.
yeah, I'm doing both, but it was
Oh,
like 50-50 with esoteric and health or
dang,
herbs.
you know what? I should have logged on with my other account and voted with that one, and that would have broke the tie. Dang, I didn't even think of that.
But I'm doing both, so no
Oh,
problem.
okay.
Yeah. So how's everybody doing tonight? I just had to hop on to support, to support Phil since he.
I'm doing well. I thank you for asking. I hope you're well too. Did
Yes.
I find a channel called HOTC through you?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yes. What a
Yeah, that's
yes.
how I found HOTC through Alma too. He was in the chat.
Yeah.
Sharing.
Subscribe.
So somewhere in my sleepy state after the live stream yesterday, I got lost on that channel.
That's the one thing I like about having the wrench. You're able to just go to people's channels and just see what they're about, and
Right.
yeah, you're able to access.
Right.
Yeah, me too.
Hey, mic check.
Yep.
Mike, check.
Hi, Solomon. How are you?
Hey.
So I'm sure. So Alma made Phil nights. Look at him, can't stop smiling. What's up, man?
I love it.
You're playing the gooseberry there, McCoy.
I'm not gonna stay on long because it's 4 o'clock in the morning over here. But I need.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I had to.
So when do you sleep? So if I can ask, then what are your what? It's just random.
Yeah, like I only need like 4 or 5 hours. Then I'm Gucci. I'm good. Yeah, 4 or 5.
Hey, Amma.
Yeah.
Amma.
Yes.
Down here.
Yeah, I see you.
How you doing? You said 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning here, UK.
Yeah.
So whereabouts are you?
Oh, the Netherlands.
Oh. Yeah, they're having it pretty bad. How is it over in Holland? How is it? Because they were having much the same as like Canada were having, weren't they, with farmer issues and transport issues, etc.
Well, I don't really follow the news. It's what I catch on, if it's
you won't see it. Yeah, you won't see it on the news. You see it on the streets and on YouTube. It won't be on the television.
Yeah. Right.
Because I know they've got like an anti-nitrogen agenda in Holland, haven't they?
The what?
Anti-nitrogen agenda. Like the world has gone carbon footprint mad. Holland have gone nitrogen footprint mad, which is why they're sort of like culling a lot of the farmers' land, etc. That's your country. Yeah, the farmers have been in an uproar about it in Holland.
Yep.
That's what it's about. It's about they want to cut down on nitrogen, which is a byproduct of keeping cattle, for one thing. And the farmers aren't very happy about that, and neither would anybody else, because it's an attack on the food chain, isn't it? Again, but I know Holland are one of are at the forefront, government-wise, of again introducing measures to reduce the food supply. Really, it's an awkward one for me because I believe in animal rights. Animals are sentient beings, so for me, there's a good side to it, you know. But then
Yeah.
again, the replacement for it isn't good. You know, I'm not into fake meat or anything like that. But to suddenly plunge people into starvation because they've taken away the meat supply is, you know, that's not good management. That's not good people management, really. It needs to be something that's introduced slowly, or people need a more of an appreciation of what they're eating, you know, and don't be so greedy with food and meat, etc. So I'm sort of, it's a bit of an odd one for me. You know, I won't eat bugs. I'm a vegan,
Right.
you know, and vegans, you know, vegans like bugs' lives matter as well because without bugs, you know, they're all part of the ecosystem. So you know, I won't even be eating bugs, but or even definitely not lab grown meat, anything like that. But yeah, I got the 4 o'clock in the morning from you, and I thought, right, that's not over in the
Mm-mm.
Americas, so it's
Oh,
got to be the other way. Maybe France, maybe well, France is 1 hour in front.
yeah,
So you're sort of on the same timeline line as France, I guess.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm,
Lexi
uh-uh.
Broom. Do you reckon that if I just tried it, stop cam, and it takes your face off? Do you reckon this is a part of the agenda of facial recognition?
Ooh, yeah. Hmm.
Has it not dawned on anybody that is what it is?
But they said that when they forced us to wear masks, because then only your eyes are visible. So let's, because I don't have a car, so I'm used to taking the bus. But then it's
Yeah,
like, and they have cameras in the bus. So I'm sitting there and I'm looking at the camera. I'm like, oh wow. So that's why they
yeah,
it's like they're scanning your eyes now instead of
yeah.
because
There's a lot of things it's the face. They do facial recognition, which is everybody. Apparently, 8 billion people in the world, and everybody's face is different. There's different um, distances between the eyes, and you know, everybody's face is different. Mine changes because I've got an issue, so mine sort of changes day by day. But this is another recognition they've got, and it's gait, GAIT recognition. Now, your gait is the way
Mhm.
you walk. Yeah, you've heard of that. You
mm-mm.
know, everybody has got a specific walk. Some people might have knock knees and walk with a hunch.
Oh yeah,
Once they've got, once they've identified that your gait with you, it doesn't matter whether you wear a paper bag on your head.
yeah.
The way you walk down the street, as Richard there, look, cocky swine. Look how he, you know. So I try and mix up my walks. You know, I
You're a
flip my
funny
feet.
guy. I just can't stand here and hold this phone while I'm doing what I'm doing. Damn, what the hell this guy? Oh, the mic is on.
Yeah, you come through now, McCoy. Yeah. So, and they recently put these new cameras in my town. It's only a piddly little town. And I did a sort of video on it, but it's you know they're gearing up for this 15-minute cities. There's reports of a lot of kickbacks, but the infrastructure is all in place. All they got to do is upgrade the cameras to this new technology that can um, just recognize people. For people that have got some sort of uh, you know, people that carry their phone about immediately. That's Richard there because he's got his phone. That's one number in the whole world is his. You've got a phone. There's only one number in the world that's yours. Um, and that is, you know, they can triangulate your phone. They can triangulate your smartwatch. They can triangulate, you know, whatever other smart thing you got on. So the amount of the number of ways they can recognize people, but I got a feeling that this.
Oops.
They could do all the facial recognition they want to do. They can damn near put a camera follow me around. I ain't hiding from them punks, them cowards. They could take all their money, all their resources to track me. I'm that goddamn important.
Pardon me. I feel the same way.
They goddamn facial recognition. These people are some weirdos. They're some straight up weirdos.
They're looking for something.
Something or someone.
Yeah.
Something or someone. That's what I came to a couple years ago. I'm like, they putting all this energy. Because you know the Bible, as much as I say fuck the Bible and everything, I'm saying they have a lot of the stories they're saying in the Bible, they're repetitive. Okay, let's look at who was the first one? Abraham. Abraham was raised in the house that he was born to destroy, Nimrod. He was raised by Nimrod. He sat on Nimrod's lap, the king of Babylon, and he came and destroyed Babylon. Then you have who? Moses. Moses came to destroy Egypt and was raised in Egypt. Jesus came to do away with their system, and they had to, so it's like, and I think now America, wherever, I don't know, that's just a couple of years ago I had that research. I'm like, they're looking for someone, and it's gonna be something, but that's when my mind was solely just strictly focused on America. I didn't know this shit was ready to go global. Like that, we knew about the New World Order, and this was going to be a one world. I didn't know they were at that stage already, though. So, but at the time, so I'm only thinking America. Oh, you know what? The one who's coming to destroy America is going to be raised in America. But now with this whole global, see, this StreamYard thing keep going out, man. Yeah. But so I'm thinking, is that the repetitive story that they're looking for someone who they know is coming to destroy their system? I don't know. But what facial recognition? I mean, what is their obsession?
Control.
I think they can probably detect a lot more than our faces with their technology, Like I noticed just sitting here on the stream, the darker it gets at night, my light flickers, right? The LED light flicker on the camera picks it up, but my eye can't pick it up.
Yeah.
Right? Like it doesn't flicker it. Yeah.
Bex, let me add to that, Bex. They're working on 50 years from now. Today has already been done. They already have everything in order. They're working on 50. But go ahead, Richard. My bad. I just want to throw that in there.
No, you're not bad. Firstly, LED lights have got flicker rate. Now, our eyes don't pick it up, but if you've got a camera set to a certain resolution or whatever it is, it catches that flicker rate. I've noticed it on street lights and lights on the side of buildings, LED lights, but don't stare.
Are you talking about that our phones do this flickering? What are you talking about?
Everything's got a flicker, isn't it? Televisions
I saw a report about that. Our cameras especially iPhones, are taking pictures every 5 seconds, and that you can see the actual flash under a red light. What do you call that? Infrared light, or it's a red light, and you can see it. So I thought that's what you were speaking on. I'm a mute up.
Well, I'm specifically about LED lights. Now, one thing you shouldn't do is look at an LED light, because it actually burns the retina, which and the whole of Britain now is LED street lights. And this is information that has been out there for years. But don't stare at LED.
Wow.
Honestly, I did a video about it. What I know about LED lights.
Hold on, Richard, hold on. You're saying, that's why it's so dangerous. That's why they don't want us to connect. They don't want us. Because if you're Phil, man, that was my intro to Phil, was we were speaking on LED lights, because here in the US, they're phasing them out by August 1st. And by August 1st, and I know my enemy. They're not doing nothing just by chance. You know, it's strategic. And I looked up LED lights. They're not actual bulbs. They're a microchip.
Yeah.
That's not a bulb in that light bulb. That's a microchip that's lighting up your room. And so for them to make it mandatory and phase out, so basically they're going to have us cooking ourselves. Is that what you're saying? You better, man. LED lights are not safe. I hope you all have
No,
done research.
absolutely not. They burn
They
the
are
retina.
the worst. They are the worst thing you can do to your body. It's not the worst. Obviously, there's worse things. I'm saying they do terrible. LED does terrible things to your body. It is to
Absolutely.
disrupt your whole aura. Is what the LED's intention is.
There is that. There is that as well. But the primary thing I'm thinking of is the fact that they destroy eyesight. Now, if you're on the run or you're blind, what happens when you go blind? You're fucked. What are you going to do?
You're on it. That's why my children, I do not allow them to have a tablet. I do not have them on the phones, and I do not have them close to too much television because I know that I'm going to handicap them for the rest of their life when they lose their vision. So you're absolutely right, Richard. You're absolutely right. You look at the children. Look at the children that have tablets and stares at phones and see if glasses aren't following them.
I did a video. Have you heard of a guy called Mark Steele?
Is that aimed at me or Bex? Is that for Bex? Because no, I am not familiar.
Mark Steele.
I'm not familiar. No.
Well, he's been on the case for years. He's an ex-weapons expert, or not ex-weapons. He used to be in weaponry for the I don't know, the Secret Service or something. But he's one of the world's top experts on the technology, such as the old G-Wiz, 5G. That it is actually military-grade weaponry, the frequencies that they can attain. And he also highlighting the fact that the LED lights, and I actually had him on a live stream. So prior to him coming on a live stream to talk about LEDs, okay, I correlated a video. It was about 20 minutes long, something like that. But I'd done it about 2 years prior, and it just seemed like the ideal opportunity. Right, I'll correlate this because I was walking up the street one night, pitch black, about midnight, something like that. But I was walking up the road, and the birds were still twittering at 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning. Blackbirds, and you don't have blackbirds at night. And the LED lights were on, and my theory was that these birds had been of the belief that it was daylight, so they were twittering away. So I sort of investigated this, and first I came across your tablets. It's true. It's on this video. It's called LEDs, What I Know, or something like that. It is cruel, really, because they know the dangers. France, there's a university in France did research into eye damage from retinal damage from staring at LED lights. It burns the retina. So this guy Mark Steele came on my live stream talking about LEDs, the correlation between the LED streetlights, and some of them have got the capabilities for 5G on them, because 5G has only got a limited distance before it needs to connect with another 5G sort of source. A bit like, it's like joining the dots, really. So I don't know the distance. It might be, let's say, 500 yards. So they need a point every 500 yards for this 5G to work, and the LED lights are part of that. Okay. Now, unfortunately, on this live stream, Mark started rambling on about the medicine. Okay, the medicine in the spear, and that got me a strike. They took the video down. I still got it. I downloaded it before YouTube deleted it.
Great job.
But,
Great job. That was a great move. Thank you.
yeah, I'm gonna have to upload it. I'll probably upload it on BitChute. It's quite a long one, but it needs some editing out. There's a lot of ums and ahs in it. But this is what's coming. Their main weapon is the old G-Wiz. That's their main weapon, the G-Wiz. That's their weapon of control. Have you seen a film called In Time? Bex?
No,
Yeah,
I
that's with Justin Timberlake.
Justine Timberlake, yeah.
What's the name of
basically-
it? In time.
In time, and
In-
the summary of it is basically is
I'm gonna type-
people
I'm
are
gonna write
paid.
it down.
People are paid in time, right? So the richest
Yep.
person in the world has the most time, and in fact, the poorest person, has to just work to give their mom enough time to stay alive, right?
Oh wow.
And then there's different zones, right? So the poorest place doesn't really know that there's people that have like enough time to go on forever and ever and ever, right? But this guy just, someone goes down the ranks, crosses all the time zones to basically kill himself and give his time away to somebody else who happens to use it to basically like didn't happen in Fight Club, I think, but does happen in time where they fucking bust the system, right?
Yeah. I mean,
Very well done.
fundamentally, the guy, everybody, right. I'll run through. I've watched it. I've got it here, actually. I've watched it about 10 times. In Time, Justin Timberlake. Now, I've got, for anybody that isn't subscribed to me, if they go on my channel, there's like this little featured video. It's called The Fourth Industrial Revolution, and there's a link to a YouTube video of In Time. It's on YouTube. You can find it on YouTube. You don't have to pay for that one. And I've got a few dotted around links to the In Time. Now, the fundamental is people are born and they live up to the age of, I think, something like 20. Once they hit 20, they get this LED clock on his armlet. There's an LED clock. Yeah? There.
It's like a wallet for time.
It's not a wallet, it's like a wristwatch more than anything.
That's what I mean, though, like a
That's it, yeah.
like that. Yeah.
That's it. Once they get to, say, I think it's 20 or 25, something like that. Once they hit 20, this clock kicks in and they get a year to live. Now, money doesn't exist, which is what's coming, CBDC, central bank digital currency. That is probably the most exposing video of what is to come that I can think of. Okay? You go to work, you earn time. Okay? If you want to buy a cup of coffee, it costs you 5 minutes. And everything's done by scan. You scan. Now, as Bex said, there are zones. So you've got the poor zone, and everybody's scrabbling around for minutes and hours, and the odd day here and there. Prostitutes, they sell their body for time. So if two people hold hands, one of them can give time to the other person. So if I wanted to give £1 to a homeless guy, I'd just hold his hand and give him £1 that way. But it's all trackable.
Oh, you know what? I saw that movie. That's not a recent movie. That's an older movie then.
It's very old.
Okay. Oh yeah, I seen that. That was okay. So now look, see, they give us information way ahead. We can't apply it to our current times, but now looking back, they were telling us something amazing.
That's the way it is. And you can buy your way out of the zone, but it costs you time to get into a different zone. So you've got your zones, or you like your 15-minute cities. But right at the top of it is the guy that holds all the time, and he is pretty much the banker. Even like the tax collector, who seems like he's got a really easy job. He's kept on a leash. He's only got like a day, and then he's got to report back. You know, so the most trusted money man, well, we'll call it money man, currency man, they're all kept on a leash of time, apart from the aristocracy. They, you know, they might have 1,000 years to live, you know, 100 years to live. You've got 100 years, and then all you got to do is when you get down to 10 years, you just go, and they end up gambling with time. It's that is got to be the film of what we're in the process of happening now.
Well, and actually a big part of how I understand these stories to be, right? Like these enemies we have, these people that are here, you know, wearing our skin, for lack of a better way of putting it. And it is about our blood, which I think this morning I went on a rant. I don't know if I can find it again in my head, but like about our blood actually being the container of our souls. Like they've even told us, this is gonna be a hard one for people to swallow, that we're separate from ourselves, right? Like that this is our avatar or whatever, but this is who we are. This is our blood, is our spirit, I believe, right? And that there's some sort of
in the Bible, it does speak that life is in the blood. So yeah, that's another reference.
Yeah. And I would bet that there's information where basically that's our red goo, like the Earth's black goo or whatever, right? That's our transmission ability, right? Our DNA, I believe, is updated to the second. Every cell, every cell of every living creature on this planet has the plans, the blueprint to recreate life right till this moment, perhaps, right? And the difference the difference is who we are. The difference is me, right? The difference is what makes up the animal or the tree or whatever, and then everything else is the same, right? It might be written a different code because I don't need to know. My code doesn't have to carry, it just has to carry like a zip file for the earthworm. It doesn't have to understand, you know, so, but the earthworm has to carry other things as a zip file, and it has to have its bit that understands, right? Like, so when it comes down to what they've been doing or what people have even been doing, probably over time would be like I remember Naga talking about his you know, his taking, well, it being ritualistic to drink the blood of your grandfather, to carry his spirit with you, to walk, you know, with you. But that's same blood, right? Not different blood, right? So, and there, pardon?
You don't have to drink your grandfather's blood.
No, you wouldn't have to.
Grandfather's blood. It would be part of you.
Well, yeah, exactly. You wouldn't need to, but there may have been a time in the, I don't know, there may have been a time where
that was a good catch.
Cataclysmically, right? Yeah, you wouldn't have to eat it. You're right. And in fact, blood, that was what we used to do, some sort of ritualistic blood brothers, blood sisters. When we were kids, we used to poke our fingers and touch our blood to one another. That might have been some information sharing beyond scientific immunity, right? Which we already know is pretty much kind of like not what they've told us it is, right? So, so I think that if you go with the sort of vampire werewolf analogy, right? So you got the vampires that they need to feed on something, and they've told us that they're immortal, whether they do feed or don't feed, actually, kind of, right? Like we know that vampires get unwell and weak, but they don't die without the blood or something, you know, like, I don't know. The only way the vampires can die is through the stake through the heart or whatever, the other things, right? Then there's the werewolves, which are like the shapeshifters, but those two can breed, right? Those two can breed with one another, you know, and someone can voluntarily, for instance, give their blood and become a vampire, right? Or they can feed off the humans they feed off of, right? So I think there's something like, I think that I think that there's an immortal gene, an immortal human gene that they've been feeding off of, right? Because of that immortal feeding gene, it may be that it's sort of Wi-Fi connected through us, right? Through us in a way that as soon as someone's being, say, fed off of, right, then we're all dying somewhat, because that immortality may be something that's sacred or something, you know what I mean? Like, and
Mm.
again, I might be getting too far-fetched, but it's almost like that, you know, they need that stuff, right? They need that from us. I don't think they would feed us human meat. I don't think we can eat it. I think we'd get really fucking sick. You know, I really do.
Yeah.
I think that, and it's too precious to them, right? If they do, you know, it's too valuable. So I think all of that's just a rumor. And so anyways, there's just, I think there's something in this, in our blood that is more like the black goo but on the good end, right? You could actually, if they can hack it, then you can like really hack it back. Couldn't you? Like if you really knew. Anyways, I'm getting sidetracked. I'll pass the talking stick over.
Well, you passed it over. I wonder if I'm meant to respond to that. Wow. Well, adrenochrome, that's your blood.
Yeah.
Cannibalism is. I mean, whether it's a fallacy or not, you know, apparently it sends people mad.
Well, that's where I'm saying. So only people that could do it aren't human, right? Or aren't of what they're eating. Let's just say aren't the same blood of what they're eating, right? But if over time they've converted too many people to be like them through the bite of the vampire, let's say, rather than through farming, right? Then they would. Now, I don't think they can continue. I think now they've tainted their own. They've tainted their own. They've shot where they're going to eat. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
you know.
Own food. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they're collecting children.
Well, and maybe that's also why maybe we're on the outside, right? We're the descendants of mixed people, right? That they knew they couldn't feed off of on some front, but what they didn't know is that mixed and mixed could make pure, right? And maybe they're out here looking for pure bloods again to make sure that they don't lose control of their stock, right? Like, you know, through the sin, through some sort of like, you know, that's what I think. I think sin is some sort of tainted blood. It's not. It's not a behavior.
What they've actually done is they've tainted the blood of a lot of the population of the world. With recently, apart from some people that have resisted. My blood type is. Yeah.
What if that's? Pardon?
I'm trying to find what my Rhesus D negative. So I'm one of those rare blood groups.
I don't know. I'd have to pull out my baby albums.
Yeah. But this is something that they used to do in Britain decades and decades ago. They used to match couples before they got married to have children, just to see whether their blood was compatible with each other. Now they don't bother with it. Now it's a baby's with who you want. So it might well be a part of a destructive agenda.
I looked at a book when I was years ago. I have a book called Psychic Discoveries Behind the Iron Curtain. And I have never read it. It's very technical, but I have it and it's very good. And I should give it back to Michael Fudd. Psychic Discoveries Behind the Iron Curtain. But one day I picked up a book on a friend's shelf that was called Astrological Birth Control. And the Astrological Birth Control book had very many cross-references with the same sort of scientists as it actually referred the Psychic Discoveries Behind the Iron Curtain, or like it felt legit is what I'm trying to say. It was legitimized through other books I'd seen. And in this Astrological Birth Control, there's an angle that you have between the sun and the moon when you're born here based on your location, right? Just like the like deep astrological charts will give you. But that angle is, so for a woman, that angle as she gets older and into her reproductive years, that angle is imperative for prime reproduction. Like typically that's when so if you move somewhere, that's why your cycle changes, because it'll change to adjust to the angle between the sun and the moon based on the time of day and place where you were born, which can be recreated somewhere else, but it adjusts, right? And then same with Same with the men. There would be a perfect angle between the sun and the moon for the optimal reproduction. And so it was saying that in older practice time, people who wanted to have babies together that's one of the things that they would do, is to check the charts and see if you could. Some people couldn't. That was one way that they would keep the, say, incidence of mutations, like hair lips or something like that. You could keep that completely out of your population based on this astrological birth control practice. And that angle could be adjusted. So people that weren't prime mates, right, could be adjusted, but it was like very selective times of year, and they might have to go somewhere to actually reproduce, or else should be really careful if their angles were not compatible. So there's that.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
So just to bring it back to topic, because Phil isn't here, I was going to say the sun simulator would clearly interrupt that.
Wow. There's no. Oh, here's another one. This is one of my most favorite lines of all time. Have you seen that one?
Oh, V is for Vendetta?
Yeah.
I have, but I don't remember it as well. I think I own it as well.
I can't remember that one myself. I don't remember.
The best line in this, there's some really fantastic. The poetry in this is absolutely superb. But the best line in this is, there is no such thing as coincidence, only the illusion of coincidence.
Well, I was thinking about coincidence this morning, because coincidental means happening at the same time. Actually, technically, that's what coincidental means. So when people say there's no such thing as coincidence, you're right, because things happen at the same time. So actually, everything is coincidental if you're talking about the same moment in time, right? So nothing is coincidental, and everything is coincidental almost means the exact same thing, because people are saying it's not by coincidence. It's a divine plan, let's say. It's like there's a reason for everything, right? Well, what I'm saying is everything is, right? When you're saying everything is coincidental, you're saying, oh, everything is, and it's still saying it could still be saying it's divine. I don't know. It's just a funny.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've got, I can add to that. There's no such thing as coincidence, only the illusion of coincidence. And this is, coincidence is God's way of remaining anonymous. Malibu gave me that one. Coincidence is God's way of remaining anonymous. And I thought, brilliant. And then I slept on it, and I was like, yeah, I love that. I got to remember that. And then, boom. Coincidence is God's way of remaining anonymous, unless, of course, you know God, and then you know it's not anonymous. It is divine.
Exactly.
Like you, all right, coincidence about the same subject matter with two people either side of the world talking about the same thing on the same day, the same topic. Is that a coincidence? Yeah. There's a synergy between everybody that Phil, the panels I've seen Phil on, yourself, London Man, a lot of people in my chat when I'm doing live streams, there's a synergy between every single one. And to me, it's like God is saying, right, you lot, you got to get together somehow.
Yeah.
And this is it. This is the way I see it. People say, oh, we got no chance. We got no hope. Listen, we got beacons of light being the truth, light being that spiritual awareness. We're not 9 to 5 people. We're not telewatchers. There's more to life than the rat race, etc. But life, this is why I say God has been working so hard the last 3 years to bring a synergy with what's happening. Like, for example, your revelation. He forced everybody, small and great, rich and poor, free and safe, to receive a mark, so they won't be able to buy or sell. Now, that synergy with, or coincidence with, the central bank digital currency, you won't be able to buy or sell unless you've got the technology to conduct commerce. You know, it's a double-edged sword, and God's plan to expose the agenda of the last 3 years. Now, I knew in 2019, at the beginning of 2019, on my Facebook, and it's still up there, the banner on the top of my Facebook, which I haven't used for a long time, but in 2019, New Year's Day 2019, about 12:10, my banner was "Revolt for your leisure and pleasure," and there's a lot of script under it. And basically, we knew then about Agenda 21. Prior to Agenda 21, we got 2020, which is perfect vision for the all-seeing eye. I knew something was going to happen in 2020. Boom, and it did. And it happened. I was up in North Wales on the week before New Year of 2020, and on the news, I didn't got a television, but I was with my beloved, my ex-wife, but we're still friends. She's a telly addict, and on the television was the reports of what was happening in China with this illness. And I thought, right, I know what's happening. Something's happening, and it's to do with that in 2020. But as soon as 2020 came, they had to make a move because of the all-seeing eye, 2020 vision, perfect vision for the old oculists or occultists. So as soon as 2020 came, I was not shocked. I was not surprised. I was shocked at what happened, how they shut the world down. But I was prepared for something, and as soon as it come up, the eve of 2020, I thought, right, this is it. This is their move. They've got a year to implement something leading up to Agenda 21, 2021, and then 21, boom, 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 boom. They say the next milestone is Agenda 2030, which they brought forward to 2025. This zero carbon emissions, and they're sort of playing around with these things. But they work in increments of years. Every year is a different number. 2023 is your 322. This year, I think, is a massive year. Towards the end of the year, the old Achu season, you know, October, November, I think something massive is going to hit the world. It will be a real one this time, a real illness. I think it will be linked with the old G-Whiz, because the symptoms of the G-Whiz, radiation poisoning, which you get from phones, but those frequencies are in the air. Even if you ain't got a phone in your house, those frequencies are there. They're zooming around.
When you say hit, you said you think something's going to hit the Earth. What'd you say?
No. Something's gonna not hit the Earth. Something's gonna
have an effect on the Earth. You say?
Well, there's going to be a new illness.
A new illness.
Like yeah, and you know, like the illness we've been living through for the past 3 years.
Oh, so you're saying it's gonna? Yeah. Oh, yeah. We know they're gonna continue this till 2030. They don't do this.
No. 2030 is a red herring, McCoy. Do you think they're going to wait until 2030?
No, I said they're going to be doing it. They're going to be doing it until like from here till 2030. They're going to continue to just sell that whole, boosted up. No, okay. No. Let's go.
They can do it like that. They can do it like that. They shut the world down like that. They've got what we are now: May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. So we got 7.5 months. They got 7.5. They got more than half a year to finish introducing their digital currency. We got no choice. They just got to flick a switch, like they did with television. They went from analog television to digital television. Like that. We couldn't say, no, I'll stick with my old cathode ray tube, thank you very much. No, we got no choice, because it's all about the signal. So they can switch, just flip. The bankers can just say, right, ding.
Well, I would say that if there was a good banking system in this world, okay, if we could have a good banking system in this world, it would be such that, we all have the money in the bank, and on the first day of the new banking system, you go to work, and at the end of the day, you get paid as much money as the person who made the most money in the day. They won for the day. Jeff Bezos won for the day. Okay, now everybody's bank account set up to Jeff's. Okay, now people are
Yeah.
like, oh, that doesn't make any sense, Rebecca, because then a loaf of bread would cost like $1 billion, right? We're like, yeah, but we have it, right? Who cares about inflation, right? So just go to work the next day, right? It's okay. Jeff can keep winning. We don't care. We don't care. He can keep winning. It's fine, because very quickly you realize you don't need money in that system. As soon as you have that system, you don't need money in that system, right? So that's God's step in the system. So that would be a digital currency. That would be the only way we could actually manifest that. I mean, there is enough gold on the planet, but we don't need to turn it all into coins. It's not fair to the gold.
Right.
So you're saying in that system, the money wouldn't have really much value. Go ahead, Richard. That's what you're saying, huh? If
Well, it
everyone
would
had,
devalue itself instantly. But people who don't understand how it worked, like people who need the adjustment time, you'd still be ordering on Amazon and prices would go up, but you'd look in your bank account. You got to fucking Google today. It doesn't matter because, everybody's bank accounts just keep resetting, right? Just keep resetting to the highest, right? And it changes the nature of competition altogether. You're just there to perform. Sorry?
That's that film, In Time.
Yeah.
What's our most important currency? It's our time and our energy. Our time and our energy. We spend our time learning a trade.
what was your original question? What was the question? What is our most what?
What's our most precious currency?
It's our time.
We exchange our time and our energy for a bag of worthless money. Really, it's just got a number printed on it. Yeah, but that is representative of our time. That's a pound coin, English pound coin, British pound coin. Still got the Queen on the back. Yeah, just for those that ain't seen an English pound coin. That is representative. Let's say I earn £1 an hour. That is representative of £1 of my life. So if we did away with that, can I still buy stuff? Yes, I can. I can buy stuff with my time and my energy. So I can, if I wanted a pound of potatoes, I go and earn a pound of potatoes with my time. I mean, and this is the thing. We've been conditioned, humanity has been conditioned into that consumerism. So this phone here, everybody wants things they don't need. Like,
I want to cruise. I want to go on a cruise. I want everybody on the planet to be able to go on a cruise, right? Like, cruise ships are good. We don't have to do away with cruise ships just because we want to go back to nature. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying that we've also been conditioned to think that this going back to what we know to achieve our best ability as poor people, okay? Because we're so resourceful. We're so resourceful. We know we can live with so little. We're so anti-consumerist, out of thrift. It's like
Bex, you ain't poor.
No, I understand that. I'm talking about money, though. I'm just saying, like, I know I'm not poor, right? But I'm talking about the resourceful ability of my stance against these fucking rapist bankers, pardon my language, right? My whole fucking life, right? Like, like my whole life, right? So I had an education, right? I could have used it. I could have been making hundreds of $1,000s a year working for the government, but I don't, right? Like, I didn't take the education to get a better job. I was happy being a waitress, right? I wanted to be a mother. Like, I wanted to break bread with the people. The only jobs I've ever done are that of what I would do if I was a parent, And I went to school to answer those questions. Like, why do mommy and daddy got to go to work? Why both people got to go to work, right? Like, I studied economics, I sat there as a little rebel in the system who wasn't in environmental economics, rebelling against the one class they had to take, right? Like I tried to, I did very well, but my teachers needed to coach me through those basic assumptions every day for 6 years, right? Because it just wouldn't sink in, right? I'm like, no, they're not right. It's not right. It's not right. It's not right. But and that's why I'm saying, like, we romanticize the past, like we even know what the truth of the past was. You know what I mean? We research and we find little bits of the truth that we think we know to be true, when in fact we have to assume that even then they were lying, and try and glean and discern the truth from that. So, you know, my motto of the week is I don't want to romanticize the past any more than I want to doom and gloom the future, right? Same reasons I didn't get a high paying job and I don't have a mortgage, right? So I'm not paying for the past and saving for the future, right? You know, so that's where this like idea. So if we know they're rolling out something, for instance, and let's say most of what they do is a subconscious attack on us. We know the 5G is physical, but we're too used to separating our physical from our spirit, right? That is physics. Right? Our spirit is our body right now. That is one thing, right? So if they are attacking us on some front, let's assume we know it's spiritual, and that what they're doing is forcing that kind of separation between what we know our bodies and our spirits are. And maybe it's like a subconscious thing, right? So they've taken control of our subconscious on a level that maybe that's what we're doing together here, is we actually build on a real subconscious level. Once you've watched someone's I just know as a not a content creator, but as someone who watches people and can binge watch them to get to know them, right? Just like a Netflix, like I'll just like put on 1.5 speed and just watch them all, right? And then I feel like that actually builds like a Wi-Fi connection to that person, right? So that we're thinking together, you know, like. And so I just think that if we're talking about what they can do to us, right? We know that they've been building for, like we know these light bulbs have been boosting up their signal. Then isn't there a way that if we're like, there must be a way that that we can weaponize, for lack of, and I mean that with no threat. Okay, I just mean that utilize, right? You know, their own system back at them, right? Like, to like spread some sort of subconscious message to other people. Like, I don't know. I see my mom, you know, I see my mom watching a bunch of Kelly J. Keane. I don't know how she came across her, but you know, my mom's a very conservative woman. Like, she's definitely like a pro-Trumper. You know, if she was in the States, she would have been. And up here, that's rare, even in this liberal market, right? So, you know, we don't have the same parties up here, but the liberals are basically the Democrats and the conservatives are basically the Republicans. But my mom, you know, I'm just saying, on some fronts where you'd think people are just totally, you know, they've been toeing the line, right? Being all like, oh, maternal, love everybody. These kids are going to kill themselves, you know? Suddenly she's like, I'm not calling anyone. I'm not taking this baby stuff anymore. Anyways, people are waking up, I think, right? Like, and if there is some sort of tracking device or some sort of like nano bot or something in these people, you know, that that could harm them, then couldn't our well wishes, you know, flip that over and make them our bionic. Like, I'm not trying to, you know, I'm just trying to be optimistic, right?
Or frequency and
No,
vibration.
that's okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go, McCoy.
I was going to quickly add that, you know, they say we can do anything as long as we put our minds to it. So therefore, I mean, if we all put our minds to it.
Yeah.
It's happening. This is the thing about things like prayer, like the Muslims. Okay, if you look at the Muslims, they call a prayer 5 times a day, all at the same time. What energy? What collective energy is that generating? The same as go to a rock concert. If you've got 10,000 people at a rock concert, all praying in that energetic way, okay, all with the same mindset of whatever it is, rage or, you know, whatever the concert is. That is one synergetic energy from, you know, 5,000 people, 10,000 people. So this is why I think it's crucial. Well,
I learned that they say that when people sing together, their heartbeats synchronize. And when I did stand-up comedy, you know, there's a few types of comedians, and I'm a storyteller, right? I'm a truth talker, right? And it's so absurd, my truth and the way I tell the story, that people can't believe it's true, right? So it's really funny. You know, it's like George Carlin was. He wasn't a comedian. He was a truth talker, right? And he just weaved the truth in a humorous, absurd way, so people took it, right? You know, but my point is that when I got people laughing about something that was like, because I would go up there with the idea to teach. If you're taking the humanity out of my 10-minute story to give me a 3-minute set where I got to perform, I'm going to make sure that, you know, that you're going to get a lesson out of me. It's not just to make you laugh, right? So,
Absolutely.
you know, so
Yeah.
and to make you question something. And I had to learn to pause for a long time, because people can get it, but my jokes were really smart, or my comments, my one-liners, to make sure I owned what I'd chosen, right? So I wasn't a bitter trope up there, like talking shit about men. I was up there talking about my choices, right? What did I do to me? What was I doing? Right. But my point is, when people laugh together, and they laugh when they're not supposed to, and they clap authentically, you know, it comes out in the laughter. It's even more powerful than singing, I would say, because it's a unit.
100% agree with you, Bex. 100%. 100%. And this is what I've said again. God has brought us here. Philip up there. Praise Philip. Thank you, Philip, for this. You know, London Man's brought a load of people in together with one energy, and that energy is love. And when a negative force comes in, it's like, I liken it to like children in the classroom. You got, and I say this all the time, you got 30 children in the classroom, and they're all having fun, and then the classroom bully walks in. The whole class turns to that negative element, because the children don't know how to handle that single negative element. They're not mature enough.
Or experience.
Well, mature or experience, yeah.
Or experience, yeah.
Or experience, yeah. Or educated in how to not to just rebuke evil or negativity, but to also try and embrace it. Because if that one person that's a bully steps into that room, there's a reason why that bully is a bully. Now, it might be lacking love. The child might be lacking the experience of love. So if the whole group got together and invited this bully in, come on in, just join us. That's a sort of way that positive energy can be harnessed to affect change. And it does happen.
I would say, in a perfect world, yes. Although I know, looking back on my childhood, I would say I grew up with a lot of people from that, you know, they've been mixed amongst us for so long that rites of passage amongst their initiation rituals begin in elementary school and high school, right? So some of these people,
you were talking about immature human beings that aren't mature of that experience. We are now at that mature stage where we've learned, we've observed, we've listened to other people's experiences. We've pretty much fathomed out that, you know, there's sort of like a fundamental line. There's you know,
that comment is what made me laugh. No disrespect, Bex. When you were talking and I laughed out loud, I read that comment. So that's what made me laugh. It was nothing that I was, you know.
Which comment?
No, the one that he has pinned now. But I had went into the chat, and the one that says, "I'm not going to lie, I laughed."
It's part of that.
It just caught me off guard. I wasn't expecting. So that's what made me.
Okay.
And I guess while I'm at it, I'll say, "What's up to Joe Cool in the chat? Salute, peace."
But this is the thing.
Phil's back, is he?
Phil's
Yeah,
back with an emoji.
he figured out a way to keep our avatars up there, so I don't have to hold this phone and get the camera on. So that's good. But go ahead, Richard. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, all I'm saying is, there's leaders and there's followers.
But there's
if you stood on a stage, Bex, and you've stood in front of an audience,
Mhm.
and done your thing, you're there. You're a leader, and if your narrative is righteous, you're there as a beacon. Honestly, you're there as a beacon. I'm a shy kind of guy. I really am shy. I don't like being the center of attention at all. But if I got something to share that I think will benefit somebody, I ain't going to shut up about it.
Mm.
The same as you up there, McCoy. You got children. It's in your interest, and I know it. You've already said it about protecting your children. And parents. They most of them, honestly, they ain't got a clue what's happening. But it takes people that have respect in their community, aka elders, community elders, village elders, those that people look up to, not stand for election. Oh, vote for me, or my name's Richard, vote for me. No, people will come to me if they respect me and to ask my opinion. It's as simple as that. Same as they will do with you, with anybody. If you're respected, if your opinion is valued and respected, you don't need to ask to be spokesperson. People will just come and say, Richard, what do you think of this? And I'll say, well, no, that's a good idea. That's a brilliant idea. Let's do away with this let's even do away with your money system, the current money system. Keep the money, keep their tokens of exchange, their barter tokens. But just get away with the system that controls the money. Things like people like Jeff Bezos. This is the thing. Without the people that are working for Jeff Bezos, I got a theory about, and it's the practice in my business that I've used when I've employed people, is I give them a share of the profits. I make them feel they'll have a standard wage, which is ain't a bad wage.
All jobs should be profit sharing.
Well,
I agree.
In an ideal world, absolutely that.
Yeah, as long as it's net profit, though. Yeah, definitely.
Exactly, of course. And
Oh, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. But this is the thing. This is what a lot of employers don't do, is they don't appreciate their workforce enough to entice them with that payment of a bit of money to say, listen, I really value you. Have an extra tenner, have an extra 20 quid, have an extra $100 in your paycheck this week or this month.
No, that's not the capitalistic way of thinking. Not at all.
No, it's not. I know that. But there's two types of capitalism. There's American capitalism.
That's what I'm talking about. The wickedest capitalism probably on earth, right?
Absolutely. And prior to the 1980s,
I'm all like, oh, I really don't like it when people shit talk my neighbors. I'm like,
well, I'm here. I'm living it.
I'm
here. I'm living it. This is Babylon. This is Sodom and Gomorrah.
It is here too. It is here too. And that's why I'm saying, like, that what I was trying to say earlier, and I love how much you love everyone, Richard. I really do. Like I was there. I was learning everything so I could stand there in front of God at the end of time and be like, everybody gets to go. Everybody gets to come, right? That's the heart of who I am. But I have learned in the last 3 years, no, right? They don't, right? There's people that have infiltrated our society, right, since the outset, right? And they've raised their children to be bullies who cannot be called out, who will not be shamed, right? They won't be. They weren't then. They still were. Some of them are still my Facebook friends, these frauds, right? They're frauds, right? Telling me that they're a woman like me, making me feel like I'm insufficient. Meanwhile, they couldn't have their children without a fertility clinic, if you know what I'm saying. You know, like seriously, right? Like they have been, and they're so used to it. There's so many generations into this that they've got us fucking so duped that they get together and they say their prayers, right? And they pray to their whatever names, right? And they do their circles around their things, and they think they're doing good, but they're being abused. Their belief is being abused by the very highest leaders of their churches. They have infiltrated every fucking church on the planet, right? There is not one that hasn't been tainted at the top, right? So, you know, and some of them, many of them know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly who they're worshiping, and they know why they have material wealth on this planet, right? And they've taken their role in their little pyramid, and they just go to their fucking exotic resorts, and they call their sister once a fucking year and whatever, you know? But the fact of the matter is like, for the sake of those children, right, they could be called out, like what happened, you know, like what's been happening on McLovin's channel, right? It's a beautiful thing. You know, it's a beautiful thing, right? And I was actually giving the wrong credit to the wrong person, right? Like Bernie, okay, Bernie was someone who stood up and said something was wrong, right? He's the guy who caused the change, right? He's the guy that caused the connect, right? If somebody loses, you know, and somebody else came forward and admitted to doing something wrong and apologized, that's the only thing we can do. Right? We can't rewind time yet, right? So we have this moment of humanity that allows us to be authentic, allows us to admit our disappointments in one another, right? Without being from a position of authority, right? And in that process, we learn and we grow we learn to grow and learn about one another, right? But but the enemy, okay, is here, right? Like they are, right?
The enemy.
You know, they're here, right? And what they're doing is wrong, you know. And so,
if you take if you take somebody like Bill Gates,
oh, I hate that name. Oh my gosh. Go ahead. I'm so sorry. It just.
Yeah, I've just got to raise this guy because he is the epitome of what a lot of people would call evil,
wickedness. Yes.
But if you look at his father. He was. No, I'm not making any excuses for him.
Eugenics.
I think he was into eugenics. Now, Bill is a product. He's been squeezed out of a tube, nurtured, introduced to what is right in the eyes of his father. Okay.
My dad's a psychopath too, right? His son's a psychopath, right? Many of his sons are psychopaths. Even a couple of his daughters might be, right? You know, they think I am. They think I'm the narcissist, right? Like I'm just saying, in their story, I'm the bad guy, right? Like, so I'm just saying that, you know, he's got to be held accountable. If I'm held accountable for decisions the court mandated my parents made me do when I was 12 years old or 10 years old, pick a parent, 8 years old, whatever the age was, right? You know, and I'm still, and in their system, I'm held accountable for that, right? Like, you know, so at what point, so if I'm held accountable for things that I've been doing even since I was an adult, let alone what they've superimposed back on me as a child, right? Then they don't get the ticket. You know, Bill doesn't get a ticket just because he doesn't get a free ride, right? Like, you know, you are,
We got until the day we die to repent and come clean, basically.
Yeah, I feel like if you were to go up to Bill Gates and say, "You wicked, evil, coward, pervert, motherfucker," he would smile and say, "Oh, thank you."
Exactly.
That punk would say, "Thanks, I appreciate that."
Well, and just because he was trying to please his daddy, like that guy has.
No, I'm not on about him. I'm not on about him wanting to please his daddy. It's nothing to do with his daddy. He within his, and I'm not defending him. He's not probably. There's a list of people that I think are all at the top of this list. Okay, there's a lot of them. Okay, that are, you know, you probably, if I rattled off 5 of them, you say, yeah, he's at the top of my list as well, and him, and him, and him, and him, and her, and him. Um, you know, it's a club, and we ain't in it. To go back to George Carlin,
And he was though. He was in it,
he's
right?
and you know,
There ain't one of them that isn't.
so perhaps they've had some sort of psychological experiment or some psychological what's the word?
I don't know
When
how
you,
to
what's the
describe
word
it.
when you get not experiment when somebody's operation? He's had a psychological operation done
Oh,
on him.
psyop. Yeah,
Yeah.
psyop. Okay, got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, a psyop. From the day he was born. Forgive them for they know not what they do. But there's gonna come a point when they need to see the light. They need to see the light in the error of their ways. If that doesn't happen, which I don't think it will
Yeah.
with these people, because
I'm
there are
sorry, that's
this
why I laughed, but I, I don't think it'll happen.
well,
Yeah.
I don't think it'll happen as well. And do I want it to happen? I want it to happen now.
It would be great if it happened, because maybe, not maybe, all this would go away, but
Well,
it's
if they,
just.
you know, with all that combined money they've got, you know, you're talking, what could they do? They could just the great reset should be right. Everybody stick all, yeah, right. Let's all stick our money in the big pot in the middle, and I'll stick my free pan 82. There you go. Bill Gates, you can stick your 200 billion. Jeff Bezos, you can stick your 500 billion. Now, to me, I used to think that was socialism. Everybody had
Who's that
an
other
equal
one?
share of the
Elon
pie.
Musk. Elon Musk, throw his
Elon Musk,
whatever.
King Charles the Third.
The Saudi
Yeah.
Prince, Arabia, and all them.
Yeah, you know.
Saudi.
I went off.
Um,
I did the math actually. I did the math when everyone was talking about universal basic income. And
yeah,
so I
yeah,
went out into the world and I figured out that we had to get, I can't remember, but it was like 500, we had to get 5.6 100 millionaires or thousand or 5.6 or no, I needed a million 5.6 billionaires. That's all I needed was 1,000,000 5.6 billionaires to put $150,000 back in everybody's pockets. Right? Like I can't
yeah,
remember what it was. I'd done some simple math where I was like, and then I went looking. I went looking, see how much the Queen is worth, how much the Vatican's worth, how much it's banker's best guess is all they'll give you. Well, a banker's best guess. It's always net worth, just so people understand, right? It's net worth, not gross worth for these fuckers anyway, right?
yeah,
So, and then you got to add in countries like Turkmenistan, okay? I even picked on Turkmenistan because they have all this beautiful resources and they don't share it with their people, right? The country's half empty and lots of poor people there, and they're like getting all this money for oil, right? So, you know, you call it socialism, call it whatever you want. Everybody on this planet should be paid the same amount of money, whatever they fucking do. Okay? So that's just the way it should be, right? Then nobody would become a doctor that didn't have the idea of people's wellness in their hearts. Right?
on.
Like seriously, no one could be bought out over somebody else, right? No one would be stealing from one another, right? Like there's absolutely, I don't care what ism they want to call it. You know, there's no reason. As soon as you start paying one nation more money than another nation right beside it, the business goes to the cheaper nation, right? That's just the way basic economics works, right? As soon as you have a for-profit jail system in your country, right, which replaced the slavery actually, right? It's actually probably what helped them tell the narrative of the slavery the way they did, you know. But that being said, you know, as soon as you have a for-profit prison system, now you've fucked your minimum wage, right? Because those people are working for pennies on the dollar without even shipping it out to another country, right? So, you know, it's like,
I'll say this. I'll say, if we were to come into the truth and have the right knowledge of ourselves, I think the value of money would hold as much as a hammer and a wrench in a toolbox.
Exactly.
It'd just be seen as a tool.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's dang, this phone is, this whole new system is, so yeah, you know, just to, not to, but I think that would do away with the whole money. You know, it's a distraction. This whole money system is, well, look, it's back to what Richard said earlier, in the fact that time is the currency, really. And what do they say? Time is money. You know,
Time
there's
is money. Yeah,
time is money. So it's like, I think that if once we get coming to the truth and awareness and knowledge, the whole values and standard is just, their whole system is over with. I
absolutely.
mean, okay, so Bex, you're saying that everyone has the same income, even though everyone might not be doing the same amount of work or contributing the same amount. I mean, how would that work?
This is the new system.
I'm just saying no man's blood or sweat or training is worth more than another man's time. Over time, right? Even a layman becomes so skilled at what they do. Even a cashier standing somewhere bagging those groceries like this faster than any new person can, knowing the codes that they know in their head, right? There's like there's value, you know, to our knowledge. You call the residential tenancy branch and you get someone sitting there like a computer. Oh, according to section 10.2 of peaceful enjoyment, brrr, straight out of their fucking brain, right? Like that's such a waste of their life energy. Like I'm just saying, so as soon as we had that system, we would be quickly readjusting to the idea of what needs to be paid anyway, right? Like I'm just saying, you wouldn't need accountants the same way. You wouldn't need taxation the same way, right? If you, well, you could have that just come out of everybody the same way, right? Like it's
What
like
does,
it's just like
what does taxation do? It pays for services. Simple as that. That's all
it
it
gives
does. It
people,
pays
you
for
know what it
services.
does too, though? It gives people an excuse to not do anything about fucking homelessness except for change the name from hobo to unhoused. That's what taxation does, right?
This is the thing. All men are created equal. Aren't they?
Bex
All
Like,
men
is
oh,
are
look,
dropping them
we're much better
lines,
because
boy.
we're politically correct about it now. Meanwhile, they're like fucking crackhead, you know, and you'll assume that unhoused person is a crackhead, right? You know, like it's
Yeah, but
it's
this is the
ridiculous,
thing.
right? Like the language, anyways.
This is the
I
thing.
think.
Why?
Oh, go ahead, Richard. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I still work with them. I still do outreach. I do like I'm a freelance outreacher. I just go out now. But I've worked with the homeless. I've worked with what they call them,
I eat breakfast with them every day.
DMOBs, people that have come out of the army. I teach stonemasonry, so I've had all sorts of people have like come through my doors, and I'll give them a mallet, and I'll teach them a little bit of stonemasonry. Some of them have gone on to learn it, but primarily everybody needs an opportunity. Now the homeless people are homeless for a reason, and if you backtrack, if you follow the paper trail, you will discover that everything is the government's fault. Criminals are criminals because of the government.
Well, I mean, the root of the word. I mean, they're controlling the minds. So, I mean, of
Yeah,
course, yes. Governmental. So they're the
yeah,
ones that's shaping and forming us into being
absolutely.
who they. Yeah. So, no, definitely.
So
On
if we
that
go
note, I
back,
did.
if we go back through time, go back through the generations, Let's go back 500 years, okay? Everybody had a role to play in society. If somebody said to me, Richard, right, everybody's got to do something in the community. Everybody isn't equal. We haven't got anybody to sweep the streets. We don't need anybody to sweep the streets because we've all grown up and nobody litters anymore. All right, so we're talking about the leaves then. We need somebody to sweep the street. I'll do it. I'll say, listen, I'll derive joy out of sweeping the streets. Whatever job you give me, I'll derive joy out of it. That's just who I am. But digging holes, cleaning windows, baking bread, whatever it is, building houses, preferably. But everybody, and if we go back to that utopian idea, everybody will have a role to play in society, and they're brought up from childhood, being introduced to different tradespeople. Oh, Jimmy's dad is a bricklayer. Jimmy's dad, if this little Johnny is interested in bricklaying, Jimmy's dad will just say, "Oh, come and have a work with me for a day." That's the way it will be. That's the way it's been in the past. That's the way it will be in the future. But humanity needs to hit rock bottom.
Well, I mean, you get rid of the circus and entertainment, and
I
everyone
am
actually
so.
does.
Entertainment.
No, I said if you get rid of the circus and the entertainment, we would actually go back to being productive.
That's
You
the
know,
thing, yeah.
because remember, they're distracting us with circus and entertainment so that they can, you know, because I mean, we're growing up to be basketball. Well, we're striving to be in the NBA and NFL, and those aren't really actual life skills. To, you know, to sit in
Yeah.
the so it's what you're speaking on are life skills that would build. We would be actually working with the earth and building.
Yeah.
And you know, the way the lifestyle they got us living, we're just living a dream. Everything is damn near
Yeah.
entertainment.
Entertainment. The
Yeah,
sort of, you know,
it's
the sort of
crazy.
thing you could go. I could go to. I haven't been in a pub for years actually. But you can go in a pub and people sit there twanging away a guitar. They don't want money for it. They don't want, you know, they'll sit there. But during the daytime, they go and they do a job. It's the entertainment industry, the most profitable industry to get into, is, you know, it's entertainment. It's not a proper job. It's not, is it? Unless you've got a drummer, if you think, oh, right, we've got 100 people, we're going to dig this field. Okay?
Yeah, that would help. Music while you're working does, yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
You know?
But you're all part of that team. And your drummer, who's keeping the beat, is he going to get paid more than everybody else? No, because everybody's going to have a share.
Yeah, everyone has a role. Yeah,
of what is sown, what is reaped from that digging. The drummer will get an equal share as everybody else. Because he's, you know, that is a job. He's keeping the rhythm. He's keeping moral high. But, you know, for people getting paid millions and millions just acting, which ain't, you know, acting is falsifying.
But that's why it's a tool. Okay, it's a tool.
Oh, absolutely, so yeah.
It's a tool to show who would exploit other people to their own, beyond their needs, right? Like it shows it shows the spirit of who they are, right? It shows what they are, you know.
Yeah. You know.
So, and it's not good. You know.
Absolutely not. Yeah.
Well,
so that's more what the money. That's more what money is at this stage of the game. You know what these people, you know, who have tons of it and can anyone who has tons of money, right, and isn't doing something good with it, sitting on it for their like 10 generations down the road or whatever, right, or even 2 generations down the road. You know, you're already set for life. But no, there's I bet you a lot of land goes back to the church. There's a full on hidden society working amongst us. There is no opportunity to be the mayor of your town. There is no opportunity, you know, there's no opportunity to be in position. These people could repent all they want. The only way they could repent is actually the moment that they turned around and realized their wrongdoings, they would be forming a bank to give money back to all of us, right? They would, but they won't, right? They won't. Some of them will collect children like salt and pepper shakers, right? And ostracize and excommunicate. Well, actually, I'm the one who cut off ties, you know. But I'm just saying, like, and I don't want pity. I'm just saying, you guys like me, right? You know me. You see my heart, right? Like, who the fuck are those fuckers? You know, like. So I'm just saying what they are is they're failing the spiritual test here. And I'm not the judge, okay? I'm not claiming to be the judge. You know, I'm not claiming to know everything. But I do know that, you know, that's why my spirit picked that. That's why I had that test, right? So that I could sit here and be like, we can't be too forgiving, okay? If we're, you know, we don't have to hold resentment in our heart, right? Like, so I guess you have forgiven. You know, resentment isn't going to serve me anything, right? But forgiveness to me is to give back to the giver, which is the creator of all things. If, you know, the judgment of what continues in the next program, then, you know, like however it works, right? Like, but I just think that there's a test going on that money is a huge part of, right? A huge part of.
Oh, absolutely.
You know?
It is the ultimate control. The ultimate control weapon is money.
You think it's money, huh?
it's the ultimate
They
weapon of
say
control.
the saying goes, the root of all evil. Money is
The
the
love
root
of
of all evil. The
no,
love
no,
of money is the root
the
of
love of
all evil.
money. Yeah,
The
the love
love
of
of
money.
money is the root of all evil.
This is the thing about
I
forgiveness.
think okay.
I can't say, Bill Gates, I forgive you. Okay, I'm forcing my will on Bill. If I did that, Bill Gates needs to come to me or everybody and say, please, in all sincerity, it's got to be sincere. Please forgive me.
You know
I've
how
been
many people that
obsessed.
guys? Do you know how many people do you know how many villages can't have children because of that man?
I
Right?
know a lot. Yeah,
Like,
you've got. Don't get too
I'll say
descriptive.
this.
Don't get too descriptive with the medical information, mind.
Yeah,
yeah,
I'll say this. You all say money. Okay, yes, I see it because you know they refer to life as it's a rat race, and they also refer to money as cheese. I got it. I got it.
Yeah,
Rats,
yeah,
cheese.
yeah.
I got that. But at the same time, I think that money would not have that value if we had knowledge of self. And I think that that's the most important thing to them is that we never discover who and what we are capable of doing. And
Absolutely.
because we don't have that knowledge of ourselves, then we can get caught up and led astray. You see what I'm
Mhm.
saying? So it's I think the lack of knowledge and knowing ourselves is their most important thing. And that's why they spend so many resources on making sure that we never reach or look within. You know, we are
exactly. And that
they go ahead, I'm sorry.
and we spend no, I'm sorry, I was just gonna say I'm with you. We never look within. We don't we glorify the past, which we weren't there. We glorify the future or doom and gloom it, right? So we're not looking at the now, the like right now, right? The ability for that understanding of what you are to happen like in an instant, right? You know, I guess I'll sing style, right? But I do think there is something to that, right? That I appreciate you bringing it back to like, you know, there has to be something that we can do, right? Beyond
Oh,
believing
it's
outside
definitely
ourselves.
It is.
it's definitely on us. They know that otherwise they wouldn't use so much resources on a daily basis to make sure that we are constantly distracted. I mean, from as a child, they have been spending so much resources, whether it's on the education system, religion, entertainment, to just have us go in a certain direction. Because the moment that we start to question things, it's their demise. It's over. So you know, I just they know what they know exactly from birth. I mean, they got us. They got us from birth. They programmed us.
Mhm.
You know, they got our parents programmed. We just repeated a cycle, and it's just. But like, it is on us though. They know. They know that, and that's their biggest fear is us letting go of their system. That's their biggest fear. Bill Gates. Why did you bring that name up, Richard? Man, that name.
Let me tell you
The
something. Let me tell you something. Let me
the
tell you
only
something.
name worse than that is
No,
Barack Obama. That's the only name that worse to me is Barack Obama right
let,
now. Those two names. Oh, and you know what? And they're both they work together, so it's so ironic. But anyway, go.
yeah, he's a number one as well.
I,
Barack Obama. This is the
oh,
thing. Do you think who lives with the least amount of fear in their lives? Is it me? Is it you? Or is it Bill Gates? Who lives with the most amount of fear in their life? Jeff Bezos or me or you? What have I got to lose?
I
that's
think
you're proving my. That's what I'm saying. They are obsessed with us.
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
they know that they get their presence and their power from us. That's it. Otherwise, I would not spend so much resources on people or beings that didn't play any significant role in my life.
Uh-huh.
That's just common sense.
Yeah.
And
So
and, and we
we
are
need to
very important in their whole scheme of things. Us.
oh, absolutely.
So yes, to answer your question, I think Bill Gates is paranoid as hell every night. You think
Ah,
one of them's gonna finally figure out our shit? You see what I'm saying? Why
Ah,
all right, back to the facial recognition. Why all this? Why do our phones listen in? Why our goddamn television? We got everything is just why? Why are they obsessed with us? Because they know goddamn well they will not exist without us, and that's their biggest goddamn fear. And I think Phil, someone said it that the CIA said something like that. Like the number one fear is that the people unite. That's
yeah.
their number one fear. I don't know if it's the CIA or some government, some whatever over here. That's their biggest fear is that we reunite and come into the knowledge of ourselves. So to answer your question, Bill Gates, Barack Obama, them paranoid coward perverts, yeah, they can't sleep at night. They don't probably sleep at night. Them punks,
Without the
weirdos.
aid of medication.
Huh?
Honestly, I know it. I know it. I understand enough about psychology to know that they have got more to lose than all the rest of the world put together. Really, if you add up all their money and their power and their, you know, and the other thing is they fear each other. They're
Oh,
a little
now
clicky
that's a
group like
different.
this.
That's
They're
a
a little.
wait. Oh, You do not getting that. That's a bold ass statement. Excuse me. That statement. They they fear each other.
Mm-hmm.
Woo! I ain't heard that one before. I don't think I've heard that.
Yeah.
Dang.
When you got narcissistic, sociopathic, egomaniacs, all in charge
Oh,
of
it's
their own.
so you're saying it's like a person who cheats is paranoid that the other person is cheating.
There's going to be that. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that, but
Boom.
yeah,
Got you. All right, I see it.
yeah,
I see it. Because they know how wicked they can be, and they know their counterparts are probably just as wicked as they
yeah.
are.
Who's the
Barack
wickedest? Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the wickedest of them all? Oh, I say Klaus Schwab. Oh no, I say the Pope. Oh no, you say Barack Obama. Oh no, I say King Charles III.
Oh,
I
King
reckon.
Charles.
I reckon William. I reckon William will be in
All
the
of them,
soon.
all of them. It's all of them are just a bunch of trash. They need to be burned to ashes. They don't even deserve to be put back in the earth because I'm feared that the earth might give birth to them again. They need to blow in the wind. They need to be out. They need to be. We need to gather them, put gasoline to them, and burn them to goddamn
Yeah,
ashes. That's
I
the
don't want
only
them
scripture.
to be like
I
spreading
don't even want.
Roundup.
I don't even want to bury them in the earth, man. I
No, no,
don't.
no,
I'm
no.
mad at the earth for even giving birth to them. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's worse than spreading Roundup around. Have you heard of Ubuntu?
Yeah,
UBUNTU. You've heard of it?
yeah.
I'm
Boy,
not
have you heard
familiar.
of it?
No, I'm not familiar with it.
Right, I'll
No.
tell you this. This is beautiful. So this missionary goes into the jungle, okay, and he comes across a clearing, and there's a village in this jungle village, and there's a group of children all sat around. So this missionary goes up to the children. He says, "Hello, I've got a bowl of fruit here." He said, "I'm going to go over to that tree stump 100 yards away, and I'm going to put this bowl of fruit on that tree stump, and then I'm going to walk back. I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, go. Whoever gets to that bowl of fruit first gets a bowl of fruit." So they will, yeah, okay. So the missionary got the bowl of fruit. He walked 100 yards. He put it on the tree stump. He walked back. He said 1, 2, 3, go. All the children held hands, ran to the bowl of fruit. They all got there together at the same time. They all walked back with this bowl of fruit. And the missionary looked at him and he said, "Why did you do that?" And they all looked up and they said, "How could one of us be happy if the rest of us are sad?"
Mm.
That mindset, I heard that years ago. I heard that about 15 years ago. That is the fundamental, basic model for the future. If we're going to turn it around, and we will turn it around, it will be turned around. So
I'm with you. Otherwise, I have no reason why I exist. There's no reason why I have the knowledge and the information I have, and the
Hallelujah.
for now
Yeah,
to just be in vain. There's no reason for it.
absolutely.
It's just yeah. So that I there's that hope, that because it wouldn't make sense. Why would I have this information? Why would I be guided? Why would I be and then to just be dropped off? I mean, it wouldn't make sense. So yes, I'm with you that
Yeah,
their plans are not going to work. But it's just like, damn, the whole drama of it all, the different episodes of this shit is just so many. What's that in a movie when you watch a movie when it's ups turns and plots and twists?
yeah.
Shit, I mean, to have us with a goddamn mask on our face, that to me, I don't need to know nothing else. I know that you don't like me when you told me to put a goddamn mask on my face and deprive myself of oxygen. You
Yeah.
told me to suffocate myself. You
Yeah.
don't like me. So that's it. I'm game over. It's over. I don't need them to show me anything
Yeah.
else to me. They don't like me, and I now know. I just don't like the fact they didn't come out and tell me. It's like you're dating someone, and instead of them telling you, look, it's not working out, they're just sending you subliminals and sending you, putting you. Just
Yeah.
tell me. Just come out and tell me, and stop being a goddamn coward about it. You
Well,
know.
could you, if you went on a blind date, would you look at somebody and say, "You're ugly"? Would you say that? Would you say that? You got because she wasn't your type.
Yeah, I don't think because I mean, you can't say, I wouldn't say ugly because someone's beautiful to somebody. So I'm not going to, I'll just
Aha.
say that I'm not attracted. You're not my type, but I'm not going to say you're
And
ugly.
she says, "Oh,
So,
well, why aren't I your type?" You'll just say, "Oh, shut up and put this bag on your face, please."
oh, here you go.
Before I take you home, you got to wear a bag. Do you mind? Yeah.
Yeah, but that same woman though, that same woman, or however, could come home or come to my home and make my house into a home. So, it's that's another
Yeah.
mind thing, that they have
Yeah.
us the physical and the material. Yes, we can have a top model woman, but she can't even damn near do nothing for us.
Yeah.
And has
And
a
then,
horrible attitude and is arrogant and that makes her ugly. So I mean,
yeah.
it's
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And what
yeah.
about you go out on a blind date and she turns up looking like a doll, makeup. When you get her home, she whips off the makeup and boom, there's the real her or the real him. This is the fakeness of the world. I don't like makeup. I'm not into makeup at all. I'm not into makeup at all because
And
at some point
this world got a lot of makeup on it. They
it
have
is. Yeah, it's fake. The world. It's like your entertainment. It's like your actors.
But
It's fake.
Richard, the bottom line is they have an agenda and there's a reason behind the agenda. Because I've been thinking over the last couple of weeks, like, what did we do as a human race, because these beings obviously do not like humans. They don't. Okay? What did we as humans do to this entity that not only they treat us this way, but also, quote unquote, the God or creator above allows them to treat us this way? So what did we do that God would allow them to treat us this way? And what do we do to those beings for them to treat us? That's the bottom. That's to me. I mean, because this is weird, Richard. I mean, this is weird, man.
But what we might have done is simply trusted them and tried to love them.
That's fine.
Like,
But
we
what
might
did
not
we
have
do?
done anything wrong.
Okay.
Nobody stood up and said, "Oi, you, stop it. Bill Gates, fucking stop it. Now."
I'm not mad at
Nobody
Bill
stood
Gates.
up.
I'm not mad at Bill Gates. I'm not mad at
All
Barack
right.
Obama.
Because
They're doing what they're supposed to do. Okay.
I think we are the kind of people that if it didn't kill us would give our blood to allow a species to live. We are the kind of people that would allow them to use our eggs and use our sperm to have children if they couldn't, you know, but we just didn't know what they would be doing it for. So they make it seem like the Book of Enoch is a good guy, right? In the Islamic faith, the Enoch's family and Noah, they were the outcasts. They were the ones that were told to get, they were the ones that were flooded, right? So I'm just saying that the Book of Enoch, they say that the gods came down to with and mated with the daughters of the daughters of men or whatever, and they were fair.
Yeah, the sons
The
of man came down.
sons of man came down and bred with these. They were fair, but fair is kind and just. You know what I mean? That's what fair is, right? So I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I think there's something to we could have done something wrong. I'm willing to go with that, right? Like, that they're here for, out of some sort of retribution.
I'm not saying that necessarily that we did something to them, but we did something we did, man. I mean, for us to be in a position where we're getting tortured, lied to, just abused, man, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. That's like me having my children and just having my children just to abuse them and torture them all their whole life and lying to them and deceiving them. I don't get that part of the equation. I just don't get it. I mean, I don't get it, man. This existence is crazy. And this is the conversations I want, I like, I want, because this is we're not on that race. We're not on no religion. We are trying to figure this bullshit madness out.
Yeah. Exactly.
But look, I mean, no, if we were up here beefing and cussing each other out, there'll be 1,000 people in the chat. If we were talking about Brad Pitt and Angelina and all them, there'll be 1,000 in the chat. Comments, video would get 40,000 views. But dealing with reality, you get your sprinkle in. It's all right though.
Yeah.
It's all right. But I'm glad to have you all. I'm glad to have you all to sharpen me, and to just be able to share our thoughts, because it's we're rare. And look where you're in London, you're in Canada. I mean, I gotta go talk to some people all the way in Canada and London. Not my next door neighbor. My next door neighbor.
What did you think, McCoy?
This is crazy as hell.
I'm not in London. I'm in Taunton.
Oh, Taunton. Okay. UK. UK.
I'm in the UK. Yeah.
Okay. All right. You hit UK, you think of London.
But I get it. It's far away.
Yeah. But it's a different perspective on the we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against spiritual wickedness in high places. Now, America has got some high places. You've got the presidency. Britain has got the monarchy and the government.
Italy has.
So I've got a different high place to witness the spiritually wicked. Now, King Charles, I've been studying the monarchy. I say as soon as King Charles got into power, that was the last high place to be governed by the spiritually wicked. Okay? There's nowhere else. You've got a religion, you've got those people that have a massive domain, a massive dominion over a lot of people. Roman Catholics, your Amazon fella, he's got a dominion over a lot of people.
Amazon, who's Amazon? Bezos? Is that
Jeff Bezos? Yeah, he's got that control over a trailer load of workforce, and B, a trailer load of customers, because there ain't really going to be much left once your high street shops have gone. The banking system is another high place. It's governed by the spiritually wicked. The World Economic Forum is another high place. The United Nations is another high place. The WHO is another high place on Earth. You can't get much higher in health than the World Health Organization. NATO is another high place. They're all spiritually wicked. The monarchy in my country was the last thing I can think of that was a high place that needed to be conquered by the spiritually wicked. Now the Queen, you know, she was just a little old lady, really, there to give the monarchy a good persona. You know, like the Freemasons. Look at the Freemasons. It's a high place. They got them all over the world. They're not spiritually righteous. The lower order ones that are genuinely in the Freemasons, because wow, where's that? Whose house is that outside? I
No,
just heard a
sorry, there's a
siren.
siren going by. Yeah, sorry.
That's all right. Yeah. It's a rarity that in Britain. Yeah, so the monarchy was the last bastion of high places that needed to be governed by the spiritually wicked. Your Freemasons, your low order Freemasons, they go on it because it's seen as a charitable organization. It's promoted as a charitable organization. But we know at that dizzy height of like your 33 and 34 degrees, you don't get right out there with that dominion over a lot of people. And the head of the world's Freemasons is a Duke of Kent, a British royal, Duke of Kent. So now the spiritual, the height, all the dizzy heights are now given by.
I've been I cleared out the estate of a Grand Master Mason.
Oh, did
I
you?
helped. Yeah,
What
I
the
did.
hell was that like?
Well, and his wife, who was a daughter of his sister of Giza, Daughters of the Nile, I think they call themselves, right? Like, but they definitely traveled in their youth. They definitely had a lot of stuff. I was really respectful. I just kind of peered at the book or things that I would find. Like they were of an older generation, so you had to go through all the pockets and find. So they have a lot of gold rings, a lot of regalia. Okay. They have actually, I work where I work now. My boss's ex-husband also is involved in or was involved in that, because there's a whole bin. I'm the kind of person, like, where I go, sometimes you open up bins and there's like, oh, those are Masonic aprons. Right? Like, so you go down to your boss, like, what should I do with your Masonic aprons? Because only I would be the one who's like, my neurodivergency. People know I'm not a snoop, right? Like, I just am not a snoop. I would never be a snoop, even if I know something secret, you know? So anyways, but I will tell you the funny part of this story. After I've gathered all of these things, all the jewelry, all the fucking stuff, there's the robes, okay? And I've only glanced at the book. Looks like some sort of Catholic fucking Bible, honestly. The one couple books I looked at, like, I could have, like, flipped through them, but they're thin, like Bible material, like, you know. And there's a few little books. Honestly, I didn't look too much at it, but I did come across the robes. And one time I'm sitting with my boss, who's allegedly retired from all this. He lives in Thailand now. And a couple of his buddies who were Masons. And I sitting there at lunch, and I'm like, so can you guys tell me why your robes look like some cross between the Pope and the KKK?
Damn, you're bold as shit.
The whole table goes silent. I was like, well, yeah, no, I don't know. It's just it's actually my neurodivergence, right? It's like, it's just
And you
stating
made it
the
out of
truth,
here
right?
alive.
So they didn't answer. They just laughed awkwardly. And somehow I started probably telling some other story when I realized that I probably shouldn't have said that.
Yeah, that was pretty bold right there. That was.
But they do,
bold.
right? So, it's just, I think that we lie to ourselves to think that these people don't know what they're doing and aren't initiated, like, right out of high school. Definitely in all the fraternities and universities. And I was in university. I was never approached. I didn't think we even had them. You know, there's no sorority sisters I was aware of, like, you know, but I know that, I'm sure they were there, right? Like, that's again, I'd just be blind to that if I wasn't interested in it, kind of way I go about life. But I do think that, you know, it is something that starts in high school and goes on into university and continues from there, you know, like, so I don't think, you know, I think we fool ourselves to think that the lower level Masons are thinking they're doing goodwill. Um,
Where is Phil at? Oh my! Oh, you know what? Phil needs. Phil needs to join. You're on these Mason things, Phil. I would definitely like Phil to partake in the question that I have, because I spoke to a young man today that Phil had told me about, who was an OTO member. Are you familiar, Bex? Are you familiar, Richard Bex?
yeah,
You familiar with
sorry.
OTO?
Yes,
No.
yes,
Yeah, I just
yeah.
yeah, it's pretty profound. It's like Freemasonry, Bavarian
Well, yeah, and
Illuminati.
there's so many of them. There's like the Rosicrucians. There's the,
Hmm.
there's all the yeah. There's so many of them. Like
Phil,
the
What does OCO
Shriners,
stand
the
for?
Rotary Club. Like that's at the lower level, but then at the higher levels, yeah, there's like the something of the White Dragon, like in Japan,
all
and
this,
they're everywhere. They're
all this
everywhere.
craziness.
Yeah.
Really. What are they? What is this? What is the what? I used to say years ago that the secret that they're all keeping is that they all know what's within us.
That's,
That we're
yeah.
capable of doing. Nothing. There's nothing else more
Well, and
important to
they
them.
can't have it without us. That's why I love that,
That's
and I'm sure that if they're made by the same goodness that we believe in, the real goodness, the good orderly direction, the righteousness, the justice, the kind of sense of love that we're born with, the sense of having meaning and purpose and all this jazz, right? Like I really think that they've already shown us that they're not of that. They can't be that, right? So I'm not saying they wouldn't be going through a test of their own, but they worship a totally different story, right? They do totally different things. Like they have money, and they have bought almost everybody. you know like, so we can try and get people back. We can try and be like, oh, but see, I know that I thought it was I thought my dad had been through all this stuff, blah blah blah. Turns out he was that bad when he was a child to his siblings, right? When I look at my brother, I'm just such a good person. I overlook all the shortcomings of other people, because people can be like, oh, you're the one that emotionally blows up, right? You're the one that hurt us with your emotional blow up. Meanwhile, you have stories that you could tell of these people that, they were making people laugh at your expense since you were a child, right? And you could be like, oh, well, that's just their personality, blah, 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 right? But no, like there's just people that out there that I think are, and I think that's the yin and the yang, right? That's the yin and the yang, right? So how could we know how good we could be, how much we could forgive, how much we could believe in everybody, unless we were continually presented with this worser and worser and worser opposing entity, right? Like, but at some point the system has to break, right? At some point it's to some gain, right? So I personally believe that we were all at some point in some, whether it was post cataclysm and they were robots and we were humans, or whether it's just from the point of conception that we were all in that light created first together, whatever, like some thought, some idea of something, some whatever, that moment that our spirits have been here since then. And whatever, that might be the thread of goodness we think, we hope, and we pray that can be, but they just keep getting worse and worse. And I'm not going to go that way, right? I'm just going to get better and more adult, like what we've been through in the last few years to get
they're more
to get
adult.
to, yeah, that's what I mean. Like really, there's a real maturity to what we're understanding is going on, right? Like there's a real, like a real grown up, like even like if not, we'd be feeling helpless. We'd be helpless, right? So yeah, I did say grown up, but there's just something, yeah, there's something to this process that, I think there is to a point of an end where they will cease to be. They don't get to stay,
See,
and
I don't spend time. Not no knock on that thought process right there, but
yeah,
I don't entertain things that I really don't. Not at this time. Right
yeah,
now,
but still,
it's go time. We got to go with what we know. And like you said, we're infatuated with the past. I know you didn't
So
use the
what if,
word
okay, so
infatuated.
what if what I'm presenting is that we're the idea of them ceasing, the idea of being good enough to understand that you have to vaporize people with your mind, right?
Vaporize them. I
Right?
don't even know.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying you get to do it alone. I'm just saying that there's an aspect of understanding the power of righteousness. I would say involves letting go of that childish hope that everybody gets to be saved in some hippy dippy fucking. We can all make it right in the next
Okay,
round,
right there.
right?
All right, right there, Bex. Right there. All right. So now, are you? I was going to make that a point the moment that you said that we all can, if we all can. You keep using that term, all. Are you waiting on all? Are you going to wait for all, or are you going to have them? Are you
No, I'm
personally?
ready to smite them with my mind, man.
No,
Not alone. I'm
not in that direction. I'm saying, are you ready to be the change or be what you want others to be right now? You solely. Not, oh, we all need to get together to stop this system.
You
You
sound, you
get better.
sound, your sound's bubbling,
yeah, your
mate.
sound's going out.
Okay, how is it now?
Hello?
Am I good?
It's an echo,
Well, it's more of a bubble.
more of a bubble.
Well, it's sort of bubbly, yeah, like hubbly bubbly.
Oh, man, how am I now? Yo. Let me see. Well, I guess my phone is saying that's it, folks. But maybe if I unmute and mute, does that work?
Sometimes that works.
Hit it with a hammer.
How did I sound now?
Try
You good?
turning your camera and your mic off and your mic and your camera back on.
How am I now?
There you go.
Good.
All right. Well, no more of my. So I'm saying, like, if it depended on just you, Bex, Rebecca Broom, just you, not waiting on the world to get it together, just have you. Can you take it on the challenge of being who we need in order to stop this thing? Because I feel, let me add the fact that it seems like a lot of people are waiting for the world in order for them to take that first step.
Uh-huh.
I think that that's, it's, I mean, just, who cares what I think? The question is yours.
Well, sure, I guess. Like, I don't know what it entails. I don't know.
All right. So that's my point.
You know?
You don't know what it entails, but you don't know what it entails. So how can
Yeah.
you now tell the next person what it entails?
Yeah, well, I do think that it has to do with some sort of belief and faith to not the belie believe, but to believe something,
No,
to
bigger
to
than that.
believe it,
You've got to know.
right?
You've got to know that you are
gotta know.
greater than that. You've got
Yeah.
to rise above.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to rise above it. Once you've done that, you've got the protection of God. God, use me to do your bidding. Please use me.
That,
Boom.
Richard, that's what I'm referring to. Like, and I
Yeah.
think I've
And
spoken on London's panel that I'm not waiting for the world. I'm not
no.
approaching
The world
it.
got to catch up. The world got to catch up. But when the
Yeah,
world comes
I'm
and
not
says,
waiting.
Richard, what the fuck can I do? And I say, oh, give me your hand. Come with me. That is how it. That's the only way it can. You can't force anybody. The best we can do is to demonstrate.
And some people are not going to be ready and not at where you are. It's on you. If you see what needs to be done, you have to do something about it. That's the attitude that I feel is needed, because we're all going to sit back and watch and wait for someone to make a move, and someone may never make the move. So
I've
it's
made
just
a move. I've made the move already. I'm not the only one. I'm not blowing my own trumpet.
And that's why, Richard, that's why I want to pick your brain, Richard, is the fact that you're where the US will be soon. I think. Oh, is it a rumor? Is it a myth that you all are disarmed over there?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Well,
Yeah, see that? See that?
all the honest people, yeah. We've had a few psyops. There
You
was
all
one
are
that
you all are disarmed. Wow.
doesn't mean we don't have guns.
I understand that, but I'm
But
just
this is the
saying.
thing. This is my way of looking at it. I'm gonna have to kill somebody if I've got a gun. And I can't kill anybody with a gun. I
So you
can't do
don't
it.
know what you don't know what you're capable of doing when your life's on the line, though, Richard. You got,
Um,
you know.
yeah, but I
I'm
don't
sure
want a
that,
gun.
huh?
I don't. If somebody can come knocking at my door and put a gun to my head and said, "Richard, come and do this," and I'll just say, "Listen, no." But I will look. I will look into their eyes. This is. I know this is what I'm going to do. I got no fear. I don't give a shit if I die or not. I'm without fear of dying. It'll be a relief to die to get out of this world. I'm not in a rush, but I will look into the eye. I'm relying on God through the grace of Jesus Christ to work from me through me. I will look somebody in the eyes and I'll say, right, just kill me because I ain't doing what you want to do. But I'll look them in the eyes. What I'm hoping for, and I got a story actually, is that there's a connection made. This is the only. It's got to be a one-to-one connection, soul to soul, with an individual. Okay, now they'll either shoot me in the eyes, but if they can't look me in the eyes because they know they're going to murder me at the behest of somebody else, because I'd never done them any harm, I'm sort of half along that. But I'll tell you this little story. I got out with a mate of mine one night. It was midnight. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning. We had a few ciders. I wasn't pissed. We gone down to a park, and I'm sat there on a seat in the park. I'm rolling a cigarette. Sat on this seat. My friend, he had. There was a guy he knew who was down in the park that was pissed, and this guy started play fighting, and with my mate, and it got a bit boisterous. And all of a sudden, this guy stood there in front of me, and I was sat there rolling a cigarette down there, and he was stood there like this. I looked up at him and I said, "You fight me, you fight God." He looked at me, he smiled, he said, "I like that," and he fucked off. But he fucked off disarmed. He'd lost the anger. I didn't go out and I haven't in my life thought, right, if some guy's going to kill me or wants to fight with me, or he looks like he's going to give me a right uppercut and take my head off, I'm going to say, "You fight me, you fight God." It just come out of nowhere. Boom. But it shut this guy up and he fucked off in a good mood. That's the power of the word of God.
Mm.
And it's not the first time that the word of God, that God has gifted me with his presence, with me knowing that he is listening to me, because I submit myself to do the will of God 100% with all of me. And this is the thing about Jesus Christ. A lot of people say, Jesus Christ. What is he?
Do that again. That's probably me. I don't want to hear about no Jesus. That's me.
Is that you, is it? Let me tell you this then. Whether you believe he was real or not, what was he portrayed as? He was the perfect, sin-free human being. Perfect role model.
Which is perfect blood, untainted blood.
Absolutely that. But his moral standard was perfect in the eyes of God because he was God. He came to earth to teach men how to be, to save them from sin. Yeah. Now, if everybody just align themselves, whether they believe it or not, whether they think he's a character out of a storybook, okay, a fable, he's the epitome of perfection in a human being. Okay, so if everybody align themselves with that in mind, oh, the perfect human being, the perfect human being. I want to be like the perfect human being. I want my children to be perfect, sin-free in the eyes of God. If everybody align themselves, and like I said about the Muslims, prayer 5 times a day, there's one energy generated at the same time in a given area. It's all the same energy, and it's whatever energy it is that the Muslims generate. But if you generate the energy with Jesus Christ, the perfect sin-free man, in your mind, that energy is pure love. If you got the whole world generating that one pure love, because they've synergized themselves with that one pure love in the mind, what have you got? You've got the ultimate weapon.
But I just want to interject and say that there is an aspect to the stories we've been told and to the people that worship and relish in the death of that person. Okay. That all I'm saying is there's Disney Hitler and there's real Hitler. Okay. And there's Disney Jesus and there's real Jesus. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
aren't we waiting on Jesus right now too? Aren't we supposed to be
waiting on Jesus? Jesus is already here.
Wait, okay. Are you finished? Are you finished with your thought, Bex? Because I want to go, Richard.
Let me just say this.
Let
me
Bex,
say this.
Is your thought complete, Bex? Because I want Richard to now about to talk about this whole. He's already here. I didn't get that memo.
He's here. He's here. He can be here in all of us. He's here.
Now it's
invite him to guide you.
Basically, because our ancestors drank his blood.
Forget all that.
Basically,
Forget all that.
What it comes down
Forget all that. Forget all that. Life is a mindset. Our consciousness is a mindset. Whoa.
Wi-Fi, sci-fi, Jesus.
It's a mindset. Put yourself in the mindset. It's a simple thing. You might say, right, there's an evil Jesus and a sin-free Jesus. Put your mindset in the sin-free Jesus, the one that followed God's law. Do not kill, do not steal, do not cause offense.
I just know that when you're in that consciousness, okay, I mean, no blaspheming here, but I don't need to be in anybody else's consciousness. I just need to be in my own goodness, okay? Right? Untainted by this world that told me when I had to stop playing with dolls and start kissing boys, right? That had me running around in the baby doll pajamas. Well, they've got Demi Moore wearing a merkin in Playboy. I said merkin. It's a wig for down there. Teachable moment, right?
How do you maneuver through life from now then? How do you go through life now?
Pardon me?
How do you move through life now?
In what sense do you mean?
Well, do you...
I don't, I'm a very strong advocate, although I don't advocate for it against it really, but I'm saying I'm a very strong advocate against pornography in this world. Right.
Yeah.
So I'm an anti-porn advocate.
Oh, anti. Okay, anti. Yeah. I thought you said were.
No, I'm an anti-porn advocate. Yeah. And all the devices, I would say, why would you have people competing with an electronic frequency, right? Like, it's not natural, and then we could take that into the demonic realm that we're talking about, whatever that's going on with these TVs and these screens and all these fucking entities and da-da-da-da-da. We can go into all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, what's that got to do with them? What are you maneuvering through life?
What am I doing in my life? I'm just saying I'm doing things.
No. What are you doing? How are you doing it? How are you doing it?
Well, I work with other, on Facebook.
No. I'm on about your men.
I'm just saying, how am I? Well, I just try and what I'm saying is I try and put myself in a position right now to be least Well, to walk with righteous people, to put myself around people that have a bar that they're constantly raising, being better people. And I don't mean to be judgmental in the word righteous, right?
Yeah, what is a
Because
righteous
everybody,
person?
pardon?
What is a righteous person?
I think someone who's trying to be a better and better person in the face of what we're taught to be, right? Someone who's trying to learn and understand and make the world a better place for everybody, right? Somebody who's trying to come from
Well,
a position of love in the face of a really fucked up place, like, you know.
I mean, it's in the word. It's in the word righteous. They're just trying to do right. I mean, it's just that simple, right? Righteous, trying to do right. Do what's
One
right.
man's right. It ain't another. Doesn't necessarily mean it's another man's
You're
right.
absolutely right. You're absolutely
You're bubbling
right.
again, bruv. You're
Yeah.
bubbling again.
I'm sorry.
No, don't say sorry.
So
Oh,
now
try
I'm saying
thinking-
that you're absolutely right. That I could consider this right, but the next person could consider it something else. So yeah, I can't even.
Yeah. So righteous, in a biblical sense, is there's a set of rules, and you know, we all need. Well, we don't all need. We've all got role models in our life. Somebody we look up to. It might be a parent, might be a sibling, it might be an actor or a guitar player, or a footballer or a sports person, or your favorite chef or something. There's going to be somebody that influences us in the things we choose to do. Now, if you want to be a righteous person and you want to bring peace and love to the world, would you pick Klaus Schwab? Would you pick George W. Bush? Because he wanted to do away with terrorism and bring peace and love to the world, didn't he, George Bush?
Everybody knew he was a liar. So.
Yeah, I know that. I'm taking a piss. We need a guiding light. Now, I pick Jesus Christ as my guiding light because he's in my eyes, and then it's not even. I can't judge him, but he's. I would say, listen, God.
Yes, he's definitely the model. He's definitely the mold when it comes to coexisting on Earth. In order for Earth to work properly, the universe, whatever, however term he would be ideal because he would cause no harm to the Earth. It just would work in well, I can't think of the term, but I see what you're saying. Yes,
you said it, coexisting in peace and harmony with everything with from each other.
Mm-hmm. He probably wouldn't even step on an ant by accident. You know what I'm saying? Like he would just be he can exist with all of creation, bring no harm to nothing. He might even just breathe just the right amount of air. You just be
well, we all breathe the right amount of air.
Some people are hogging the air, man. I hear that they're selling oxygen. But anyway, I don't want to get you off point. Keep going, Richard. I'm sorry, man. I just
Well, fundamentally, that's it. I needed a role model. I've done shitty things in my past,
and ideally, yes, Jesus would be the ultimate role model.
This is the way. I promised God. I said, God, those things, they're a burden. They still play on my conscience. They're, things I've stolen, the horrible things I thought about people. All the things. I've never murdered anybody. But I just wish, I wish I had said that, and I wish I had done that. God, please. And this is being born again. Oh, God, please, help me be a better person. Help me be a better person. And that was it. And as soon as I was so sincere about it, because I went at a really low point. I just got a point where I couldn't move on because there was a conscious conscience of having done things that I knew were bad, even though I might have done them when I was a kid or a teenager. They still haunt. They're still there now. I haven't forgotten all the bad things I've done. It's just they're not a burden anymore because from the point I said, God, please forgive me for those things I did and let me move on. Jesus Christ is my role model. I'm going to do everything that he did. I'm going to try and do everything that he did and be exactly as he was. You know, I need a role model.
Rebecca,
God.
I'm so sorry, Miss Broom.
Yes.
Are you a Jesus? Are you a God and Jesus? Acknowledge it. I don't know a word. Do you acknowledge Jesus and God?
I have studied a lot of scripture.
No,
I,
I don't want you. I'm saying, do you have
sci-fi, Wi-Fi, vampire story, fucking infiltration, necessary time, interruption in eternity, sci-fi, Wi-Fi, Jesus? Yes. There's an aspect. There's an aspect to that story that's important, a very important aspect to that story. But
I got that part. My question is, are you a believer and a worshiper of God and Jesus Christ?
I have I worship. Do I worship? I worship creation.
No, that's, you can't change my question.
Do I acknowledge that there's a creator God? Yes.
Do you acknowledge that there is a God and that there and Jesus Christ existed and exists? Do you? That's a whole complete question. Or, I mean, you could say yes. You could say, you know, you could answer how you want
I'm
to say.
just saying
Yes,
the importance of that. My understanding of the importance of that person's life here, whether person, God, prophet, you know.
That's not my question, Bex. I'm so sorry that it's not my question. It's okay to say no.
Phil's saying that she's with us, McCoy.
What I'm saying is, because, you know, with all respect, Richard, I'm just not with that narrative. Because where the hell is God right now with all this madness going on? What you gonna say to that, Richard? He's watching this world.
I don't think, and I also don't think any parents create children. Okay, no one creates something to be better than it.
What did God create?
Okay, I would want my children to be better than me. You know, like
Richard.
Yes, mate.
I would really like to know, where is God and Jesus in all this madness right now? Why won't God and Jesus do away? God could tell the sun not to shine tomorrow. According to you, he's all powerful. He could tell the sun not to rise tomorrow. He could take Bill Gates' last breath right now.
Yeah.
So why does he? Where is he? What is he doing? What is his plans? I mean, I'm asking you because you rep. I don't know. I tried to see if Bex was on the God team and the Jesus team, because if they, you know, because now my question is, where are these? Where these people, these beings, this God, this Jesus? Because right now, if there's any time that we need them, it's right now.
Right here.
Oh gosh, he's here. He's here. Where?
Loads of people spreading his gospel. If God put an end to things now, how many people would be left behind?
If God put an end to what?
Anybody that is still harboring sinful ways because they don't know any better, because they haven't been taught how to behave.
I don't need to be taught not to do some things.
Yeah.
At some point in life, somebody's taught you the right and the wrong way, and you've made a choice. You've chosen the right or the wrong way.
No.
You came out of the womb and had no influence on your life at all.
They tell us we're now born with 400 characteristics that the parents have no fucking control over.
Who are they?
Well, I'm just saying science or whatever says,
Science, science. And you believe the science? You believe the scientists, the
okay,
ones that have been,
what
the
I'm
ones that hold it. Where have the scientists been the last 3 years to debunk all the bullshit that's been going on?
Same place where Jesus and God is my guess.
They've been silenced. Things need to get,
and so has God and Jesus. They the two of them have been silent.
No, they haven't been silent. To live in the hearts and minds of those we leave behind is not to die. They are still, as long as we can assimilate with whatever it is we choose to assimilate with, whichever mindset we choose to assimilate with. Let me say, right, I don't ever want to kill. I don't ever want to steal.
I didn't need to be taught that. Just so you know, doesn't matter how good my parents were. I didn't need to be taught that. Any person gets put that gun in, takes someone's life. They know whatever they're doing, whatever they've been taught, right? Whatever they've been taught to hate. Even when they go to pull that trigger, they're trepidatious. Right? Even if they have a gun to their head to do it, right? Like even the people that have done it. I'm saying people are capable of it, but people know it's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, here I'll add to that in the sense of, I think we naturally, in our souls, want to treat people the way that we want to be treated. I think that alone. We don't want to be sad, so we would naturally not want to make someone else sad because it could happen to us. So I think that's the big teacher. My father wasn't around. He didn't teach me how to be a man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like, I don't think, and then Jesus is the epitome of not needing parents to teach him shit. Excuse me, but who taught Jesus? What parents taught Jesus?
Jesus,
oh, okay. We can't compare.
Jesus was the begotten Son of God, bro.
Yeah, he's an exception. I can't.
Came down. What was right? So let's say God's original. Why didn't God just shut this creation down after the first week?
Well, he waited 2,000. He waited 2,000 years in the time of Noah and flooded it.
It's a cruel experiment.
2,000 years later, then he sacrificed his son. And then now I guess here, final thing is 2,000 years later, he's going to send his son back. this God of y'all's, man, this God right here, I mean, I don't want to offend Richard in any kind of way.
No, you won't offend me. Let me tell you what I think of God. I think God is a schizophrenic.
Oh, he's a schizophrenic. Can you define schizophrenic? Because
it's a dual personality.
Oh, I don't want a God like that.
Well, you got a God like that.
I reject him. I don't want him.
Well, his creation consisted of good and bad, or good and evil.
I don't want nothing.
That would only come from a creator that had the knowledge of what good and bad was. That to me means that God was a schizophrenic. He sent Satan down. He kicked Satan out. He sent Jesus down.
God is so you tell me there's no difference between God and the goddamn crackhead then. God's a crackhead. He can't figure it out. I'm sorry. He's playing with my life.
That's where I think
a crackhead is influenced by crack.
No, I'm just saying
and societal manipulation.
I'm just saying, you say schizophrenic. I mean, they have dual personalities, and they're not in control. They need. They're just.
No. I think that logic. I think that I don't know.
I bet
I
you're
think
trying
that
to be.
you get too far into the word without trying to understand something, like without trying to put it into say what these buildings show us, right? That there were more advanced civilizations. So people want to worship Mel Gibson Jesus, Hollywood Jesus. I'm not even talking about the
Mm,
color of his skin. I'm talking about
mm,
the story of him walking on dirt
mm.
roads and in ruined civilization. Like Moses' tablets were stone that come from that gray, that brown, that dirt, right? Like, what if they were iPads, right? What if angels are holograms, right?
Mm.
Like, seriously, people. Like, I'm just saying, like, it's all of that has us all worshiping and glorifying mud huts. Right. You know, it's like we're in and wanting to move to a place where we don't have that. You know, where we're going, you can live however you want. Right. But people can live in cities with trains, and mag level trains take them outside of this crater into other fucking all of God's creation, then all of the creator. There ain't no schizophrenic in this. There's a weeding going on. Okay.
Yeah, the schizophrenic. That's
There's
why I
no
went to,
schizophrenia. This what schizophrenic is trying to reconcile a book that has at least 2 stories in it. Okay, at least
that's
2 gods in it. To understand
that's
there are a
why.
bunch of people that walk around looking at a dead Jesus on a cross, okay, eating his blood and his body, and don't even tell me about the covenant. Right? Like I'm just saying, like it is satanic. It is vampirish. Okay?
All
It
right.
is not of who I am from. You know what I mean? They want to eat me. Right?
Damn.
Okay? So there's that, like I'm just saying, like I get that there's a good story in there, okay? That's what I'm understanding. I see it. I hear it in you, Richard. I see it in your practice. I understand. I don't think you struggle. I don't think you struggle with the same demons people struggle with every fucking day. They turn their computer on and they're like, what porn am I going to watch? And maybe you do.
You ain't
right?
got a clue what I've been through.
I know. So I'm just saying, but I'll say out there in this world, traded on the stock market, okay, is Pornhub, for instance. Our parents' fucking RSPs are tied up in this shit, right? This straight in our face human trafficking, right? That does nothing.
Yeah, I'm aware of all that.
Nothing,
I'm aware of all that.
right? So
Calm
I'm just
down.
saying,
Hold it.
as an
Calm
example,
down a
right?
minute.
Like,
What are you on about?
I'm saying that it's a form of
What the
possession.
fuck
It's a form of
are you
electronic
on about?
changing our brain chemistry, right? A form of making sure we think we're lesser than, that we're apes with impulses, right? Like, I'm just saying there's a form of it. Like, we don't play board games anymore. We play video games. I got no problem with video games. Okay. Cause when those guys turn their drones on us, we're going to hack their system, and our video gaming 50-year-olds are going to fucking turn the drones back on them. Right. Like, I'm just saying, for me, I just, those books are designed to each have a piece of the puzzle. Okay. There's no religion has the answer. Okay. And the story we've been told about what importance of what each prophet was, okay, is imperative to the parts of the story and the way time was colonized by these fuckers. Okay, so I mean no disrespect. I'm just saying in reality, okay? In reality, we live in a world that trades pornography on the stock market, okay? And I'm not trying to
We live in a
I'm
world.
saying literally, it's a form of electronic manipulation that has us believing the very same smart device that brought us here to love one another is out there fucking doing stuff.
You don't
right?
know that.
So we understand
Let me add.
You don't know that. You're fucking guessing.
Let me add that the fact that the ones who work for quote unquote God, these priests, are up here messing with. I mean, allegedly messing with little boys. I mean,
no. Listen, hold it. I'm not aligned with that.
We know you're not.
We know you're not.
We're painting.
We know you're not.
We're painting a picture right now.
You're talking about religion. You're talking about organized religion.
As to why,
like I said,
this schizophrenic God is just that's why I brought up crackhead, because there's no difference then if he's schizophrenic.
Right. I'm not saying that you have any part of that system, Richard. I'm not saying.
No, we're not referring.
That you
we're painting a picture of what this God is. I don't know if he's orchestrating.
He's created.
He's in control. He's the most powerful. He's in control. He's almighty. He knows.
He's in control, and there's a story. There's a storyline playing out.
So
we've all got it. We've all got it. I know what evil is, and I can't do it. I just can't do it. But I've got a devil sitting on this shoulder, and I've got a righteous sitting on this shoulder. Okay, we've all got it. We've all got it within us. We've all got an evil. We all know evil. We can all be tempted. I might see, if I see a wallet on the floor, okay, I'll pick it up. I'll have a look in it. There's a card in there. This wallet belongs to such and such. What am I going to do? Will it go through my mind? Will it go through my mind? Shall I keep it?
Never. I always return it.
Or in the past, would it have gone through my mind? Oh, I'll keep that.
Nope.
Well, that's mine.
Nope.
Now,
well, it depends on what kind of person you were in the past. Yes, because I mean,
well, I was the kind of person that would say, "Oh, somebody dropped the wallet. They're lost."
You might have had
kept
an addiction. You might have had an addiction and was like, oh, that's right on time. I can go copy a little 8 ball.
Yeah, and I whatever addiction I did have, or whatever addictions I did have, I haven't got them now. Tobacco, that's it really now. But there was a time when I wouldn't have thought twice. It wouldn't have played on my conscience. Then it played on my conscience. Now, even like getting a nasty thought about somebody. I mentioned Bill Gates. Now, there's no nasty thought going to get in my head about Bill Gates, because to think a nasty thought is a sin in the eyes of God. It's created. It's been created. And it's out there.
I commend you. I commend you that you have put you have formed your code of conduct, man. That's very commendable.
Good,
good
word.
What Bex is saying is that we have that within us, and we don't need a book or people to tell us what we naturally have within ourselves.
Well, where did I learn it from then?
You had it within.
I needed somebody to tap in. I need something to tap into
common
that.
Sense.
I hadn't. It's common sense. And it needs something to bring. It needed something to bring me down to iron out the creases. You know, just to iron out the creases.
Richard, I'm sure I didn't know you was I didn't know. You're one of the first ones I've encountered in this I don't know sector they call it that is that carries those beliefs still in these times. So that's good though. That's good because I know
there's loads of us, mate. Okay. There's loads of us. There's loads of us that we just want to do good.
Yeah, I'm saying though that needs the Bible and God and religion in order for them to have a code of conduct. I like Bex is saying, we naturally know what's right and what's wrong. We don't need anyone or anything to tell us. Not even our parents. Our parents didn't teach us how to walk.
How to what?
They didn't teach us how to walk, crawl, and walk. We just did.
We're not talking about that's.
No, I'm saying you say our parents taught us.
That's a development of the body. Walking and talking is a development of the body. It's a natural development of the body.
So the brain and common sense and observation is not a natural thing either, though?
Observation is a natural thing. The brain is a natural thing. The consciousness, the conscience needs to be nurtured in well, it doesn't need to be nurtured in a good way. It's better from my perspective. If your consciousness is nurtured in a righteous way.
Did you learn that from science? Because what scientist said that?
I'm using my intuition.
Or is that common sense?
Say that again.
Is that common sense?
What did you say? You're using your intuition? You said you're using your intuition, Richard? Is that what you just said?
I'm using a combination of what sounds intuitively right to me. If I read something in the Bible, this is a little NIV, this, but if I read something in the Bible and it doesn't resonate with me, I'll think, right, that's no good to me. But if I pick, say, Psalms 1, okay, the words in this, it's like me thinking. It's put into such a beautiful way, but it's put in a way like, blessed is a man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly, nor standeth in the way of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful.
But he
For his
who
delight is in the law of the Lord. So blessed is a man that isn't a mocker, isn't a scoffer, isn't a sinner. And it's just put into words. And I think, yeah, I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
And I like it. And yeah, in the beginning, God created
touch it,
heaven and the earth, and the earth was like full and void, blah, blah, blah. I like that.
That's
I
good.
think, oh, yeah, I like that. And if there's nothing in here that I don't like. Honestly, it's as simple as that.
So there's nothing in there that you don't like.
No, there's nothing in there that I can't
Man,
use.
that Bible, look, you want me to tell you how weird that Bible is? That Bible is so weird that God went in, according to this Bible, he went into Sodom and Gomorrah, had the conversation with Abraham, where Abraham's like, well, if I can find 10 men, will you not destroy the city? Well, if I find one man, okay, he found one man in Lot, and he still destroyed the city. Okay, all right, so he rescued Lot and brought Lot out. Then Lot gets drunk and have sex with his own daughters. What kind of weird madness is that, man? What lesson am I supposed to get from that story? It's crazy, man.
It calls a schizophrenic.
That's crazy. There weren't any other women around.
No. If you can call, like, because I do believe that I have purpose, right? And that purpose makes me need to believe that there's something that gave me that direction, right? Like, now I don't believe that purpose is I don't believe I have to humble myself and make myself meek, but like a mouse to have a tiny little purpose on an anthill. I just have to make sure that when I think of my purpose being so great, I bring everybody with me, right? Everybody with me has to come. That's like it. Everyone else is as great as I am then, right? In their purpose, right? So
I'm not as weak as a mouse.
So to say that who created me, okay, is schizophrenic. I won't go on to that. What I hear you saying is it's confusing when you have such a good thing in these stories in those books. And that's why I'm saying there are people who that book is designed so we can double speak out in the world. Right. Yeah, so that the people out in the world that know their secret codes, that know they had a brother that died in the war, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Right. I rebranded myself, biggest witness protection program ever fucking in the world. Right. So those books have huge stories about the sci-fi fucking blood sucking, stuff going on here from the bad guys. OK, they really do. And their God is in there, too. Right. And they've confused those names so that we think that God and Allah and all these different God is Allah. OK, like that's the same name. Like that's the same name they would have used back then. And I don't have to be Islamic to do that because the real path of Islam is actually just the way. And I'm not trying to preach Islam here. I know nothing of it. OK, I just know that I cursory skim all these places and I got lost in those scriptures. I'm called to those scriptures to understand the way I understand things, to see and understand why does from Gen 1 to Gen 2, why they got to repeat the story. Why they got to change the name of God from Gen 1 to Gen 2. It confuses people right off the bat. That's because there's at least 2 stories in those books, right? 2 different stories. And I could go on about, I could riff about, what I've discovered in the last few weeks, but I don't want to, I have spent, I do understand even that desire to reconcile all the bad we see and justify it because we're so good. We could never do that, right? So the only way to try and reconcile that people would be so bad would be to empathize and be the best intersectionalist ever created. Right? Like, justifying everybody's bad behaviors instead of actually looking at these blood-sucking, soul-sucking, entities that live and feed off us and tell their story like it's our story and then make our goodness look schizophrenic. It's not.
Richard, right? Richard, with hearing all
the goodness ain't the schizophrenic. It's the knowing of the goodness and the badness.
With all that Bex just said here, right? With what she just said, my question is, Richard, where did that Bible come from? Why do they make sure that they want to make sure every household and damn near every car has that book?
No, to
They
take it
don't
away
care.
now.
They don't care about the homeless. They don't care about whether we eat what foods with
No,
the
no, no,
right
no, no,
food.
no, no. You're wrong. You're wrong. They're taking it away.
They're taking what away?
They're taking the Bible away.
I didn't get that one. I didn't get that memo. I didn't know that.
Well, when I was growing up, we used to have.
Richard, before you say that, have you ever read the book 1984?
I've watched the movie. I've not read the book. I haven't come across
Oh,
the
okay.
book.
All right, go ahead.
I've
I
seen
just
the
want to.
movie.
I want to see if you've seen that movie because it goes along with this. In 1984, they were saying that the things started disappearing, words in books started changing. You remember? I don't know if you read. You said you didn't read the book, but in the movie, I don't know if they covered that aspect. So I think that's what along the lines of what you're saying with the Bible, that they're taking it away. They're slowly taking books away, and I got you. I understand. I agree with that. That yeah, they probably are taking things
But
away.
they're just taking it out. They're taking it out of society. They're They're taking it out of
And
society. They're taking it out of schools.
Richard, it would make sense that they take the Bible out. You know, I hope you go there with me. You know why? Though? What are they about to bring in? A one world religion, right?
Well, oh,
So that
absolutely.
would,
Yeah, it's called coexist. Funny
yeah,
enough,
so,
an amalgamation of all the religions.
yeah, it's going to be a one world religion. So it would make
Yeah,
sense to get rid of religious books and maybe introduce a
yeah, but they
new
ain't
book,
getting rid of
the,
Islam. They're
the
not getting rid
Quran.
of Buddhists. They're
Yeah, they could get rid.
amalgamating these things.
Yeah, Richard, I'm sorry,
The only
though, man.
people, the only people that are picked on from a religious perspective are Christians.
Oh, huh?
Ah,
Picked on?
absolutely, 100%.
Or maybe you're speaking for where you're located right
No,
now. But
I'm watching the world.
here in America,
Christ,
I think the
Christ is
religion
the
that's
most
picked.
mocked. Christ is the most mocked prophet. If if he is a god, okay, if he is the most mocked. Hollywood would never disrespect another religion the way they've disrespected the way they disrespect Christianity. But that's
Yeah, I'll carry on that a minute, Bex. But how many times have you heard in movies? Oh, Jesus Christ! How many times? Every single movie that comes out of Hollywood.
well, yeah, and I think it's rated like 14 plus or something. Like it's been shown that it's actually even right down into even maybe a younger age than 14 plus. But general, every single one will have some sort of oh my God or
Which
Jesus
is a
Christ
blasphemy.
reference.
It's classed as a blasphemy. It's taking the Lord's name in vain. It's using it as a cuss word.
I didn't.
It's using the context of a cuss word.
I thought
Oh,
Muslims
Jesus.
were.
How many times in the movies have you heard them say, "Oh, Muhammad"?
Well, you never know.
Oh,
Look, hold on, Richard. Hold on. Maybe in the Arabic language they might say it. Or in
oh
the
dear, no.
no, because they
No,
do
they
say.
wouldn't.
I know. Look, hold on,
Yeah.
Richard. Because
Yeah.
in it, I know around Muslims they will say Ya Allah, like oh Ya Allah. Or
Yeah,
they'll
that is.
refer.
I say, "Oh God, oh my
Yeah,
God, oh
and
my
that's what
Lord."
Yeah,
they
but
say.
I say that as a calling out. Oh my Lord.
You won't find Muslims saying Jesus Christ. You just won't find it.
I've got some Muslim friends, and
if a Muslim refers to Jesus, they'll also say peace be upon him, just like they will Muhammad.
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. They'll say Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Yeah.
And they call him Isa.
If
They
I
call
got
him
the understanding correct, when Muhammad comes back to earth, he comes back with Jesus Christ to save the earth.
Yeah, Isa
well,
at
not
the end.
Muhammad. Mahdi. The Mahdi. Muhammad Mahdi is what they call him. Not the Muhammad from the 7th century.
Yeah.
It's this other guy that they call the Mahdi that's going to come before Jesus and around the time of Jesus. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
Yeah. I've studied them all, man. I've studied them all, and they all equal just mind control. That's all I've come to the
Well,
conclusion.
they also have the creation of Eve from Adam story, which is like we won't get into tonight. We'll do a whole other live stream on that one. So because
Wow,
those,
Richard,
yeah,
Richard, I didn't know you was a. I mean, it's not, a few times having a. I didn't
Let me
know.
tell you,
I didn't know you was religious. I didn't
I'm
know
not
that.
religious.
No, if you're trying to model yourself after Jesus Christ, I'm not going to. No, we all. If you say you're not, you're not.
No, I
I'm
am.
just saying. I'm saying from my perspective, a person would generally say, "Oh, you have a religion," meaning
Yeah,
you're religious. Just
I
keeping
have
it
a
on.
relationship. I have a personal relationship. Let me tell you this story. In Britain, we've got the main church is the Church of England. That King Charles is now the head of the Church of England, I think.
Whew.
Now, I was christened when I was 6 months old or something. I was christened, like baptized. I didn't know anything about it. Okay. But I was Church of England, and I didn't think anything of it. So I stumbled into St Mary's Church in town one evening. I stumbled into the church. I walked into the church, had a service on. I wandered into the church. I didn't know. I was just walking by. Oh, let me pop in here. And I sat in the pew. I didn't recognise any of the hymns, so I didn't sing. But anyway, right at the end of the service, the vicar said, "God save the Queen." And I said, I didn't shout this out. I just said, "What about God save the homeless? What about God save the elderly? What about God save the poor?"
You're
And I
damn
walked
right.
out. And I walked out. And when I walked out, I denounced being a member of the Church of England. I was then just nothing. I was just a freelance, okay? Now, 10 days later, about a mile up the road from me, they got a racehorse course, Taunton race course. So I'd gone out on a Sunday afternoon for a wander. I'm up on the race course, galloping like a child. But I was on the race course, and down in the valley, I could see a church. I could see a tower, an old tower, down in the valley. So I wandered down to it. And there's a church, Orchard Portman Church. So I could tell you the exact date if I could look at the file, because I'd gone around. I'm taking photographs of this old church. I'm a stonemason. I'm an old building conservator. I walked around the church. I'm taking zoom-in photographs, and there was a service grave, from the Second World War, like a 18-year-old, I think he was. I sat down. I said a prayer. I had my little book. I had a little chat, and we walked round to the front of the church, and the door was open that much. I poked my head in, and there was a little service going on. The guy poked his head from out behind the curtain. He said, "Oh, come on in." So I went in. This is 10 days later. In a random, I'd never been in this church before. I'd never even noticed it before. So I went in. I sat down, sat in line of pews in from the back. At the end of the service, actually, the first prayer that they did, I didn't arrive at the beginning of the service. But anyway, the first prayer, I just found myself in the aisle, okay? My head was on the aisle floor. I'm very shy. I don't like being the center of attention. And I started to cry. I don't know why. It just happened. So anyway, when this prayer finished, I got up. I felt a bit conscious that there was a guy, Richard, funny enough, sat behind me to the left. I sat down. Right at the end of the service, the vicar, this was a Church of England church as well. Right at the end of the service, the vicar, Stephen, said, "God save the homeless."
Mm. Mm. And you
Now,
said you found your home. That was your spot, huh?
was God speaking to me when I said to him, "What about God save the homeless?" 10 days before. And then 10 days later, just by coincidence, because it was a coincidence, I landed at the feet of a vicar who gave me a message from God to say, "God save the homeless." Boom. That was the end of that service. And
I
I
mean, you
cried
see,
again.
things like that. I could see why a person would think that they're doing this. Is I was there, so I fully understand. Go ahead. I'm sorry, because that would really that would really you would just that would touch touch you and say, look, this is real. God, this
Absolutely, 100%.
coincidence, you know.
Absolutely, 100%. But I had submitted myself to wanting to be a better man because I'm here for the children. I don't have my own children. I've got nephews and nieces, and you know, I absolutely adore people. But I love children. I'm here for the sake of the children, really. And to, you know, if this is what I say to parents, I say, oh, you know, if your child had an Uncle Jesus, how often would they go around his house? And they say, well, he'd probably go around there a lot. Really.
Look, man.
But that experience to me, and there's been loads of other experiences, loads of other coincidences, we call them. But ain't coincidences. I've given my life to serving God, the creator that laid out a few simple rules.
But I mean, right there, what you just said. Why the hell do we have to serve the one who created us? Shouldn't they serve us? Like in my house, in my home, my children. I don't have my children to thank me. I'm not gonna say forbidden, but I've taught them from when they were a child that I don't ever want to hear them tell me thank you, because I'm only doing what I'm supposed to do. You thank a person who's doing something that they don't have to do. And they don't say please in my home because they don't have to beg me for anything. But here it is. We have to beg. We have to pray to God. We have to serve. I mean, all of that whole.
This is my choice.
Even that alone.
This is my choice.
I understand that, but some people make choices that don't make sense, though. It's still their choice. That doesn't
my choices not make sense.
No, but what I'm saying, Richard,
if somebody gives me something,
it's Richard.
I am just certain. What happened to me just totally changed the direction of my life.
Richard, all I'm saying is, God created you.
Right.
He brought. Well, I'm saying. I'm not saying that this is what you believe, but I'm saying this on a basic, average storytelling level. God created man for what purpose? To serve him. And then man has to. He knows what we look. According to your Bible, he knows what we need, but we still have to ask for it. Come on, man. That's just too confusing, man. I brought my children into this world. It is my responsibility to take care of them. God brought us on this earth. It is his responsibility, or her, whatever God, I don't want to be, but it's God's responsibility to take care of us. He brought us here. That doesn't make any sense. If I brought myself here and found out that God is the supreme God, okay, I might serve him so I can find favor. But God brought me into this earth, into this world, and now I have to turn around and pray to the one who put me in this madness and beg him for things that he already knows that I need. Come on, man.
I don't beg for anything. I don't ask for anything. I don't ask for anything. What do you mean you don't
ask for anything? Since
I don't ask for anything.
You say you pray. What's your point of praying? What do you pray?
I haven't said I prayed.
Huh? You don't talk to God?
I haven't said once I prayed.
You don't talk to God?
I have a relationship. I have a 24-hour-a-day relationship.
No, I asked, did you talk to God?
I talk with God.
Okay, you talk with God. Isn't that considered technically a prayer? Is talking with God is a prayer? Isn't that? I mean, I don't want to get into the word thing that seems to hold up.
It depends what you mean by pray. You mean getting on your hands and knees? Is that what you mean?
I'm saying I've heard that if you just talk to God, that's considered a prayer. You don't even have to open your mouth up.
Then I guess I pray, but I don't ask for anything.
You can pray in silence.
For myself, I don't ask for anything. The one thing I'm just
saying, Richard, all I'm saying is,
let me tell you this. The one thing I asked for myself was to meet people. That was it. Full stop. I haven't asked for anything else since.
What about the homeless? You ain't asked him to help the homeless? God help the homeless?
That's not for me.
Huh?
That isn't for me. That is for other people. I can ask God to help other people, but for myself, I don't need anything other than what I'm given. I've got you.
You know,
You know,
basic economic theory teaches that everyone is out to maximize their own well-being, we'll say, out to maximize their own utility, they call it, and they measure it in utils. And utils aren't quantifiable. They're only measured in, two ranks higher than one, but they're not even on a relative like mathematical scale, right? So what makes me happy, it's basically so that you can show that, what you rate an apple gives you so much happiness, it doesn't matter. Whatever, you just rank an apple above an orange, whatever, right? It's like, so it's a ordinal, not cardinal system. I guess that's what it's called. Anyways, so utils, everybody maximizes their own well-being, their own utility, their own happiness, right? And in that assumption, they actually immediately, the next assumption is there can be no benevolent dictator, because even someone ruling would be trying to maximize their own well-being. And from that comes no free lunch, even if there's no money involved, because somebody gains happiness by doing something good for somebody else. Now, I know this is like bastardizing the good way of being, like by looking at it in economic concept as an economic construct. But what I'm trying to say here is what you gain from what you believe and what you understand, which is good. I'm not knocking it, because I've spent years studying that.
Get to the point. Just get to the point.
Is that you gain happiness by having a righteous, orderly direction that you see as walking in the goodness of God. You don't gain anything from being a Christian then.
I'm not happy.
How
can I be happy when everybody else is sad?
Richard, I'm with you on the happiness level right now.
How can I be happy when I know the ills that are going on behind that door over there or that door over there? I am not a happy man.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm not. My happiness.
Yeah.
I get. Okay. I don't even get joy. I like to see other people become happy.
Wait.
I would like no joy or pleasure out of that, apart from seeing somebody else being happy.
Richard, now see, okay, I'm totally. So what is the purpose of knowing that there's a God and He's in your life doesn't make you happy? Then what's the purpose of? What purpose does God serve then? If here's someone who loves God, who's into God, and
I'm not here to be happy. How can I be happy when the rest of the world is sad? I can't be happy.
And that's exactly why I question the whole thing of this whole God can sit back while the world is in the state that it's in. You're absolutely right. How the hell can He be happy? What's God? I mean, I can't. Huh?
Listen, there might come a point when collectively, if people like me, or not just people like me, if somebody could say, boom, the right thing, somebody could say the right thing, and the whole world seen the light, and the whole world turned from being selfish, greedy, etc., false, bullshitters, liars, wasteful, all those, even just calling the seven deadly sins, let's go with those. Gluttony, and the whole world just all of a sudden seen the light because one person said the right thing. Then I would say, fuck me, thank God for that. Now I can be happy because everybody else is happy.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
It's a torment. Honestly, it's a torment.
Oh yes,
it's a torment. Living in a world when when you're watching the evil go on from outside of the evil. You step out of that evil realm. Don't have anything, be not of this world. Watch it from outside, and then it's like picking off, like a lion, or like a lion picking off a gazelle. Well, there's one there, a lost sheep. Have a chat, boom. The lost sheep ain't lost anymore. I ain't happy. Honestly, I'm not happy. I'm not
No,
content.
there's not.
God
Outside of my
brings
children,
God
my
brings me a relief, but I ain't happy.
I mean, there's.
I'm
I
happy
don't
for other
see.
people.
Not as long as these wicked weirdos are around tormenting and it's not. Hell no.
Absolutely. And
Yeah,
that's
Mm-mm.
it.
although I'm happier than I've ever been
I,
in many years, knowing that there's people that know what's going on, knowing that there's people that care, being involved in these forums, being involved on the internet with people trying to figure it out, like
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
there's
That's a good point.
I
I'm
used to do
happier.
this alone. I used to do this alone in my head, and now there's
Yeah,
people
yeah,
like coming from all walks of life, right?
yeah.
Like, so I wasn't, I've seen you be happy. That's where I was accusing your happiness of like hanging out with you. I think, I'm not saying that you're like walking through life in bliss, right? Like,
I'm
but
happier.
I feel like I've seen you happy here, like,
I'm happier.
um,
Could
I
I
mean,
be happier? Could you, Bex, could you be happier than you are now?
oh, for sure,
Right then.
for
So
sure.
you're not happy. You're
I
on the
am
way to
happy.
being
No,
happy. Can you
No,
be
I know
happier
I
than
am
happy?
happy. I only have the now. So, and what I've seen building in my life, what kind of standards I have, what kind of bar I raise, and I have the people around me that are good people, are kind people, are loving people, having hard conversations, getting past our emotional reactions, getting
Yeah,
past our defense, knowing that we come
yeah,
from a loving place, that we're just trying to understand. We're not trying to even argue someone into a point. If anything, we're doing exactly what these guys do, us speaking in their two tongues, right? But they do it with intention of spell casting, whereas we can actually listen to each other and draw out what we're trying to understand from each other, even if someone is coming from a totally different place than what we're having today on this panel, right? Like, just,
yeah,
is
and
your
so it gives me
happiness
great hope. It gives me great hope. Like,
yeah.
this gives
Keep
has
me
the
your
hope.
great hope.
happiness
Keep
has
the hope. Honestly.
has your happiness decreased once you found out how weird and wicked and perverted just what is there a point where you were happy but and then once you came into and saw what life is when the happiness decreased?
No,
Me.
although I think if I had children of my own, I think it would be a lot harder for me right now.
I mean
Trying to,
they are what makes me happy in life.
yeah.
They're probably the
Yeah.
only they bring me my happiness, that's for sure. But also it's sadness at the same time, knowing
Yeah.
Can you
it's weird.
click your mic and cam on again,
I'm
Here
gonna.
we
and then off again? It's okay.
I'm
It's
gonna.
not totally gone.
Joe Cool, I got you, mate. You're pretty much on the same page as me.
I guess it's time for me
Joe
to tap
Cool,
out. My phone is acting up.
thank you for that.
All right, try your mic one more time.
I'm good.
Yeah, it's better. It's not as bad as it was. It's just a little bit. It's not as clear as it was either. You're good though.
All I had said it wasn't nothing big. I was just saying that yes, my children, they do give me happiness, but at the same time sadness because knowing what
Well, you worry.
yeah, that's
You
the
want to.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
want to protect. You want to figure it out, right?
Yeah, but prior to knowing that this world was wicked as it was, I was a happy young man. I was happy. I just, I couldn't figure things out in a certain sense, but at least I didn't know that I had an enemy. I just knew that I thought I was in complete control of my happiness. You know what I mean? I didn't know that there were ones that are out there that were making life more difficult for me. And then now to reach this sinister level, I'm with Richard, man. It's hard to be happy right now. Hard as hell. So, but Richard, though, you have more than me. You have a God that you in your life. At least I don't. I mean, I know that I believe this is one time I know that there's a higher beings because I know that they're guiding me. But at the same time, I don't know how to define what I'm experiencing as a God or a creator. So I don't know about that aspect, but I would think you would be a little more joyous knowing that Jesus existed and God exists, Richard. I just thought that was where y'all's happiness came from, was knowing that Jesus died for your sins and renewed and gave you You know, and I thought
Yeah,
that that's isn't
yes.
that the isn't that in the Bible, the Lord is my light and my salvation. I mean, it's just I thought that was the end all of happiness was once you came into having a relationship with God. I'm shocked to hear you this, you
Yeah.
know.
How can I be happy? I've got a job to do, and it is to try and it is to try and get people to be um, happier.
How you gonna want people to be? How you gonna want people to do something that you're not doing?
Yeah, I can't be happy, mate.
So
I refuse to be
so
happy.
you're saying that you're one who makes sure others eat first before you eat.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, okay, I can see that. I can see that. I got you. I got
I had quite an odd experience when I was 7, and I became a paranoid when I was 7. And I was still outside the front of my house. I'm 58 now, so I'm going back 41 years, 51 years. I was outside the front of my house, 7 years old. The street was full of children. About 100 yards up the road, there was like the old incandescent street lamp with an incandescent bulb. And I gone out the front of the house and I stared. I just looked at this bulb up the road, 100 yards up the road. And all of a sudden, everything went boom, white, white. Everything was white. It was white. It lasted, I don't know, seconds, a minute. And then I flicked out of it. And immediately I looked up to the right, up to the bedroom window of the house, expecting to see my mum looking out the window. Because I knew I had a sensation I was being watched. But no, my mum wasn't there. But I became paranoid at that moment because I knew I was being watched. I sensed I was being
you.
watched. It didn't stop me from being naughty because I didn't really appreciate the fact that, okay, so perhaps that was God watching me. That I was aware that I was made aware that I was being watched. Now at 7 years old, where did that come from? I had no abuse when I was a child. I was brought up in a very loving home. We weren't spoiled. We were well cared for though. Home cooked meals. Mum and dad brought up 5 children. Dad worked. Mum stayed at home. That was a thing back then. But from that moment, I became a paranoid, and it took me a long time to reach the conclusion that was God. Somebody was watching me. Where did that come from in a 7-year-old's mind? Where would that concept come from? We didn't have mobile phones. There wasn't that sort of technology around. I was in the street with a load of children, other children playing in the road, football and Kirby's and knockout ginger and stuff like that. So since the age of 7, I have been a paranoid. I've been aware that I'm being watched, and it's had a quite
So are you saying? So are you saying that? Look, you sit back, you'll watch as others do wrong, and they don't get punished as much. But the moment that you do the slightest thing, you get punished immediately. Do you experience that? Like the karma of
no,
it. You
no, I don't, because my intent isn't to do wrong. If I do
no,
wrong,
no. I'm not saying no, no. I'm keeping it simple. There are
okay,
times where, because you're saying you're being watched, and I know that feeling. So
yeah,
what I'm saying is there are others in this world that can do wrong and they can continue to do wrong and it may seem like they're prospering. But then there are those of us who can do the smallest thing, even if it's unintentional, and we immediately see, like, for lack of a better word, like punishment, like we get smacked on the hand, just don't do it. But others are allowed to go further. Have you experienced, like, because that's what made me feel like I was being watched, because I can see others do wrong and I'm not judging. I'm just saying, damn, I see this child do all this craziness And the moment I even think something wrong, something puts me back in my place. It's,
Yeah.
so that's what made me feel that way. Like I know that I'm different in this because of how I'm treated. So I'm just wondering, is that what kind of helped convince you that you're being watched, because you observe that others are able to, but you yourself, it seems like there's a higher being that's like treating you different than others. Like,
I was McCoy. I was 7 years old. I wasn't
okay,
really aware of right and wrong back then. I just had that experience that made my consciousness believe or know or feel that I was being watched.
okay.
So anything I did was not done in secret, because everything I did, I was aware that it was being watched, that it was being seen.
How about today? Do you have that same feeling that you're being watched or has that gone? Has that gone away? That
Well, I sort of learned to embrace it, really, because I've accepted that God, the Creator, is there watching and watching us all. But for some
okay.
reason,
Okay, I thought you were saying that you had like he watches everyone, yes, but he's got a close eye on Richard. I
no,
thought
no,
that's
no, 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 he hasn't got a close eye on me.
oh, okay.
He's got the same eye on everybody.
Oh, okay, got you. All
It's
right.
not. I'm not special. I just had that.
So the feeling of paranoia came more from the behaviors you saw people having around you,
No, 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 no,
and
no,
that
no,
you
no,
didn't
no,
want
no,
to.
That look,
no. I
you
got
are
paranoid because I
that
thought I was being watched.
you're
After
above.
I came, this white was everything. Taste, the hearing was white, the vision was white. My eyes were wide open, and there's no white I've ever seen is as white as it white. It was like just white, everything.
So
And
okay,
when I
hold on,
snapped out of it, it
hold on.
wasn't nothing to do with anybody else.
Richard. Okay, so Richard, I'm hearing you. You're saying at the age of 7, you didn't know the difference between right and wrong. But hold on, that's what I'm quoting you.
Yeah,
You said at that age you did not know right and wrong. But
yeah.
at the same time, you knew that there was a higher being that was watching you.
I knew I was being watched. Now, I didn't equate it to a higher being because I was only 7.
Okay,
But
so you could, in your 7-year-old mind, it could have been like you were being watched by the government or being watched
no,
by
no, no. I
someone.
wasn't aware
Not
of the government at
necessarily,
7.
huh?
I wasn't aware of the government at 7.
Oh, that's what I'm trying to say. Then who did you think was watching you at 7?
I looked up expecting to see my mum looking out my bedroom window. My bedroom window was at the front of the house. I'm from a council estate. We had a front garden, was about, I don't know, 6 yards from the pavement to the house. I came out and I knew I felt as though I was being watched. I looked up to the window expecting to see my mum looking out the window, and she wasn't. But I still felt that I was being watched. It wasn't anything to do with anybody else. It was, I
Okay,
couldn't hear
got you.
anything. I heard white. It
I
wasn't
got
a
you.
white noise. It was, I heard white. Everything was white.
I'll
And
just leave it at you just felt you were being watched. That's it.
that's it.
Just keep it that
Nothing
simple.
more.
I got
Nothing
you.
more
I
to it.
got you.
There's
Got
nothing
you.
more to it. And when there wasn't anybody
And
there,
it initially scared you.
no, it didn't scare me.
Yeah, he didn't seem like he
What do
got
you mean
It
by
scared.
was like,
paranoia then? What's the you said the word paranoia, and I think my brain is stuck on that. That's all.
well, I became conscious that I was being watched.
Okay.
And how did you
You know,
react? Was it kind of spooky at all? Like, how did that? Did it kind of
gosh,
scare? Did it scare you?
no, I wasn't scared. It was like the white was at the white. If I could have that experience again, I would say, please, yeah, I'll have that again, because it was sort of
At 7 years old to feel like you're being watched. I mean, how old a person? 7 year old, like I could know a 7 year old could just say, "Oh, that's just part of life," and just accept it. So yeah,
Possibly it
yes,
could be,
yeah. Hmm.
but nobody else around seemed to be. I did have Where's my little niece?
That's that's pretty special right there to just think that of my children. The only time they think they being watched is me or their mother. I did not know higher, like unknown, unseen. That's amazing right there. I can see, Rich. I see you're deep rooted, man. I see,
See
but
this?
I'm just shocked that
This
you are a Bible man like that. I'm just shocked.
Oh, I love it. It's a beautiful, beautiful book. I mean, in Great Britain, when I was at school, we were fed Shakespeare, so it's not the language isn't difficult to read, understand. A lot of people say, "Oh, I can't handle that. It's all theatrical."
Yeah,
Blah blah.
that King James, man. That King James version is kind of tough, but they got that new international version that's a little easier to
Yeah,
comprehend, follow. The English
this.
language, the English language by itself is difficult, and then you turn into the whole "thou art thou." That
Yeah,
you
well,
just,
I think that's nice. This is Josie. Okay, this was her at my wedding. She was a bridesmaid. Now
hmm.
she used to zone out. My little niece. Um, she committed suicide.
Oh,
She when she oh gosh, 10 years
oh,
ago.
Richard, man, here this guy go.
Um, but she used to zone out. She used to go into
What
she
age
used to
was?
zone
Why?
out, but
Why
she
would you?
couldn't. I don't think she could handle. She had a son. She got into dodgy relationships. She got into drugs and things like that. But she had a really bad mother. Um,
That's just
but
terrible.
she used to zone out. Little Josie. Just do it, just blank out, boom, it was gone. And I never asked her where she went, but what I sensed was she used to get that same thing. She used to just she wasn't really comfortable in this world. Um, but I don't think she could handle the pressure of having a conscience that was that she was that she was abusing. And it's not her fault. She was nurtured really bad. I tried my best as her uncle, and then
That statement you wait. That statement you made that you don't think she could handle having a conscience. That's crazy. That's crazy as hell. That's a statement. And there's probably a lot. Oh man, that's rough. Oh,
prior to her committing suicide, her mum actually committed suicide. So
oh.
she was literally
So she saw it as an option already in life. Damn.
well,
Yeah, because if your mother does something, you're
oh
gonna,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? It's automatically gonna be like, well, it's okay. My mom did it. You know, shit.
yeah. It's tragic, really, but that's the result of bad nurturing, really, and having just
Oh,
having a
it's
bad
bad
role model.
nurturing. It's bad
It is bad.
nurturing. It's bad nurturing, but the God above, who's in control of all things according to all religion,
Yeah.
God is all powerful, almighty, all knowing, all seeing, all hearing. He knows tomorrow. He knows 100 years from now. He knows everything. But nope, it's the parents for not nurturing.
Say that bit again. The last bit is the parents what? Well, we're all given free will, aren't we? Anyway, we're
Oh,
given
here we
free
go.
will. which is the beauty of it. It's sort of like I just see,
It's free. It's free will. It's free will, but you're gonna let that wicked, evil Satan roam the earth. Okay, free will. Thank you.
Well, and free will allows people to make the choices where they can, do major harm to somebody, and then we can choose to the opposite, and we're going to end up in the same place.
Well, no, not if you don't. If you
Just
do
being
wickedly
forgiven.
harmful things, and you got to repent.
Yes,
And I'm not here to say God's going to say, "Here, come on out then."
Yeah, the man can go around and commit mass rape or mass people not living anymore, and he can ask for forgiveness, accept Jesus, and suffer and have the same faith as someone as Richard, who's So I agree with you right there, Max. They have the same destiny. So what's the motivation there? Huh? Why should I have a conscience if all I have to do one day now is say I accept Jesus? And
yeah, no, it's not just a case of doing that. It's got to be in all sincerity and thinking. Listen, make me new again. It's as simple
but maybe
as that.
you were already like him. Were you already like him?
Like who?
And that's why you're drawn to be the best model of that. Like, I'm just saying, I don't know what you've struggled with, or what your worst thoughts, or what your worst, and I'm not saying in retaliation. I'm not saying the protector, Richard. I'm not saying the one that would protect his children. I'm saying the standalone by as he stands, right? Did you deviate that? And I'm not trying to pry. I'm just saying I believe the man I see hasn't struggled with the things that some of these people do out there, or even gone anywhere near that. You know what I mean? In such a way that
what are you on about?
Were you like that already? Is all I'm saying. Is that why you're drawn to that, like that spirit? Because you're actually already kind of Christ-like.
Richard, before you answer that, and another thing to add to that, though, Max, is the fact that this whole paranoia, though, that once you come into God and Jesus, it's hard to now. You don't want. How can I say it? Like, it feels for y'all's word, blasphemous to now turn away. It's hard to turn away from that concept when that has been embedded in you. So those two right there. One, you're saying that you already, and the idea of giving yourself the credit and not God. Oh, that's a double. That's a tough one right there. That's why a lot of them.
But it can be a feedback loop. So you can be like, oh, I feel good for doing the right thing. Like, a good might be the wrong thing. You just naturally do the good thing. Like, extra people come over for lunch, and you're like, I'll just have an apple after, or whatever, like that natural nature that allows you to see that story being told to you so that you're drawn to it. It could be the same. It can be a feedback loop to be walking a righteous path and feeling the rewards of feeling good for doing that, right? There's nothing wrong with that, especially in a world that doesn't have a whole bunch of evil. All we would want to be doing is being better and better. So, I think that you can acknowledge that you are that kind of spirit to be drawn to that without blaspheming and saying that he showed you that, unless you've struggled with things that it's none of my business. You know what I mean? Like, which again would be just as justified, right? If there is somebody who's really struggled with ideas or thoughts or anything that I couldn't fathom, and and they'd never acted on them, and they'd done it because they had a relationship with God and found that through this story, I'm not opposed to that, right? I've had friends that have done
that. Beck, that's my fault. You asked him an excellent question, and then I added on to it, and he has not had the chance to answer your excellent question. That your question was that you sure that wasn't you already, or along those lines?
Exactly.
Yeah. So what you say, Richard?
What? Right? Am I sure that it wasn't me already? Is that the question? I had an upbringing the same as you're giving your children, McCoy. I had a loving family. We wanted for nothing, food-wise, love-wise. I was part of a community. back in the day when communities were communities. Love your neighbor was a real thing. So my upbringing is as part of my nurture. I had loving grandparents. So I'm privileged to have been put in that position where I was nurtured in a loving, kind way. My dad used to say, well, he only said it once, I don't want to see the police around here for you because of you. So that put me on the right path of not to break the law. So I was brought up to be respectful of other people, respect your elders. Used to be a thing. You know, don't answer your parents back. Used to be a thing. You know, so I was privileged, and so it's part of my nurture to be a good boy. So I'm lucky in that respect, but it didn't stop me being a bad boy. It didn't in later life when I sort of left school. I grew up. I never bunked off of school. I daren't. Just because. Oh, go on. But yeah, so it was endemic in me right from birth that I was going to be a loving person because I'd experienced it. So I'd
But
experienced it.
are all your siblings as good as you, or as loving as you?
I've got 3 brothers and 1 sister. They're all married. They've all got their own homes. They've all of them have got 2 children each.
Are they as loving as you?
I haven't seen them for I don't know, 20 years, something like that.
So
yeah, they're role model parents.
Yeah, but
They
are
are
they
loving,
loving?
yeah.
But are they loving and good people like you? I don't know. I know I had a good upbringing. I recently went online in defense of my mother just because she kind of took the bad rap in the story, and I learned a lot of things as a grown up, right? And as Facebook one day, I was like, everything good in me came from my mom, right? And
Yeah.
I had my aunt came on and was like, this is my dad's sister, and she hasn't been in my family for a long time, but she said, no, you were that good when you came along. You were just that good. Right. So my mom nurtured that. My mom definitely nurtured that. I still give her credit for that. But, I'm just saying my siblings had the same, we all had a similar upbringing. We had some choices we had to make that took us apart from one another and put heavy things on kids. Right. And I sit in a family that's like, we all had the same upbringing. I'm like, actually, I went and was an only child with mom. Right. Like, actually, I wasn't here. Like, you forget, but that's where I say, like, there's nothing wrong with attributing it to the goodness that we saw, right? But we might have seen all that goodness because of the goodness in us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is, again, no judgment to be drawn to the story of goodness, to be even a better good person, right? And to aspire to be the best, But I think that that you likely were that good,
Well,
and
another thing is, like I say about my grandparents, there's probably the genetic sort of code. Both my parents worked hard, went through the war. My granddad was away, but I know that their children were brought up the same as I was brought up. So that was like a continuation of that breeding and that nurturing. That it was pretty much uncorrupted. It wasn't quite as corrupt life back then as it is now. So I'm going back. I was born 1964, so I had up until probably the 80s when Margaret Thatcher came in. I mentioned earlier on about American capitalism being the worst. Well, British capitalism in Britain existed, but it wasn't that cutthroat capitalism until the 80s, when Margaret Thatcher palled up with your Ronnie Reagan, the actor. When they paired up, I think it was 81, they got together. That was the introduction of American-style capitalism in this country. I witnessed it. Boom. I was 20 years old. I watched it. Thatcher introduced selling social housing. once that was introduced, up went the divide between neighbours. Like the 6 foot high fence started. That was the advent of the 6 foot high fence, wooden fence, non see through. That was the advent of that. So there was a division.
What caused the 6 foot high fence? What was the policy change?
Well, I think the mindset was, you might have heard of An Englishman's Home is His Castle. Have you heard of that? Yeah. That was introduced. Consumerism, Keeping Up with the Joneses is another one. Keeping Up with the Joneses was actually a television program, like a sitcom. Keeping Up with the Joneses was all about, the Joneses next door have got a 20-inch television. Let's get a 22-inch television. The Smiths next door have got a 22-inch television. The Joneses got to go and get a 24-inch television. This was the beginning of that consumerism. But that started in the 1980s and it's called Thatcherism, and it completely changed Britain, that period. The early 1980s, and that's when we adopted that American-style capitalism, which was cutthroat. They had yuppies. Have you heard of yuppies? Back in the 80s and 90s, I think. Or probably the 90s was like people making money through banking deals and things like that. I don't understand it. People were making like thousands and thousands of pounds a day. They were called yuppies, young upwardly something people, or something like that, yuppies. But that was that consumerism, that ownership, and yeah, that was the beginning of the downfall, really, of I'll call it socialism, on a sense where everybody has an equal opportunity. And there ain't a dictator at the top of socialism. If you go with Marxist socialism, then you've got a dictator. That's Marxism. That's Karl Marx. Whereas if you've got a pure socialism, surely that is, how can I be happy when everybody else is sad? That to me is pure socialism. But then you've got a named socialism. It's like having somebody saying, I'm a vegetarian, but I eat fish. Well, you ain't a vegetarian then.
So now
you're a pescatarian. Or I'm a vegetarian, but I eat eggs. Well, you ain't a fucking vegetarian then, are you? Eggs ain't vegetable. You dickhead.
Oh no, if you eat eggs, you're vegetarian. You mean vegan. Yeah, vegetarian. You vegetarian if you eat eggs. No? Or did they change that too? But that's beside the point. I don't want to take away.
No. Eggs. Are eggs vegetables?
But vegetarians usually are just, they don't eat meat. That's it.
Yeah. You see how they corrupted it?
I don't want to take away from what you're saying. Continue. I was just saying
that. It's true if you think about it. There are different factions of vegetarianism. Oh yeah, I'm a vegetarian, but I eat chicken. Well, you ain't a vegetarian, or I eat fish. Vegetarians say I'm a vegetarian, but I eat fish. Well, you're eating meat. You're eating animal products.
Mm-hmm.
Eggs are animal products. Now, veganism is the total non-abuse and use of anything animal. Bees,
yeah, I've been vegan 23 years now.
Yeah. Oh, wow. And you're still alive. And judging by what I've seen of you earlier on, you look a fit bloke.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't eat carrots. I don't eat spinach. I don't eat corn. I don't eat potatoes. That's what kind of vegan I am. I've even cleaned up my vegan way of diet. Carrots. Yeah. I don't eat none of that because some of those foods are hybrids. But that's beside the point. Go ahead, Richard. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Cooked carrots are more nutritious than raw carrots. Did you know that?
No,
they release a lot, and they are very, very helpful. They're very, very beneficial. And that people say, "Oh, carrots make you see in the dark." That's a load of bullshit. No, there's something in carrot, and when you cook them, it releases this more abundance called carrot. I think it's carotene.
Yeah, I've heard that term, carrot, something along that lines. Yeah.
Keratin, I think it is.
But
Yeah.
yeah, like what you were saying was that yeah, these people they want to fly under a certain flag, but then they want to like change the narrative or make
That's
it
it.
give it its own identity. You're
Yeah.
vegan, but yet yeah, you eat cheese. Well, then
Yeah.
you're not vegan. I got you.
Yeah.
I got you, Rich. I got
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. So it's the same with socialism. Have you got? I mean, I think Britons, and I join this thinking that this means everybody has an equal opportunity in life. Okay, and the wealth is more evenly distributed, and assets are owned by the nation, not owned by the government. The government are just the managers. They don't own anything. They're doing a job, and that is to manage the country. So they don't own anything. So it's not the government's money; it's our money that the government are managing. They work for us. We pay their wages. They take their wages out of our tax payments. But anyway, the Socialist Party in Britain is called the Militant Socialist Party. Now, I thought socialist, yeah, but I didn't realise what the militant aspect meant. And it's another spin on it. And most of them are Marxist. But they don't say, we're Marxist socialists, because your Marxism is your communism. So I lasted about 3 months before I realised. And then I come out of that even. Just because it's the bastardization of the fundamental, which is a socialism. So, and somebody once said to me, well, Jesus was a socialist. And I agreed with them at the time. But I had to align myself with the militant socialists. Now, they ain't, it's different. Like I say about, they just got a different title, So, yeah, politics, schmolitics, I say. But I like Ubuntu. I like that.
Rich, I do. 'Cause, having them 5 babies, I gotta get up soon. But my point is, Richard, that I don't want to change the subject in the sense, but I would like to follow up on that LED video that you said you had. Is if we? I mean, I don't know. Well, as long as I'm of course I've been sub to you for the last 2-3 months, and so I peep in on what you're doing. So yeah, I'm gonna look out for that one. I don't know how you would get us to know when you're gonna because I am definitely.
It's up on my channel.
Huh?
It's already up on my channel.
I thought you said that they struck it in there.
No. This is what it was. I got approached by David Yates, who said Mark Steele would like to come on and do a live stream and talk about LED lights. So 2 years prior, I think it was 2 years prior, I'd actually made a video talking about, because like I say, I was walking up the road, it was dark, LED lights were on, birds were twittering. And it just transpired. I was walking up the road, I'm talking about Bill Gates and what he was doing with the climate and things like that. There's a little bit of this and that in there. But fundamentally, it was about, I'm going into reports about the damage, retinal damage, etc. But I actually finished that video because I was sort of editing it, and then I put it back. I thought, this is too long. But just because I was going to be doing a live stream, it's titled LED Lights, What I Know. And all I did was collate this video, did the reports, even about birds dropping out of the sky, etc. There's a little bit of humor in it, but fundamentally it's all about my opinion on what might be causing this birds to be up in the middle of the night, and just all sorts of things. But there's a lot of technical research in it, or a bit of technical research, and it's called LED Lights, What I Know. And that was a precursor to me having this live stream with Mark Steele. And the live stream, like I say, the live stream did go up, but what I wanted to do was furnish anybody that was going to come along and watch or join in with this live stream to just have an idea of what LED lights actually entailed and were, and the dangers of them. So I released that. That didn't get
Okay.
striked. Everything was above board. It was only when Mark come on and started off rambling about, you know, all the weapons that they are, but he mentioned the old medical bit. He introduced that, the recent medical thing, you know, the old
Got you. Okay. Got you.
the elixir of life, and he correlated that as part of this.
I'm
Sure
they definitely have some correlation with it, some relationship. Definitely, he's not too far. He's definitely we know he's not far off on that. But at the time, so you're saying that played a role in why he got
the live stream got deleted because because I looked at, there was like a panel of 4 on there. There was Mark Steele, there was me, there was Rob, I think, and then there was David Yates was there. And I gave Mark Steele the platform, okay, to do his thing. And as soon as he started mentioning about the old cure, I was looking up and I was looking left and I was looking right at the other panelists, and they were all doing the same with me. And it was like, oh shit.
Yeah, you're
it was like, yeah. And I didn't want to shut him up. I could have just pulled the plug on him, but no, I'll just let him run with it. And the information's there, and he is spot on. Everything is correlated to be. It's like a multi-pronged weapon, really. It's like having. Is like an incendiary device inside another. It's just like having it's like a nail bomb. You know, it's not just one nail in a bomb. It's shitloads of nails in a bomb. That's what his what he explained with your LED lights, with your old G whiz.
I'm gonna check that video out
and with things like the old goo, you know, all this yeah, it's called LED lights. What I know.
That's so Bex. So you're so in your home is I don't. Is Canada? Is it mandated in Canada right now, Bex? Rebecca?
Is what mandated?
Is the LED lights? Have you all went to transition for the LED lights yet?
Transitioned away from them or to them?
To them.
Yes.
No, you're not going away from them. That's a major part of your plan. That's a global.
Yeah, no, we transitioned to them like quite a few years ago.
No, I'm saying where you have, because here in the U.S. they're phasing out all incandescent and halogen lights. They're phasing them out by August 1st. So
incandescent and halogen aren't LEDs.
Yes.
Oh, I see. I haven't heard anything like that, but I don't know.
You're going to be getting LEDs.
I guess that's more an on sale. Like they'll stop selling them in the stores.
Yes, they've already, and they've damn near stopped manufacturing them.
Yeah. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. It's a look. I mean, I don't even know.
Wi-Fi.
Look, okay, did you just mention Wi-Fi?
Li-Fi.
Oh, Li-Fi. What is that? I heard that term before.
I think we might have talked about it I might have brought it up on a panel we were on together, or maybe
in regards to us being like the batteries, correct?
No, well, no, I mean Li-Fi is the next thing they're taking Wi-Fi to. Okay. So like fidelity instead of what? And I'm sure that So I would imagine it has something to do with that network.
Richard, because remember now, Richard, okay, we're being under attack with the LED, Wi-Fi, the food, getting poked with the rain, you know. I mean, we are under attack, man.
Yeah, like I say.
Hold on, come on. Because look, in my home, there is no Wi-Fi. All right, because I'm not subjecting my children to those kind of frequencies. Because
Doesn't mean it's not. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist
I
in
know,
your home.
I know, but I'm not going to add to it and have a threat. But yes, I'm sure my neighbors, it's all over the, how
Yeah,
it, but I'm just saying I'm not going to contribute to it since I know better.
Mhm.
But I'm just
yeah,
saying we're under attack, man.
absolutely. That's
The
what I
things
said.
that were, and what makes
Oh,
they got us thinking that the thing that these things are okay, that they're all right. We don't know that these are actual weapons against us, man. That's the craziest part of the whole thing.
Yeah, they've weaponized the air. There's
That's
a document. There's a document. It's called "Weather as a Force Multiplier: Owning the Weather in 2025." Have you heard of that?
well,
uh,
not technically, but yes, I'm aware that they manipulate all of that.
Yeah, this is.
Cloud
I've
seeding
got it.
and
I've
all
got it
this.
splashed. I think if you go on my community tab, I've got it on there. There's something called Operation Crimson Mist, which is the weapons they've got. They can manipulate the mind. Rwanda, the Rwandan genocide, over 1 million people actually murdered themselves. It was like 2 tribes, but it was the Americans use a frequency to
Ah,
alter the perception of the mind in Rwanda, and
that's
over a
why.
million people.
That's why, Bex. I was saying to you that or not saying I asked you, like, even if it's just you that has to just do it, because come on, I mean, to convince people that all of these things are what I mean, it's going to be really hard to really
Uh,
convince these individuals that this government, this system is your enemy and you're under attack. You need to stop. They ain't going, man, are you crazy? They with Netflix. I don't know if y'all got them Netflix and all this bullshit, but you can't get these people to get up off their video games. I mean,
Listen,
and Richard, they're staring at a LED television that you say that
yeah,
the LED is no good for their goddamn
absolutely,
eyes. That's all I'm
absolutely.
saying.
Yeah, listen up to this then. Have you heard?
Shit.
Whereabouts in the world are you, McCoy?
I'm sorry, what you said? I'm in the U.S. I'm in Alabama.
Alabama.
I'm home of the civil rights movement down here in Montgomery,
Oh yeah,
Where Martin Luther, weak old fake ass Martin Luther King punk, you know,
right. Have you
bootleg.
heard? Have you heard of something called a stand in the park?
No, I'm not familiar with that. Not by that terminology, but
Yeah, it's actually well, I'll tell you what it is. Every Sunday, 10 o'clock, from 10 o'clock up until whenever. They advertise it as from 10 to 11, but it can go on as long as people want to be there. It's people like us, okay, meeting in the park on a Sunday, 10 o'clock, so it won't coincide with your church or anything like that. Don't worry.
you know damn well I ain't going to no church. I ain't going to no church, no
No,
mosque,
no,
no
no.
synagogue, no temple. I ain't have nothing to do with them.
Right.
Out of respect for you, Richard, I'll keep the rest of that statement to
Yeah,
myself.
I don't go to church. I don't go to church. I do actually go to church occasionally, but I'm not religiously devout to going to church every Sunday, because every
But no, I
moment.
don't go off track. You were
Yeah,
speaking in regards to the.
right. It's called a stand in the park. A stand in the park. I think it's .org. I got links on a lot of my videos, a lot of my recent videos, a lot of my recent live streams. I've been promoting a stand in the park, and all it is people like us that know. Even just if you, it's knowing, it's what it is about people getting their truth. Now, your truth might be knowing about, I don't know, LED lights, let's say. So you go to the stand in the park and you will meet somebody else that knows your truth. They know about your truth. They might know a little bit more than you, or they might know a bit less than you, but you will meet somebody face to face that you can have a conversation with. You can take your children along, There are other children that go there, so you've got that interaction. But it's a meeting of people. You probably find no people that have been medicated. Let's put it that way. You'll probably find very few people that actually wore one of those.
Gotcha.
Do you understand?
Yeah.
So it's called a stand in the park. It's a worldwide thing. It started in Australia by a guy. Now,
Australia of all places. Huh?
yeah, of
Poor
all places,
Australia.
yeah,
Shit.
the most totalitarianistic country there's been in the last 3 years. But a stand in the park. Look it up. You can there's a tab on there, USA. You tap on that, it comes up with all the parks in the USA. I could get it up now actually on my.
A stand in. Let me write this down. A stand in the park, because it would be great. See, my idea would be that I can just go tuck my family away, and then I just head out to war against these weirdos. So I think I need a support system. So that's the appeal to that. If we could just support, you know.
This is the collective. It's like exactly like this, okay? Only it ain't, because it is your community that you're interacting with your community, and the most important place to be is in the community. This is so important. Being on here, it is joyous. It does bring me happiness.
You're absolutely right. You know, here in Alabama, because one of the reasons I moved to Alabama was to get clean air and clean water. I left California, and you know, California is Smogville, and it doesn't rain. It's a desert basically. It rains occasionally, but my point is, I get my water from an actual spring. I take my bottles up there, and I go fill my bottles up. And I met someone there that spoke like me and was into what I was into, and the joy on my goddamn, I mean, I was like, you know, because it was, we need more like that are on the same thing that we're on. We need each other. And so when you say that, that's the joy that yes, that's what we need. And what the feeling I had when that lady was talking the kind of things I was wanting to hear, it raised my energy just without, you know, just knowing that there's others that are seeing things and knowing things for what they are. Yes. So that stand in the park. Hold on.
I've actually put a link in the private chat. I can't put it in the main chat because I'm not a moderator, but if Phil's there and he can copy that link and post it in the main chat, it's called can you see it in the private chat on StreamYard?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I just screenshotted it. Because if I click on it right now, it's going to take me away from this, right?
I don't know how phones work really. It might open a new tab. Can you do that?
Are you still there?
You record it anyway. It's quite simple. There was another one.
Are you still there? Hello. Are you still there?
Me?
Y'all hear? Okay, yeah. I clicked the link. I'm on there now. It's talking about subscribe to the newsletter. So I'm actually on it. We stand for freedom. A stand in the park. So yes, that link. I have a tab now of it. Let me get back to you all. Let me see. Oh, did it get? Okay, boom. Okay, so I answered my own question there. Yeah, I was able to hit the link. And I got the tab in one of my tabs, so we're good.
Yeah, and if you look at our stands, it's the first little tab on the website. Our stands. Down the bottom, apart from one, it's got USA. In fact, I'll try it now. I'm on a different tab here. I'm going to see if there's one in Alabama.
Yeah, see, they got Canada. They got Canada for you, Bex. They got Canada up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see USA. Nice. Okay, USA. Okay, what's up next? Come on. USA. You know, slow old Alabama ain't gonna be doing, but there's Florida though. Let's see, how far am I from Florida? From one of those locations. Yeah, you know, Alabama, you know, they ain't gonna have nothing like that. These people down here in Alabama, they love, I'm not gonna use the word love, but they're very fearful. They've been indoctrinated under mind control, very religious, very the government, you know.
Yeah.
Although we were the least medicated in the United States of all the states, which I
That
knew.
says something. Here's the
Huh?
thing. Here's the thing, though, McCoy. You can actually set up one, and they
Okay,
will, and a stand in the park will promote it.
got you. Okay.
So if you think, oh wow, if you go to a meet, you know, like your closest one, just think, right, I'm going to let's take the children out. We'll go down to wherever the closest one. We'll meet some people. There, they'll say, listen, it's simple. It's simple to start up, and you know, just see how it
I
goes.
see Kendall. Uh, Dane says that they have a stand in the park on the 20th of the 4th. So someone, yeah, I guess, yeah, this is I'm with you. Well, you know, I could start one myself.
You could start one yourself, but if you've got the support of them, they right. Here's another one I'm going to share with you. This is British. It's a newspaper. It's called The Light. I'm just getting the link up a minute. It's called The Light, and it's the uncensored truth. Now I actually distribute this. It's a free news. It's a free got uh, contributors like Vernon Coleman, who's been pretty much been blanked out really by YouTube. He didn't last long on YouTube just because of he's a medical doctor. He's so prolific with his writing. He's had peer reviewed writings, etc., books. But when he started telling the truth about the old thing, they pretty much blackballed him. So yeah, he's a contributor to that, and I just put a link to that. Now you can actually download the copies. Don't cost you anything. You can go back right to issue 1, which was in, I think it was September 2020. They came out with this, and the Light newspaper and a Stand in the Park UK. They were like this. If you find somebody that distributes a Light newspaper, the chances are very high that they also attend a Stand in the Park. And like I say, it's sort of like the club for those people that in the big club or the other club, And like I say, it's like this. God's all right. If you don't believe in God, you can say, well, it's some other thing. But I think there's a divine inspiration, divine influence in getting us four together here. All the other people, it's God bringing together certain people out of the blue. Boom, there you go.
Yeah,
But
I
so
definitely think we're on the same frequency, and
there you
it's
go.
good. It's definitely, and also, you know, it seems like we get what we want in life, and obviously, this is what we all want. That's on his panel right now. So we're getting what we want. We want to reach out to like-minded individuals, find some. Because look, it's straight madness right now. And the thing is, it's not that it's a U.S. thing; it's a global goddamn
Oh,
thing.
absolutely, yeah, absolutely,
That's
yeah.
crazy that they're able to orchestrate this globally.
Well, they've got a network of all you got to do is look at the Freemasons. That network, it's not as
Oh,
innocent as people think. It's the only network that is open to the world, and probably every city on earth will have a Freemasons lodge or an
yeah,
affiliate of the Freemasons.
yeah.
So they've got that, and there are people. I've got friends. I got a friend at the allotment joined, and I was telling him about Albert Pike and 33 degrees and this and that, and he said, "Oh, I'll look into that." But he did a bit of research, and he come back to me one day and he said, "Oh, I think I might have made a mistake." I said, "Well, what are you going to do?" He said, "Well, I think he said I think God put me there." Okay, now he's not a Christian, but he believes in a
A
creator.
higher being.
And he said, "I
Okay.
think God put me there. I'm going to keep my eyes open." So he's remained in it, and like I said to him, well, it's virtually impossible to come out anyway. But Phil, thank you for sharing those links, my friend and
Yeah,
brother.
anything that I have to take an oath and have to keep a secret, I'm not with it. Because
Well,
it's a little bit of your now you have an oath. Now there's division, and now you're keeping secrets. You're not free. So I'm not
plus,
joining anything that I have to take an oath and keep a secret. That's just
yeah,
not life, not in my
plus,
opinion.
plus, you've got a lodge master. You're subservient to a
Yeah,
master.
exactly. I don't need
And if you knew something, if any of us knew something that would improve another person's life, we would share it, wouldn't we? We won't keep it secret.
God, exactly. That's
So,
it.
I've been
But
asked 3 times.
To each his own. To each his own. You all, man, I don't even want to go, but I have to. The better say I need to get some rest because my days are long, very busy.
We can do this again soon.
Very
Yeah, man.
active with 5 children. 11-year-old, 8-year-old, 5-year-old, 3-year-old, and a 2-year-old.
Wow.
And I homeschool.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
I'm one of 5. I'm one of 5. I'm one child in 5. I've got 5.
Okay.
I've got 4 siblings, so it's I was blessed, I think I was blessed, really.
I'm one of 8.
One of 8.
Wow. Have you got Irish heritage there?
According to my dad, English, Irish, Scottish, Welsh. My mom's side of the family is yeah.
Wow.
My mom's side of the family is a long time on Canadian soil, so I say Métis. It seems that way, although it's not the way the story's told.
Yeah, I would possibly have continued to have more, but under these circumstances, I mean, to be honest, look, if I knew that this world was this wicked, I would not have brought one child into it. Not
but
one.
that's the goal of that wickedness. It's an anti-creative force. That's what it wants, right? So in its face, yeah.
That's why I mess with Lex. That's why I appreciate you. You're right there with me. You're right. That's exactly what they want.
Exactly.
I know it. So that's that. Damn.
So
you said it. You just knew exactly what to say.
And I think that's why Richard and I both, for me, I was put on this earth to be a mother, right? I know that.
Yeah.
And the story says I won't, right?
Yeah.
And so I have to write another one.
Do the best of what we've got.
Well, and but I won't take anything that says I can't, I won't believe in. Okay? Because they lie about everything, Richard. Everything.
I know.
Right? So I don't want to, support my own delusion here, but if it means I have to believe in an eternal incarnation is next level, right? So that I can challenge all the creative forces of this world, right? To all the mothers, all the fathers, right? To truly wed and create, right? It's not about a ceremony in a church, right? It's about, creating a child, right? And it's not about putting your sex life for eternity into obligation because of that, nor is it about hedonistic, pornographic fucking crap either, but it is about, Yeah, it's about that. So I've made up a world where I can have as many babies as I want forever and ever and ever and ever, right? In this flesh, right? And I believe it because it keeps me sane, not insane,
Yeah.
So, even if that means like, I believe at 50, I could still have a kid. Sure, I'll believe that too. But I'm just not out there practicing that right now because I have more faith in what I want to build, what these guys have taken from us by colonizing eternity and turning it into some sort of timeline here or whatever the fucking dealio is, So,
Yeah.
So I think it's great. And we'll do this again for sure. I would really like that because I know that you've really helped me keep on track. The first time I heard you, McCoy, it helped, jolt me into this. Like we do have to we're not waiting on something. Okay. We can't wait. Even if what we're doing is building the return of that person, then if that's what, if that what needs to build in, I don't know. I think that sometimes they tell stories backwards. So were they here yet? I don't know, or whatever. Like, the fact is it's about figuring out what's going on, what we can do about it, right?
Richard.
And if we feel so important, we must have to do something about it, right? So what is that? I don't know.
And that's why I'm here. Just not necessarily why I'm here, but that's why I'm on this frequency, trying to figure this or find a way out. I don't have to war with them. Just as long as they just leave me alone and let me just walk away scot free, no harm, no foul. But they're not gonna do that. That's not in them. They're obsessed. They're weirdos.
Well,
so it's gonna be a battle. It's gonna be.
And they access the level of wealth that they access, not financially, but the infrastructure that exists for them to get around this realm, for them to enjoy this realm, like the resources that went into that infrastructure and the kind of wealth that exists in that infrastructure for them to just consume trains and planes and automobiles and cruise ships and all that jazz. That's our inheritance. Okay? They didn't fucking build it. So I don't care if we have to talk about Tartarian founding and blah, blah, blah. We don't know who built it. I'm just saying that is ours. Right?
That. This is what I say. Forget the past. Concentrate on the now for the future. The past is another division. We don't know what to trust. We know we've learned lessons from it. We know that war doesn't bring peace for a start. But the most important thing to concentrate on is the now and the future. All the history research or whatever, that can wait.
Yeah, we can talk about that later. That's what I say all the time.
Absolutely.
Can we get to safety and then we can do all this?
And chill.
Right now, we're under attack. I mean, some people like this to say it's, like it's you're your worst enemy and all this shit. I am not my worst enemy, man. Are you crazy as hell? Are you out your goddamn mind? I'm my worst enemy. You crazy as hell. Because the things that they're trying to do to me, I would never do to myself.
Yeah.
Shit. That's crazy as hell. So, they say the battle's within yourself. Okay, it might be a battle with myself later, but the first step is to get rid of these weirdos. Then I could possibly overcome myself after. But I can't even focus on myself knowing that they come on.
What about this? I learned this in counseling. Don't try and beat a bad habit. Replace a bad habit with a good habit. We ain't got to beat them. We've just got to say, listen, fuck off. We don't even need to say that. It's just when things like communities come together, like a stand in the park, it just builds. There's gonna be, they call it critical mass. Okay, there's gonna come, and it ain't a huge amount. It's not like 95% of the population of the world has got to be in on it for it to be the critical mass. It's very low. I don't know what it is. It's like about 30% of the people, or 20%, that can affect that change. It initially can affect that change. It's not a huge amount, but it's called critical mass. But don't try and beat a bad habit. It's like fighting. Yeah, I'm going to beat you. Nah, fuck off. I'm just going to go over there.
Yeah, I just want
You
to get
know,
away.
Well,
That's it. We don't
that's
have to
it.
fight. Yeah.
Um,
with my,
What this could, I'm sorry, I interrupted you back. I'm just gonna throw this out real quick. Is the fact that this stand in the park is, because you never know, you can like get together, network, and then you never know, you can get some land and disappear from these people and work together. Even if it's just for a short time until this all boils over and just that's all I'm looking for. I mean, I can't battle these whoever the hell they are. I just want a safe haven away from this. I'm not trying to save the world. I'm not going to force my ways and beliefs on anyone. I just want to just get to safety for my family and sort the rest out. God is above, according to them. Jesus is the savior. I'm not no goddamn savior.
amen.
So I'm just going to take care of my responsibility. And if there are those like me who I can help, that's it. But I'm not on that whole kumbaya trying to save the world and we all need to get together. No, I'm not waiting for none of that. I see danger and I'm getting the hell away from it. That's simple as
No,
that. And if there are those out there that can assist me who's on the same thing that I'm on and they know what time it is, then that's it. I don't care what race you are. I don't care what religion you are. I don't care your size, your height. Look, we got an enemy and we need to get the hell away from him. That's all I want to hear. That's it.
You see, you mentioned 4 things there that have been manipulated into the psychology of the human being as divides.
I know it.
When we people just need to realize I'm not white. People call me white. Look at the color of me. I'm kind of like a blush at the moment. But normally I'm like a magnolia pink.
yeah, I am as well. But
I ain't white.
but that's where white's a misnomer. White's a misnomer.
Absolutely. It's the same as black.
We're red skin. The red skin people call themselves redskins, are actually brown skins. The redskins are the well, not original, but they were one of the Aboriginal peoples of North America. I'm sure they were in Europe and everywhere else as well. Yeah, my friend from Nigeria looked it up in African. Yeah, he learned it.
Oh, you know what?
African internet.
You're the one you engaged. Realized. I think
I had no idea what I was doing. I threw the curveball. I know. I didn't know.
That was the first time. Yes, I heard your voice.
But we go red. We go red in all the elements, man.
was when Realize posed that question and you entertained it and wanted to, you wanted to hear him out. And I found that like really commendable. Like, here is this lady who's willing to listen to this guy and his, I was like, okay. Yeah, and I think you even shocked him by your response because you was like, "Yeah, I want to hear more about that." And I mean, yeah, go ahead. And that shocked the shit out of him. I could feel it because he was ready for a battle. He was ready for some resistance. And you were like, "No, go ahead. The stage is yours. Go ahead and talk." And he was like, "Huh?" That confuses. I remember. I'll never forget that shit caught me off guard. I'm like, she wants to hear about him being the Aboriginal of the earth here in America. I was like, okay, good for you, lady. I like that. I like that you're open to different ideas. But no, I hate to leave. I really do hate.
I know, but we'll do this again sometime soon.
Yeah, definitely.
It's been an absolute pleasure.
Yes.
Peace and blessings to you, bro. That was and you weren't even gonna stop, mate. You were gonna just
I just came by to salute Phil, just to say, hey, I'm glad to see you're going live. And one day, if you're not too late, I can jump on there. And here I am. How long now? That's what, 2 hours, 2.5 hours later.
Well,
3 hours later, I'm still here.
yeah. You see,
Yeah.
God gives me little gifts like you now and again.
Mm. So
To
no,
me,
that's great.
to me
You
it is.
all are great, and the lot of info. I'm gonna check your video out,
LED.
Richard, LED, because that's what brought me to Phil, was that he was on So Alma's panel, and he said something. He didn't mention anything about LED, but I knew that he would have some, just by what he said. I knew he would have, so I kept being persistent on the LED subject, and hence that's how him and I got connected on that subject matter, and it's been on ever since. That
Yeah.
he's a real asset. Uh,
I love Bill. I
yeah,
love Bill. He's like my brother. Well, I said to him, right, if I was neighbours, it'd be perfect. Now, briefly, in America, they had the purple lights, the purple LED lights popping up all over the place. Are you familiar with those? No.
No.
They were street lamps that were turning purple. Now, purple. If you look at like if you hand a, I don't know, if you hand a note over at a cashier, they can scan it, can't they, with like ultraviolet to see if it shines, to tell you if it's real. It's like counterfeit tester.
Oh,
You
you're
never
talking about wait, they barely use cash. I can't remember the last time I seen no damn cash, but you're
Well,
saying
you're
the
aware of
cash.
them.
You're
You're
talking
aware.
about the cash. You're talking about that strip that's in the dollar.
Well, there's I think it's ultraviolet light. If they shine ultraviolet light on like a dud, like a forgery, it doesn't show up. But if they shine on a genuine like dollar bill or whatever, or $100 bill, it actually shines up because the ink glows under this ultraviolet light, or it might be the other way
Yeah, they
around.
do that. They do that test. They do that test with this one pen, this little marker thing that they
That's it.
slide. Yeah.
That's it.
So
Yeah. Sort of
what
thing.
about that though?
Well, I've seen a lot of reports about purple LED lights in America. Purple LED lights. Look them up. Now,
Man, you giving me a lot of homework here, Richard, man.
yeah,
I
man.
I only remember that they showed up everywhere, and I remember reading the article that told me they showed up everywhere, but I don't remember anything else about it. What they told me, what they were for, whether they changed them back. I've heard of them,
No,
and I
people
read
got
an
used to
article on
them.
it.
People were saying, "Oh, they're pretty," but they started popping up now. If we go on the idea that they are this ultraviolet light that makes something shine when you're in the vicinity of it, maybe like if you had a patch on your arm, you know, or your skin gave off some sort of iridescent glow when you're under that, just to say, "Oh yeah, you've got
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
you're
it
allowed
was.
in."
Yeah, you're right. It was almost like the lights at the bar, but not quite as strong. Like it
That's
had
it.
it had that black light quality, but not quite.
It makes
Um,
that's it. Yeah, it make it. You know, possibly it makes a certain thing glow. The certain thing might be, I don't know, the old Gatorade. We'll call it that.
the medicine.
Yeah, the medicine. That's it. But this is the thing about LED.
Okay, yes,
You
yes.
understand me?
That's
Yeah,
all. Look, that's all I'm saying is they don't need to do anything else though. They. I know they don't. I know everything they're doing, man. Is sinister, wicked, and
yeah,
evil, man. I know it, man. And I know what their plans are, man. It's plain as day. They're not hiding it. So to
yeah.
hear you say that, yes, even that LED is gonna work with that craziness, man.
Absolutely. This is a
And
thing
then the
about
5G, you mentioned the 5G earlier.
yeah.
5G, LED, and they put that thing in. Man, look, we are under attack, man. There's no,
Plus,
I mean, this is
plus.
crazy. Look, man, this is straight out of a y'all. Did y'all have Twilight Zone?
Yeah.
I mean, this is some weird. This is this is a strange life right here, man.
Absolutely,
Well,
100%.
I was born into this world to experience just straight lies, deceive, deception. I mean, and enemy that's really trying to bring harm to me and not face me, but they're sneaky
Ah,
and cowardly.
that's you mentioned it
Damn,
there.
that's crazy to me, man. How do you
Yeah,
explain that to the
it's
next
cowardly.
gen? Regardless
It's
if you have
like,
children. Okay, go ahead.
well, I was just saying, it's like playing a video game, like where you thought you were just going to be on an adventure, right? Like where you're just going to go play Sims Family. I actually played Sims Family. Okay, I'm not a video game player, but I thought, okay, I'll try. I was house sitting for my mom. A boyfriend had left his machine behind. I rented a video game, but this game wanted me. As soon as I got married, this game wanted me kissing someone else. I was like, well, I'm not doing that, right? So I do the other quests. And anyways, I'd skip all these other quests. Anyways, doesn't matter. It's like we'd be signed up for this game, but then suddenly you find out you're not. Yeah, you're not on an adventure.
This,
You're on a quest for your fucking life. And it is actually real life. Not quite that desperate, but it kind of feels that
this,
way.
this is wild, man.
Yeah.
This is wild as
Well,
shit.
it makes me believe in God even more, though, only because who could write this shit,
We need
True,
protection.
right?
Yeah, we
true,
need protection.
true.
This is the thing about LEDs. There is the red. It's the red, the blue, and the green. Okay, there's 3 elements to it: red, blue, and green. Now they class LED lights as being better for the environment, aka green. Now the purple lights, it's the green element has failed. So all you've got is the blue and the red, which is why it glows purple. But the green element is the dud. There's a slight irony to that, the green lamps, the green light bit ain't working. There's a slight irony to that. It's just something I come across to throw in the mix. But we need we just need. God will give us what we need if our hearts are love, really. And that's, fundamentally, that is the way forward, really. Yeah, you've got 5 children, and I know how tough it is, almost, because I was a child of 5, but I know how hard my dad worked. Even my mum stay at home, but we never, everything was tidy. We were fed and watered and sent off to school and welcomed home from school, and our grandparents that were there, and so
This is wild as this.
But here's the thing.
This is a
about me.
nightmare, Richard. This is a nightmare.
I know.
I'm telling you, this is a scary. This is a scary movie, man. I'm telling you, all those things we grew up watching television and being spooked by these weird thoughts and ideas, whether it's Friday the 13th and all. We're living a goddamn psychological
and honestly,
operation right
all
now.
the time we were watching someone as a villain in those movies, like all the time we were identifying with who we were identifying with. Those motherfuckers were identifying with the fucking bad guy, right? You see what I'm saying? So
there's a film called Kingsman. Have you seen it?
No.
Kingsman.
Richard, you're into movies, huh?
Well, somebody else put me onto this. I did a live stream because we had the emergency alert system I don't know, about 3 Sundays ago. So I did a live stream.
I heard about that on Facebook. Yeah. They were talking about some alert, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
The emergency alert. Now at 3 o'clock on Sunday, or whatever it was, I can't remember now. I did a live stream and I kicked it off at 2:30, and all these alarms were meant to be going off at 3 o'clock. So I did a live stream from 2:30. I thought, right, I've got a couple of phones. One I don't use. Well, my sister gave me it a week before. It's not got a SIM card in it, but I turned off my notifications. This is from 2015, and I turned notifications off a long time ago, so I didn't get track and trace or anything like that. But I didn't get the alert when it went off, and neither did anybody in the chat because they all turned theirs off. I had the window open here. I had a camera out the window. I was expecting like an air raid warning,
That's sick.
Nothing. It's quiet, but apparently it was a flop. Apparently it was a flop, but they, you know, it's an experiment, isn't it? And the results of that experiment, they'll put it in a computer and something, they'll come up with something. Well, somebody said to me about the film Kingsman.
Kingsman. This guy got me with all these homework assignments tonight. Hold on, let me
It ain't
type.
over it, mate. You got to do is sit down and watch it. It's a film.
I know, I got you. Oh, whatever you recommend, man, that will give me
Yeah, you
better
do it, mate.
understanding.
Honestly,
I don't shun any information.
no, this is
Let me see where.
and I'll tell you what it's about. I'll briefly tell you what it's about. It's about the English. It's British Secret Service. Okay, it's called Kingsman. I think it's called Kingsman: The Secret Service. And the idea is, I'll briefly run through the idea. One guy, the arch villain, develops a
Kingsman, the what now? Kingsman, the
Secret Service, I think it's
Secret
called.
Service. Okay, thank you.
If
Go ahead. I'm
there's
sorry.
more than one Kingsman, yeah. Now, actually, I did a live stream. If you want to watch that, just to get a bit of
And look, and you said something earlier. There was oh no, you know what? I'm gonna rewatch that movie. You said there's a link to that movie in time. Hold on, let me write that
in
down.
time,
Also,
yeah.
damn, you got all this homework for me, man. Let's go.
No, it's not homework.
In time,
This is entertainment. It's not
in
homework.
time. Boom. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Just making sure I got. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Now, the fundamentals of this film are this Kingsman. One guy develops a free SIM card. He gives a free SIM card to the whole world. The SIM card has got free internet access. It's got free phone use. It's got free something else forever. Okay, it's free, and most of the world took it. Now, watch the film. Watch the film. I see what
got
happens
to now.
and it's to do with the alert. There's an alert.
I got to now. Look, that's why maybe on the next one too. I'm gonna make sure that I write something. Next time I speak with you in regards to what you all are going through over there in the UK, because I know whatever you all are going through is gonna follow here in the US.
We got it easy here.
Huh?
We got it easy here.
What do you mean by that? Easy.
Well, no, easy. Lockdown. All right. The people did comply, but I didn't. I walked around free. I was chatting with coppers. They were keeping their distance, but I was having a chat with coppers. Yeah. I went in shops without a mask. No, I'm exempt, I said. Loads of times. Oh, okay. And they just let you wander in. It's a load of bullshit. But this is the thing. They hid this mask mandate. It wasn't actually a mandate. It was a recommendation. If you listen to the mainstream, if you listen to the BBC, they wouldn't tell you this. But if you went on the government's website, tucked away in the annals of the government website, it says mask exemption. You do not have to wear a mask. And then a load of bullshit. You could even print off a little badge you could wear, or a lanyard thing you could wear. Oh, I'm exempt. You didn't even need that. It's against the law. It's against the law for anybody that isn't a medical professional to try to ask you about anything medical anyway. And then you've got this. It's like something against people with disabilities. I can't remember what they call it. If you said, "Well, no, wearing a mask, I get anxiety," or you could even say, "Oh, wearing a mask, it depletes my oxygen intake." But you didn't need to give a reason. We had it really easy through there. The only people that didn't have it easy was when it came to the National Health Service. They were pretty much forced to be part of the cure. But what's coming is, the CBDC. Once that central bank digital currency is in place.
Oh, here you go. Here you see. Look, man. Look, I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be on here. I'm gonna see the sunrise in a minute, then, man. Richard, I got to go.
Yeah.
What's the name of your cat, though, Bex? I want to know.
That's Midge.
Mitch.
Midge.
Midge.
MIDG. Yeah,
Midge.
or Norma Jean Baker,
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
but I've called her Midge since she was little.
Midge. How long you've had Midge?
This year it'll be 12 years.
Oh,
Wow.
wow. Damn.
Wow.
Is that 12 cat years or?
No, yeah, 12 human years. I got her in
Okay.
2012. Before
Has
that,
she-
I had cats that lived to be 18 and 19.
Wow.
Two
Has she
brothers.
settled in yet? Has she settled in yet?
Pardon me?
Has she settled in yet?
Has she settled in? Yeah, she's good. I raise smart animals. Like my cats,
Yeah.
my mom found a kitten. She was in between selling her home and moving into a new place, and I got to raise her other cat, and keep her other cat with me. Anyways, I raised it from kitten. It's fucking smart. I raise smart cats. They're like
Do you
dogs.
know? Do you know the
They're
etymology of the word smart?
smart.
Yeah. Do you know the
No.
etymology of it?
You all
I'm
can
gonna.
do this all night, huh? Y'all could just do this all night. Just
What we
I
have,
just feel like I'm gonna be missing out though. I don't That's one reason I don't want to leave. I feel like I'm gonna be missing out on the information.
Right, I'm gonna bang this
But
in the
okay,
chat here.
what were you gonna say about the smart, the etymology of smart?
I'll just put it in the chat and I'll read it out. Smart definition: to cause or be the cause or seat of a sharp, stinging pain. Also, to feel or have such a pain, to feel or endure distress, remorse, or embarrassment, to pay a heavy or stinging penalty. That is the definition of smart. Now,
Wow.
it's German.
Wow.
Smart.
What?
So when people say, I mean, it used to be an English or a UK thing. If like your parents smack you around the back of the leg because you've been a naughty boy, oh, that's smart. It hurts. It stings. That is the etymology of the word smart. So why are they using smart this, smart city, smart watch, smart that, smart house,
But
smart meter?
I always go for my Merriam-Webster. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Me too.
just because that's the one. And so smart, having or showing a high degree of mental ability, intelligent, smart, witty, clever, informal, rude, or impolite in a bold and disrespectful way of the same meaning. Neat and trim, stylish or elegant in dress or appearance. Appealing to sophisticated tastes, characteristic of or patronized by fashionable society. Of a weapon, able to be altered in course during flight, being a guided missile. Operation by automation, a smart machine tool. Using a built-in microprocessor for automatic operation, for processing of data, or for achieving greater versatility, like a smart card. And then marked by often sharp, forceful activity or vigorous strength. So a smart pull of a starter cord, a smart pull of a starter cord. Brisk entry. And then the 7th was causing a sharp stinging. So their softest touch, as smart as lizard stings. But see, even then they give it smart as a lizard sting. Right?
Go to the origins.
So I will go down. I'm going down to the origins. I'm going down to etymology. Adjective, middle, almost. First known use was at sense 7. It's probably the lizard's tongue, motherfuckers. Just a second. Smart. Where's 7? Yeah, causing a sharp stinging. Their softest touch as smart of lizard tongue. So first use is from that. So pain, you're right. But still interesting that they gave the lizard's tongue sting as the reference of pain there, right? Like that's like the using a snake reference.
Yeah. Like the symbolism on your ambulance.
Yeah, exactly.
Asclepios, something like that. Asclepios staff.
So that was before the 12th century in the meaning defined at sense 7. as an adjective, right? So as a verb in the 13th century, in the meaning defined at sense one, same with as a noun, which we can go back and look, but that was intelligent. So by 100 years later, they'd made the lizard's tongue bite the intelligence. Here we go, people. We're decoding it.
Smart.
And what's interesting is I'll tell you that it doesn't actually give me, I'd have to pull out my Merriam-Webster hard copy, which I'll bet you, I'll bet you now, okay, on my online one, it'll give me etymology. That just gives me first known use. It didn't have an etymology section, right? So if I looked up in my hard copy book, I'll bet you it's a word that was started in use in 1888. It's very direct, very specific in my paper copy. I'll look that up though to see if I can verify that, but I'm pretty instinctive. I got lost in that book. I got lost in the word. That's why I know so much about the Bible, is because I actually read the dictionary basically. I didn't read it back to back. I just hopped around for a few years, but definitely like 3 or 4 months, like nonstop. But yeah, so it's interesting that it does give us its first use, which is what, like you said, but it doesn't actually give us the etymology.
Right,
but I would have never guessed that it had anything to do with a stinging pain, though.
Let me tell you this one. This is another definition I've got. Smart definition. Old English, smerten, be painful. From Proto-Germanic smarta, also of Middle Dutch smerten. Old High German smerzen, German schmerzen, to pain, originally to bite. From pi, schmerd, pain, which is perhaps an extension of the root mer, to rub away, to harm. So, you know,
which back to this smiten, to be smite something is to be smitten. Actually, they flip that on its head too, so that you actually think that smitten with someone is good, right? You think being smitten with someone is good, when actually it's not. That's smite is where smitten comes from, right?
Yeah.
So if the smiter bites someone, we're talking about a vampire god.
Yeah.
Perhaps, right? With a lizard tongue.
Yeah. Yeah. But as soon as things, I mean, I've known that for years, that one. This is a thing. It's like forewarned is forearmed. When 2020 came, I knew something was going to happen. Boom. Just because I've been privy to certain things. Smart. And I've actually experienced in real life the word smart as meaning, oh, that hurt that. So that was a word used when I was growing up. Oh, smart. It hurt, which is why I looked into it.
Is that based off of is that no? Because Bex is in Canada with her dictionary, so it's not like it's just.
Well, no, I use Merriam-Webster. If I don't use Oxford, which is what Google uses, although I will often look at what Google says and then go look what my Merriam-Webster says.
No, I was thinking that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say they do have different, you could find all sorts of different dictionaries from different times that do tell us different definitions and give us more sense of what they were using the language, how they used the language to manipulate different people's understandings of what was going on, based on how they taught that language to the different people that were reading the papers, right? Like the different sort of classes. You would find that the dictionary in different regions would have different meanings. You can only put so much meaning, only so many words in a book, right?
Did you know the origin of the word nice? Like, hey, you have a nice day. Do you know the original meaning of the word nice?
This is it, Richard. This is the last one, man. I got it after this. Let's go. What's the meaning of nice, man?
Nice is basically ignorant. It's like,
you know what? A couple of years ago, I stopped saying bless you. You know, because I thought of the word, and the word is saying be less you. You know, like to be less you. So no, so I flipped it, and in my home we say be more. You know, when someone sneezes, we don't say bless you. We say be more, you know, as opposed to instead of be
Oh,
less,
clever, yeah.
be more. But now I'm finding out that the word more, the etymology of more means war. I mean, this shit,
They got us.
Mhm.
They got us. This is the thing. It's all about intent. Now they, with their words, with their smart bollocks, with all their smart technology, their intent isn't to make us clever, is it? It's the opposite. It's to cause us a sharp, stinging pain.
I was going to ask you if you could now, you know, equate it or find the symbol, whatever the word is, for the smart TV, and you already answered my question. So, because, you
Yeah,
know, I saw somewhere that it said the acronym for SMART was self-monitoring, analysis, reporting technology.
yeah,
So
Mhm.
that's what I thought you were going
yeah.
to earlier, but so
Well,
this smartphones and all that's going to
Well,
cause us a stinging pain, huh?
being smart does smart.
it can do. Yeah, yeah. It's a burden.
So even if we do apply it to our intelligence, it does kind of hurt to be smart.
Mm.
You know, in the
It
know.
teaches us what to avoid, really. And smart in business is specific, measurable, achievable, something else and something else. I can't remember, but it's an acronym for a number of things. But there's a word. There's another one that I think Dave Yates came up with. It's something to do with weaponry, like
Mm.
specific. I can't remember what he said it as, but fundamentally, when I hear the word smart, I think, oh, I wrote something actually. I was going to do I started writing a song. So it was, so you think you're smart, eh? You've got a smartphone, a smart watch, and a smart television. That makes you smart, eh? You live in a smart city, in a smart house, with smart locks, smart lights, a smart stereo, a smart heating system, and your energy usage is monitored by a smart meter. You drive or will be driven in your smart car that's parked in your smart garage, and the name of your town is Smartsville.
Oh, sound like those 15-minute cities.
You
Absolutely, I
know what?
wrote that years ago as well.
Taking one from South Park, from a very very well written South Park episode. You could call that town Smugville.
Smugville,
Smugville.
smug. I wonder what the
Smug
origin of the
motherfucker.
smug is.
All right,
Smug,
back.
smug
I
might
have to
mean.
go.
All right.
Richard, I
Good
have to
night.
go. I don't
Yeah.
want to go, but I have
You
to
know
go.
what? Phil says we're supposed to call it when you go.
Call what?
That we're all going now.
Nah, y'all do
Yeah.
y'all thing. I watch the
So
rest on the
you're
playback.
not missing out on anything. No, Phil said
No.
that he's calling it when you call it.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
That
All
was the
right.
benchmark. Yeah. So we'll
Well,
have to meet
hopefully,
again.
yeah.
I love you,
Hopefully
Phil.
tomorrow I see y'all. Hopefully I see y'all on these YouTube streams. But I'll be on your page, Richard. Checking out your videos, man.
Oh,
Because I
please,
keep.
yeah, LED.
I,
And
yeah, I thought because what? Yeah, well, I know this is gonna go for another hour, so I'm just saying that I definitely need to delve into your page and get into some of your perspective. I didn't know that you covered areas like that. You know, I thought you just dealt with like philosophical ideas, and you know, I didn't know you dealt with like what the hell's going on around us right
oh,
now.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I've been involved in exposing child sexual abuse for years.
Mm.
That was the thing that opened my eyes up to the evils of the world. So going back about 12 years, I got involved with um, that sort of that group really, and it was sort of like a time of when victims of child sexual abuse, kind of rose up and then rebranded themselves as survivors, and it's a beautiful rise from being blamed for being abused, okay, and then people realizing no, we're the victims, and then it was moved up another level to being survivors. So I've heard the worst stories anybody can hear, really. I've met the most beautiful people that have been, I'm talking about people in their 60s and 70s that were abused when they were like 10, 12. So I'm interested in everything. Just naturally, I'm just interested in everything. So, yeah, that's just the way it is, really.
So I'll make sure to get that, check your page out, and I know you go live, but the subject matter sometimes I'm just in the chat just listening the majority of the time. So
I got a live program. I got a live arranged for tonight. It's 7:45 in the morning now. Time to get up.
Yeah, I saw the light when you leaned over, like this bright light. I'm like, what is it daytime?
Yeah, this is the morning.
And here it's going on 2 a.m. where I am, and I have to get up at 6, 7 o'clock and have to be alert for 5 children running around and have to get their schooling and feed them. And you got to be alert. Otherwise you're like wasting their time. They need attention, so got to have the energy so that they get as much out of their day as possible.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I understand that. I mean, I consider myself 49% unlucky, but 51% lucky that I haven't had children, because I would love to be a dad. So I've been unlucky, but I've been that's me 49%. I'm unlucky 49%, but I've been lucky 51% because I would probably have killed somebody by now.
Wait. Is this the same person? It's the same person that they
absolutely
be able to kill anything.
No, now, if they done anything to my children,
that's what I was saying. I was like, you never know what circumstances.
Absolutely.
For my children, yes, I couldn't stand by idly and watch anyone bring harm to my child and have the ability to do something myself. No, they need me. It's a difference. That's my purpose. They don't have no one else who is obligated to protect them and to provide for them. That's mine. That's my responsibility. And no one else is going to put them first. No one else is going to put them first. They might put them second or third. But no one's going to put my children first. That's me. I have to. So, anyone bring harm? Yes. That's why when you said earlier that, man, I can't kill, I couldn't kill. I'm like, man, you don't know what you're willing to do when you faced with certain circumstances, man. What?
Yeah. But I don't have children, so that's not an issue for me anymore.
Yeah. And in these times,
if I did come across a child that is being abused, I would have to be very, 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 very much in control. But I would do my utmost to protect the child and to get that locked up.
So here I am now, Richard, where I have these weirdos trying to bring harm to my children, man. They want me to medicate my children with some. You see what I'm saying? Come on now.
Yeah, no, don't. Well, it's up to you, isn't it? But I would say, fuck it, don't do it. Let children. Children develop. Children develop immunity naturally. As soon as they're out of the womb, they're given artificial immunity.
Yeah, but that's why I moved. I said earlier, Alabama, you get exemptions on that thing, and I don't do that I don't give my children those immunizations.
Yeah.
No, because like you said, I mean, they have naturally. Plus, this is my enemy, man. I'm not gonna have my enemy put no cause any. That's child. Look, can you imagine? That's child abuse, man. You
Oh,
taking a
absolutely,
needle, you
100%.
taking a needle and putting it in a baby, and the baby is in pain and
Yeah,
scream. That's child abuse, man.
yeah, yeah,
If you think about it on a basic level, that is child abuse.
oh, it
So,
all is, yeah,
so
right from out of the womb.
right out of the womb is child. No, man, I'm not
Yeah.
subjecting them to this type of evil, wicked behavior, man. And
Yeah,
that's what I'm facing. That's why I'm here. I'm trying to find a
yeah,
solution, trying to raise my frequency to get to just find a solution for my children's safety. That's it. That's it, bro. That's it. I'm seeking, I'm searching, I'm trying to find that answer as to what is going on and how to just get away from it. I don't know if I can stop it or if it can be stopped, but I just don't want to be in its way. That's it.
yeah, yeah.
So anyway, all right, look, y'all. We'll talk. We'll talk. I'll see you on these YouTube streets, y'all. Y'all take it
Yeah,
easy.
for sure.
God bless you, my
You
friend.
too.
All right.
All right.
May
Oh, well,
God
let me see.
One
Let me
love.
get
bless
some
you.
light. See y'all later.
Amen. Praise you,
See you
bro.
later.
God bless.
One love.
God bless. Love to your children as well. Yeah, yeah. There's gonna come a level of absolute evil. It's gonna be horrible, but you know, who knows what will happen in
I
between.
think we're already almost there.
We're not far off. I think something
Yeah, I
massive is
think
going to
we're
happen
not
this
far
year.
off.
When they
You
turn
know?
on the old the G-Wiz is crucial. The G-Wiz is crucial to their plan because here's the thing: during 2020 in UK, and I know it was happening in America because there was one channel I was following that was going around. The height of the lockdown, they had engineers and they stuck a great cell tower up the road about, I don't know, 500 yards, 1,000 yards up the road.
Yeah.
They stuck one up, and this was in the height of the lockdown. The engineers that come to fix it had come from Birmingham, which is like about, I don't know, I guess 200 miles up the road, but it was at the epicenter of the cases. Okay, it was like one of the
Yeah.
biggest epicenters of where the main amount of cases were from Birmingham. They
Yeah.
come down here, none of this, no gloves. I went up. I've actually videoed the whole escapade. I went up to them when they were sticking up. They had a security guard. They had two security guards actually. While they were there installing the electronics for this, I shook this guy's hand, but it was down from Birmingham. In 2020, that was during the old lockdown. They were just banging them up all over the place. So, as part of the reason, it's a multifaceted reason, as I see it. The lockdown or lockdowns. One of them was cleared away for them to just bang these towers up. Now they're all over the place. I got
I
one just
know.
up there. The other thing was manic depression. Are you familiar with manic depression? I'm a manic
Yeah.
depressive, right? I've learned to sort of like flatline. I call it. It's why I'd say, and I don't get happy. I've been happy in this company, but I'm going to go back to flatlining. I'm not too happy because when the low comes, it's not so far to drop. So if I flatline, and I've learned to do this over years, there's the crests aren't so high and the dips aren't so low. It's like it's pretty much like just bobbing along really. But when they had the lockdown, people were locked away for, I don't know how long it was, a month, something like that. The amount of suicides went through the roof. The amount of depression reported went through the roof. The isolation, we know what isolation does to a person. I mean, isolation in prison is a sentence on the original sentence. It's like a double whammy, isn't it? Isolation. Then they released all these depressed people. And the pubs, I've never seen the pubs so full. I was walking by them. I don't go in them. I've never seen so many people in a pub. I've never heard so much noise come out the doors of a pub. People were just so elated to be back with other people. So they'd gone from this low, and it was like overnight. They released, boom, everybody's in the pub. Right to that highest point of elation. Then they introduced another lockdown. Boom, everybody knew what to expect, depression, and they maintained that again. And then they released them. So what you've actually got, this is exactly what, almost exactly what manic depression is. You go from a low to a high in a biorhythmic, but the manic depression goes like this, like sort of biorhythmic, isn't it? Highs and lows over 30 days. But what was induced onto these people was that boom, boom, boom. So the mental state of everybody that went along with this, a lot of people, I don't think a lot of people realize that. Because they haven't experienced manic depression. I've been on Prozac, citalopram. Prozac was quite heavy, was too heavy for me. But what it does, it flatlines you. So you don't get happy and you don't get sad.
I was a Prozac guinea pig. I was a Prozac guinea pig at 19 years old.
Were you?
Yeah.
It's weird. It's wacky stuff, isn't it? But what it does, for somebody that's creative, like I am creative, I chip stone, I draw and stuff. I take things apart and put them back together again. For somebody that's creative, I noticed that my creativity, and I was at college studying stonemasonry when I went on there. I noticed my creativity just did not exist. It was like it's like having writer's block. But it took away the depression, but it also took away my creativity. So 3 times I come off it, I went back on it. I come off it, I went back on it. I come off it, I went back on it. And then I come off it 3 times. Because over the course of like about 2 years, I think. But then I realized what actually was happening with this, with my problem, and then with this drug, and what this drug was doing. It's like flatlining me. So gradually, this is why I'm so miserable, because I don't want to get too happy, because I know what happens. I'm way beyond getting depressed now.
Yeah, no, I do understand that. I learned a long time ago to curb my highs because they follow with such crashes, right? But it's part of being a sensitive person. That's why you can binge watch a show, for instance, binge watch some of this programming, and get so involved with the characters that when the next season isn't created, you've lost something a little bit, right? Like, I just mean, like, you can get so into a book or a series or a whatever, it's part of what makes us deep feelers as well, though, so it's for me, I learned to expect a crash after a blessed high, let's just say. So if I was in a situation where I was, going to be, where great things were happening, I knew that crash would happen, because it does actually happen to people who don't have depressive disorders as well. It can happen to them as well, because it's a brain chemistry thing, right? And they just don't experience it as extreme because their systems haven't been taxed. The ceilings and floors haven't been stretched as high. So you're right with this torture, that in addition to the muzzling, there was a psychological torture actually put on. I'd never seen it till you sort of put it like that, in terms of what they did to people, which, would be to people who already are aware of managing their own sensitivities, right? That you would be aware of being able to see that in others because you are feeling it yourself, but managing it, right? Like, so, I know I always just try to see the hope in, I try to see the, hold on there. I try to see the hope in I see the good in what happened in that lockdown was like it got me learning. It got me on YouTube. It got me understanding what this internet is for. You know,
Yeah.
it got me unified. It got me divided for a long time, but it got me divided on one side and then swung all the way to the other side, right? Which is a real blessing for me.
Yeah.
It taught me, you know, it taught me patience that I was already learning. Like I'd already thought I'd learn, but a level of patience. You know, I'd been training for isolation my whole life, mandated paid isolation. I was like, bugging, eh? Like, but I did, you know, I did see the effects on other people, but I also saw that, you know, it gave me an opportunity to bring my skills to the table, so to speak, right? Where I could, you know, like, I mean, I could turn the camera around and show you a fucking filthy pigsty of a house. Like, I really could, you know, like my life isn't perfect, you know, but I really feel like what I'm doing up here and what I'm doing in here, you know, is like, is important. And, you know, like, and when, you know, people talk about the woes of technology, there's some real gifts here, you know, and that's being here, right? That's
Yeah.
having these
Oh, absolutely.
conversations, you know, from
Yeah.
totally different perspectives and,
Yeah.
and trying to discuss the different perspectives, right? In a way
Yeah.
that brings, you know, mutual understanding and respect,
Yeah.
right? Because like, and appropriation where need be, right? Like where you're sharing, actually, that's what that is. It's not appropriation, but I was just being kind of funny there. Like appropriating people's ideas, right? You know, if they fit, right? And where they don't, you know, respecting where you do uh, have common ground, right? Like,
Yeah.
because there is a lot of crap going on. It's a lot to take in. And I think that that's my biggest takeaway. Like, I feel really proud to be so much more mature than I was 3 years ago. Right. Like,
How old are you now
uh,
then?
you know, and
How
I
old are you?
think that, I think most of us might not see the dignity and grace and, and, um, uh, yeah, just that we walk through the world with, trying to work with such brainwashed people that you can't hardly communicate on the kinds of topics that you want to be communicating on, and yet you're trying not to sit in judgment of them, but you also know that your time is spent, you know, like, I don't know, for me, my belief in purpose, you know, is reinforced by my everyday, you know, living with what I see the signs of good, you know, around me, right? Like whether it's on the internet, you know, and even if there was an EMP event where I lost this, right, where I, you know, which would really devastate me on many levels, because I would be worried for my friends and stuff, but I would also know that, you know, that we would find a way. You
Well,
know, there would be, like, it's just it's really a real gift, that these algorithms bring people together, you know, like
yeah.
a gift to have that technology, you know.
It's a double-edged sword. The internet, for one thing, is you know, it's used as a weapon
Mm,
on both sides. Really, it's allowed us to unite. It's allowed me to share a stand in the park. You don't need the internet to go to a stand in the park. You just turn up. Once you turned up once, you know where it is. You meet people. Just be careful of who you trust, because you never know who's in there to spy. But you know, it's once the internet goes down, I've spent more time out there in the community than I have on the internet, and I spend quite a lot of time on the internet. But I spend more time out because because I like a chat,
mm,
um, and Phil, I'll thank you for this. This has been thank you for inviting me on
mm,
and letting me ramble away. But things like I say, the stand in the park, your community, loving your neighbour, looking out for your elderly neighbours, it all, you know, it all goes a long, long way to um, demonstrating to people that love and consideration for other people, it doesn't take much. A smile, smiling at somebody can, heal somebody of a bit of misery.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we don't have to touch anybody. We don't have to say anything. Just a smile,
Yeah.
a hug.
I look in the eyes of everybody. I've learned to try and be aloof with the aloofers. So there's people that are really good at fucking walking past you and not looking at you. I used to take it personally, but now people have their earbuds and stuff. I even tried
Yeah,
to
yeah.
be aloof once. I've even had earbuds just go into my pocket into nothingness,
Oh,
just
yeah,
as an
yeah.
experiment to see what that was like, because I don't know how it's like to not I can't shut the fuck up when I'm out there. Okay.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can't
yeah.
shut the fuck up when I'm here.
Yeah. Is that right?
Um, you
You're like
know,
me then.
yeah. It's
Honestly,
how
that it is.
it's actually how my social anxiety manifests, because I have a lot of anxiety. I just muster through it. I just but I enjoy it. I play with the world, and when I make people laugh and I'm interacting in a way, then I'm less anxious, right? If I have my glasses
Mhm.
on, I'm walking through the grocery store, I like to be able to see how everybody's feeling. I like to see, who might, who's in my, I do tend to chat with somebody there, you
Yeah.
know? So
This is. Are you familiar with wood chip wallpaper?
wood chip?
Wood chip wallpaper.
No.
Well, wood chip wallpaper is basically you get it in cheap apartments, rented apartments, bed sits, things like that. It's a wallpaper, and it's impregnated with tiny bits of wood chip. Like about half inch, a quarter inch, all different misshapes,
Yeah.
dotted all over this wood chip paper. Okay.
Yeah.
Now this is the thing. This is how I imagine walking down the high street, and some people stand out. You just meet eyes, you cross eyes, and that smile. But most people are what I call background noise. Okay, they're just
Mm-hmm.
there. They're just there. But occasionally, I'll meet somebody. I'll catch eyes with somebody. They might be right over the other end of the street, and there's a smile, a wave, and a chat. But wood chip. If you imagine walking down a corridor and it's lined with wood chip wallpaper, there's going to be all the wood chip is flat. That's how it's made. It's just flat.
Mm-hmm.
But occasionally, you get a bit of wood chip, and if it's painted with like a gloss paint or like a velvety paint, occasionally one of those bits of wood chip out of the thousands of bits of wood chip will catch the light just right. So as you're walking towards it and past it, that bit of wood chip flickers. Don't happen to everyone. Occasionally you get a bit of wood chip flicker, which is like
Mm-hmm.
me walking down the street, walking down the high street, walking in town. Everybody is just the background noise. Then occasionally I get this little flash of illuminated wood chip, I call it.
Mm-hmm.
And so those people that you don't meet eyes with, or are just blinkered or looking on their phones, you know, and this is what I ask God for. I want to meet people, and it
Yeah.
happens. I can meet half a dozen people a day, and these are meaningful conversations I end up
Mm-hmm.
having.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's not just random. I can't talk about anything else apart from the Great Reset, central bank digital currency, fourth industrial revolution, and that just those three things are all verified on World Economic Forum's website. So it's not like
Mm-hmm.
a conspiracy theory.
Mm-hmm.
You'll learn nothing. You'll be happy. What
Yeah,
do you think of
yeah.
that?
The UN
You know.
agenda and transhumanism and
Well,
you know,
that is
yeah,
that is this is what I've learned over time. Is don't flood people with everything you know.
yeah.
Okay. Because I know about chemtrails, I know about gee whiz, I know about fluoride I know about glucose fructose syrup, high fructose syrup. I know about E102. Uh, I know about.
What's E102?
I think it's a red. You got Twinkies over there. Have you got heard of Twinkies?
Something like it. If we don't
It's
have the
sort of like a
Twinkies, we have
kiddies. It's
Twinkie
like a
style.
kiddies snack. But it's got
Yeah.
on the back. On the back, it's got in tiny little boxes. A bright box. It's got like a character. I think it's like it's a Twinkie dressed up as a cowboy.
I want
It's sort
cookies
of,
now.
no, this is it's sort of like a cream roll, like a sponge
Yeah.
roll with cream in the middle.
Yeah.
And on the back, if I could share my screen, I'm going to do a video of it because I did a really long one. It's about 3 hours long about Apollo Global Management, and I did it about I don't know 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. It was about 3 hours long, but it went through. And Twinkies I featured in that. But on the back of Twinkies, the box is about say that big, and on the back in a tiny little box, it's got warning. This product may have an adverse effect on the attention and behavior in children. Okay, that is on the box.
Wow.
Tony, that wasn't a symbol. You know what that is? That's ADHD, attention deficit. ADHD, attention
deficit
and
hyperactivity
disorder.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this Twinkies actually is feeding children to be hyperactive and inattentive. Now, once you've got a child with ADHD, they're abusive to their parents, they're abusive to their classmates, they're abusive to the teacher. They will get expelled, or they will get suspended. They will get a black mark on their school report. That sticks them right at the bottom of the queue when it comes to end of school, go out and get a job. Oh no, I can see you've got a big black mark there, and he hasn't. It's your parents to blame because they fed you Twinkies that gave you ADHD, that made you very naughty. Okay? Once you've got a child that can't get a job, you've got a criminal. 50% chance, at the least, that you've got a criminal. Okay? It's all by design. Now, because these products are on the supermarket shelves, people don't read the labels. People assume because that is on the supermarket shelf, the government have okayed it. Which they have. The government are responsible for everything.
Mm-hmm.
Have a look on Twinkies. I'll do a video. I'll do a really, really short one. But it wasn't really a longer version, but it's part of a 3-hour long video about Apollo Global Management. They were going around buying up failed businesses, and I think they had their finger in the old Twinkies pie and things like that. Yeah, so it was, and I was going through the NHS, going through the E numbers, E103 and E102 and E something else. I can't remember it off the top of my head. And if I could pull it up on my computer, I'd probably crash my computer at the moment. But this is a type of things that we're dealing with, and they store them. I phoned up Tesco's. Okay, it's like a supermarket. I phoned them up. I said, I want to. Can you put me in touch with the person that deals with product placement? Oh, I can't do that, but I'll hand you to somebody else. So anyway, they denied responsibility. They wouldn't do anything, despite the fact that I went through it. I had about a 2-hour conversation with Tesco's. Going back a bit, I recorded it all. I recorded most of it. I kept running out of record thing, but I got most of this conversation. The guy could actually see my point, but he couldn't hand me on to anybody else. He was just a servant, I guess, an assistant, phone assistant. But this is the sort of things we're dealing with. People need to check their ingredients on their food. But this product was 18 inches off the floor in Tesco's. Same in another supermarket not so long back. I did Morrison's. Bright children thing. Now, when I was in Morrison's, probably maybe last year actually, there was a Romanian lady, and her child had picked up, I don't know, maybe about like an 8-year-old or something. He picked up this box and put it in the trolley. So I went up to this lady, and the communication was quite difficult. But I explained to her, listen, look at this. Warning. Blah, 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 blah. Do you know what that is? Attention deficit. She picked it up, put it back. result. I wasn't happy for me. I'm pissed off. I'm happy for her, and I'm happy for her child. Now, hopefully, because I know the way the Romanians are, they're very close knit as a community. Okay, because they're working immigrants. You know, they don't come here and sponge. They actually come here to work. Okay, I got some really good Romanian friends. I got nothing against them whatsoever. Um, but I know how they operate, and she knows. This lady knew. She ain't going to keep that to herself. She's going to tell everybody else in her little Romanian community. Avoid
Mm,
treatment at all costs. That's the beauty of
exactly.
that's the beauty of these. I call them Eastern European countries like Romania, Poland. Trying to think of some other ones. I'll just use those two for now. They've still retained some element of a bygone era when communities were communities. People did look after their neighbour. People did used to do things as communities, like I'd watched a video. I'm going on rambling on, but I watched a video in one of these Eastern European countries, and there were about 8 farmers. Okay, they were all stood in a line. They all
Hmm.
had a fork, like a garden fork. And what they would do was they'd all plunge the garden fork in, and they turn the whole sod over in one, like the whole clump. They turn it all
Yeah.
over. So they're doing like about 10 foot of road. They're not doing it on their own. It's like a communal effort. 8 people all turning the sod over, and then they move back, turn it over, move back, turn it over. So and the speed with which they did it was something to be learned, really, and something to educate other people in how the older, sort of, call them medieval ways, really, of how villages and towns used to be and could be again, like the Ubuntu. I got so much both experience of my own experience, plus having watched other people experience these things, that I know if we had the Great Reset, our Great Reset, and it was put to the people, how about this as an idea? If you've got a good idea, you don't need to lie about it to get it implemented. Like the Great Reset now, they've lied about everything. The whole last 3 years and beyond, but the whole of the last 3 years been about implementing this Great Reset, this new economic world. That's what it's all been about, the Great Reset. That's their Great Reset, but they've had to lie about absolutely
Yeah.
everything.
It's a good point, Richard.
Whereas our Great Reset is going to be everything is about truth.
Yeah.
Everything is about saying to the people, listen, what about this? What about this as an idea? What about letting your children develop naturally, not force them to learn
You
a
know,
certain amount?
another that Ubuntu philosophy where no
I
one
love
can
it.
be happy unless everyone is happy.
Yeah,
Um, is also there's another aspect of another story I heard where if someone does wrong in a community, right? If someone does wrong in a community, they're taken down into the village, and the people stand in a circle around that person, and they say all the good things about that person. They remind that person who they are, right? And so
beautiful.
I heard
Yeah,
about this, and I told my friend from Ethiopia. I said to my friend from Ethiopia, like, is that true? And he said, well, there's inherent things in their culture. He says, yeah, could be. He says, but also, he says that that in those cultures there wouldn't have been things that people would have done, like murder, let's say, or rape.
yeah,
That wouldn't happen,
yeah,
because if you rape somebody, you would get your head cut off. Right?
yeah,
Even to this day, even when he was here, he was like, if somebody raped somebody in my village, they would go and cut his head off.
yeah,
And so no one would disgrace anybody and get them killed over a lie either,
yeah,
right? When you already live in a culture that, taught you as a child to remember who you are, so you
yeah,
don't stray from that, right?
Yeah.
Which is back to this, interesting callback to us earlier, where it's like, I understand that call to that Christ. Like, I understand the call to what I understood Christ consciousness to be, what I understand that model they paint, but that story they tell is interwoven with something that's not a part of the story, right? And that's why you can look
Yeah.
at it and read it like it's like it's all one, but there's different names in there, right? Like there's different. So anyways, I find it really, I think it's back to that idea that there's that goodness in you that comes before even the model, right? That allows you to follow that.
Yeah. And the thing about goodness is it needs to be celebrated.
Mm.
It needs to be raised up. And people do wrong things for a reason. There's a reason why people lie. And if you're in that community that you've mentioned and somebody is put in the middle, why are they being naughty? There's got to be a fundamental reason
Yeah,
to it.
which is why they just go and remind them of who they are, right?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Depression, feeling low, feeling tired, it just leaves people to do, irrational things, out of character things. There's a lot of, there are a number of reasons why people do stupid things, but the worst one is what they're doing now, the great resetters. Why lie? Why lie? Yeah. Right. Bex,
yeah.
I don't know what to say to you now. Really, I can't say, oh, bless you. Thank you ever
Sure
so
you
much.
can.
Thank you for your company.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
It's all about. It's blessing is to bestow goodness on somebody. That is my idea of blessing. That is my intent, is to just to bestow a bit of goodness on somebody and to wish them well.
It's probably a be something, like a be well. There probably is a saying like that in English that we would have used, right? Be well, my friend. But it's all
Yeah.
like, but it's not, but it's, you know what I mean? It's like all one word.
Yeah.
Well isn't right, but you know what I'm saying. Blessing's fine. I'm not anti.
Yeah, I'm scared in case you bite me head off again.
Did I bite your head off? I'm sorry I bit your head off. I didn't mean to bite your head off.
I'm joking. And that's about it, really. I could actually carry on nattering forever. That's the way I am. But
well, and I respect that and I appreciate it. And I've spent a lot of time listening to people talk about religion and understanding it from their perspective. And I'm happy to hear it from yours. I didn't mean to jump down your throat or make you feel uncomfortable or like I didn't enjoy it.
You didn't.
Okay, good.
I didn't.
Good. I'm glad.
I don't take anything for granted, and if I need to understand things before I use them. It's like the word Salah in the Bible, in Psalms. I think it's Psalm 3. There's Psalm 3, I think. Now, I started a psalm a day. Okay, I was doing a psalm a day, and I come across this word Salah. Let me see if I can find one here. What did I get up to? Oh, here we go. Psalm 3. O Lord, how many are my foes? How many rise up against me? Many are saying to me, God will not deliver him. Salah. Now, Salah is offset there. Okay.
Yeah.
So I looked it up and I thought, right, before I actually say it, I need to know what it means. So I looked at it, and basically what I actually thought was it means reflect. Okay. Just reflect on what you just read. Rather than just saying, reflect. And at that point, I thought, right, what on earth does that mean? The word salab. I thought exactly what it said. Just reflect on that.
Yeah.
Sit back
Yeah.
with that, just with that 3 lines or 4 lines. And what I came across 3 descriptions, quite basically, that meant like take a deep breath, step back, and meditate on that. Consider that what it actually means. And it takes me so long to read because I can't move. It's like I've never read. It took me years and years and years and years and years and years and years to read the Bible because I always started with the New Testament. I was only ever read the New Testament, and it begins off with this long list of names, and I'm like, oh, I can't move on to the next. I can't even move on to the next line until I remember the genealogy. I can't move on. It was like a mental block. It's the way I read, and I got an Old Testament. It's like mid 1800s, early to mid 1800s. Brown self-interpreting Bible. It's both the Old and the New Testament. So I got it and I opened it out and I thought, right. I read it. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light. And there it was light. God saw the light that it was good. Now, I was explaining I'm the creative guy. Now, that to me was like, wow. It's, it might be simplistic, it might be wrong, but to me, that is like having a blank canvas, but the canvas ain't even there. Then there's a spark of the idea, the imagination. Oh, I'm going to create the heavens and the earth. But it's without form and void. It's just an idea. There's no image of it in my mind. And then God created over the 6 days. He created everything by speaking it into existence, which we know frequency and vibration does cause everything to be. So but having been given that beautiful, and I love it. That's poetry in motion, that to me. And having the appreciation of how creativity actually goes from having nothing to actually making something. I understood that, and that was me smitten, really. Yeah. So everything else that I don't understand, I'll have to go back to it at a later date. Things that don't sound right to me, I won't. It's kind of like background noise until such time as I'm enlightened to what it means. But like just like this, I mean, Psalm 1 has got to be my favourite psalm, apart from all the other ones, really. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the seat of the scornful. Or no, I can't remember it off pat. I use 2 different variants. I use the NIV and the KJV. Blessed is the man who does not walk in the counsel of the wicked, or stand in the way of sinners, or sit in the seat of mockers. So the person that doesn't walk in the counsel of the wicked, the person that does not stand in the way of sinners, that is not stand in the way of sinners, just stand in the way of a sinner, and does not sit in the seat of mockers, he is blessed. Now that to me is, again, it's just beautiful. Blessed is the man, for his delight is in the law of the Lord, and on his law he meditates day and night. But if I'm going to learn how to be a better man, and I read that and I think, yeah, that's rationalized the people that are in government and they are taking the piss out of us. In this country, they are on about 100 grand a year. They get 10% pay rises every year, while nurses were getting 1%. That is taking the piss. That is mocking. That is scoffing. Sitting in the seat, they lie. But that to me pretty much explains what our battle is with, as people that are trying to be righteous, to do the right thing by a just God, just being justice, and it puts them. That explains where they are. They're not righteous. They're not godly. They're not God-fearing. And, you know, but that's little psalm to me. I can take so much just from that. So why would I not use that to educate myself in a poetically beautiful way? Why would I not use it? I'd be a fool if I was to say, nah, there's nothing in that for me. That's full of it. That's full of stuff that puts into words what is in there somewhere. And that gets it out. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, that makes sense as well. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, spiritually wickedness in high places. Oh, that makes sense as well. Everything, most things in this make sense or will make sense. But it's, if I've got to read something, I'm going to read that. And that is this is why I'm not religious. That's a book. And I've got a role model. Does that make me religious? Not in my eyes, it doesn't. Religious, you know, Freemasonry is a religion. You turn out on whatever night they turn up, you put your pinny on, you put your flipping necklace on, you dance around with your trouser leg rolled up. That's cultish. That's ritualistic. I'm not ritualistic with this. You know, that's what religion is. Religion is ritualistic. The same as the Church of England, Christian Church of England, Christianity. It's ritualistic. They're all dressed up in robes, and I've never seen a preacher walk in with sackcloths and hand his you know, his Louis Vuitton jacket to a homeless person or an old man freezing away. I've never seen that happen. You know, that's what a truly righteous person would do if they have that in that position, because the preachers are all housed. They get all
that's
their
why we understand those people are not righteous.
Absolutely.
You know?
And that's give Christianity a bad name. And a lot of people say,
don't even waste, I don't mean to sound like a lukewarm Christian, but I don't even waste a thought on a prayer for their soul.
Oh, what, the preachers?
Just any of the fucking evildoers.
Oh, the evildoers.
Bankers, preachers.
Oh, yeah.
Medical teachers.
I mean, my prayer would be, please, banker, get a grip, mate. You know, do the right thing.
Sorry.
The English McCoy. Oh, McLovin. London McLovin and Alabama McCoy.
I quadruple loved every spirit on this planet my whole fucking life, okay? Like, I love them. In the face of everything, I find a way. I love everybody. I even, you know, loved all, I just mean, I felt that. And I feel at this age, I'm like, I paid my dues on the love front. And I'm not, I think I think repentance for some is just not, it's just not going to happen, right? It's just not going to happen. And so if we already know it's just not going to happen for some, then where am I to sit and judge and try and convert those that I deem are not quite too far gone, right? This is my lazy philosophy of like running around preaching things to the world. I come here, I talk to people I love, I, you know, meet like-minded people. It's great that you've found ways in to have conversation. I used to call it conspiratainment at work. I tell people I do conspiratainment, and then I amp it up to next level conspiracy. Right? Like, I have like ideas, and some of them are true to me, and some of them are ones I wouldn't even bring to this table yet, you know, per se, because I want it to be the right time, you know what I mean? But sometimes at work, I run them by people because they think I'm just being crazy, right? They just think I'm being like conspiratainer, right? You know, which is fun. So you know, but I feel really like, I feel like we're on to something. I don't know what we're on, but I feel we're on like a right frequency, a right page, you know, it's like,
100%. Absolutely. Yeah.
mm,
Absolutely. And wherever you get your truth from, wherever you get your realization from, not everybody's the
well,
same.
yeah,
Not everybody's even on the same truth. But this is going back to not wasting time on those that are too far gone. This is where my wood chip wallpaper analogy comes in.
yeah,
It's just noise, 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 noise. Smile at everybody. Why not? You know, it's either
exactly.
smile, ignore people, which I wouldn't do anyway. I'm always looking for contact.
Yeah,
But it's that wood chip analogy. Occasionally, even going in church, I've met sitting in the pews. I met that night. That night, I went to that service where the preacher said, "Oh, God save the Queen," and I said, "What
right.
about the homeless?" There was a lady in the pew behind me, and she was about, oh, I don't know, 10 or 12 feet away from me, and they were. I
Yeah,
couldn't sing. I didn't know the tune. I could read the words, but I didn't know the tune, so I shut up. It wasn't really my thing anyway. But I heard, oh, this blew me away. I heard this, and I can't do it, but I heard this. Oh, oh. It was like, it was surreal. It was
mm-hmm,
low. It was so low in volume, but
mm-hmm,
it was loud. It pierced. It
mm,
was sort of like sharp. And I looked around like, I didn't stare at the one, but I looked and I caught right at the periphery of my eye, and it was this lady singing. But it, to me, it was sort of like, well, dare I say, it was angelic, good angelic. I guess there are bad, well, there are bad angels, but it was just so unique. I've never heard anything like it in my life, and that was not long before I denounced C of E. But I met that lady there, and but she was, oh, it was surreal. Really, it was just so surreal. But she was a bit of wallpaper that shone out. She was a bit of that wood chip. It was like boom, and it wasn't, oh, look at me. She wasn't bellowing it out. It was like she was keeping her voice as low as possible. I could hear it. It was like, wow. It was the most amazing voice I've ever heard in my entire life.
mm-hmm.
She wasn't trying, it was just coming out.
Beautiful.
Oh,
Well,
oh.
Richard, I have to work in the morning, so I should go to bed.
You do
And I
that.
don't, yeah. And it's been we could do this all night.
Oh, absolutely.
And we have, and we will, and we'll do it again. And I thank you so much for this time with
Oh, I
you. It's
think,
really,
well, again, like I say, it's this is what I asked God for.
exactly.
So I thank God.
Wonderful conversation, stimulating thoughts, you know, all sorts of things that we can converge on and go away and think about, and, you know.
And this is the thing. A lot of people say knowledge is power, and I say applied knowledge is power. Because power just stuck in the head, knowledge just stuck in the head ain't power. It needs to be applied. So when we
Exactly.
all come together with our different knowledges, and combine it, and we all walk away from here, we know they're going to shut this down one day. They won't let us do this in 1984. This technology will just be used by Big Brother to communicate what they want everybody to do. You know, as in
Mm-hmm.
1984, we won't have the freedom to do this. You know, so take what we can from it,
Mm-hmm.
use it as a library.
Yep.
You know, we're not secretive. We want other people to be happy, safe, loved, loving. You know, not
Exactly.
in, I'm not in fear. I'm not alone. I think the most important thing
Exactly.
is to be not alone, really, which is why a
Yep.
stand in the park is good. for people that are battling in their isolation with their own truth and their own knowledge.
Yeah.
Facts. Facts,
Yeah.
Richard. What does that
Well,
mean to
one love, my friends. Thank you so much for this. Thanks for having us, Phil.
Yo, you coming back on, bro, to say goodbye?
And I'm going to say goodnight now, and I'll check in tomorrow, see if you guys end up continuing this, okay?
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right, one love. I'll talk to you
God
guys
bless you,
soon.
man.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Bye now.
Stay safe, yeah. Is it me on my own now? Me, myself, I. I'm alright, I'm schizophrenic. I can have a chat with myself. You're never alone with you're never alone with schizophrenia. So, Phil, you coming back or not? You can't. So what happens here then? Can you shut it down? Dean? Yeah, facts. What does that mean though? Before I go, facts, Richard, what does that mean? Is that facts with a frown or facts with a smile? Before I go. One man's fact is another man's hearsay. Perhaps. Alright then. Good facts. Yeah. Yeah. It's pointless. It's pointless. It's pointless. You know, if the idea is to help other people to see the light, it needs to be verified, verifiable. Otherwise, you're just put down as a conspiracy nut. You know, which is why I use now. I think the Great Reset has been a blessing, really, because it has opened so many people up to what they're up to, because it's on their website. You'll learn nothing and you'll be happy. The Great Reset 2 is you'll learn everything and you'll be miserable. Right, Phil, I'm just gonna exit now. It's 8:39 in the AM on Thursday, the 11th of May, 2023. Yeah, one love. One love. All right, I'm gonna bow out now. You've done 7 hours, Phil, and I can't thank you enough for your being